Shall we start? Okay, shall we start? Good morning. Let's start. Okay, let's start. Please, everybody come inside, please. Hello. How are you? You don't want to also be a leader. Yes. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. It is my absolute joy and honor to welcome you all to a day that marks a legacy and a leap as we celebrate 9 extraordinary years of GMT's excellence and influence. And we unveil the next chapter of our journey with the launch of the Innovation Academy. My name is Shalaka Doras, and I will be your MC for today's event. A gathering like today is no ordinary event. It's a convergence of visionaries, innovators, mentors, and future leaders. We're here to reflect on how far we've come and ignite what's next. Let us begin this auspicious day with the blessings of Lord Ganesh, the symbol of wisdom, harmony, and new beginnings, and Goddess Saraswati, the fountainhead of knowledge, art, and inspiration. To perform the Ganapati and Saraswati Puja, I now invite on the stage Shri Anand Ji Ganu and his wife, Mrs. Sunita Ganu, the founder and president of the GMG family, to offer flowers and seek divine blessings on behalf of all of us. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
गणपती बाप्पा
मोरया.
नमस्कार सगळ्यांना.
Thank you, Anandji and Sunitaji, for opening this special day with wisdom, warmth, and deep purpose. You know, John Lennon once said that a dream you dream alone is only a dream. A dream you dream together is reality. And that is exactly what GMG is. A group of extremely talented people dreaming and shaping the future together. It's truly incredible to think that Garje Marathi Global, a movement that started as one of these small dreams, is now celebrating its 9th anniversary. It marks 9 phenomenal years of building bridges across continents, connecting some of the most brilliant Marathi minds from around the world. 9 transformative years of sparking powerful collaborations between scientists, entrepreneurs, artists, technologists, and changemakers. And 9 unstoppable years of proving time and again that when Marathi minds unite, they break barriers and redefine what's possible. Since its founding in 2016, GMG has grown into a true powerhouse of connection and collaboration, a global community dedicated to helping Marathi professionals learn, grow, and thrive. From our Bay Area and New Jersey summits to our Horizon summits, to publishing multiple books about Marathi professionals, to countless mentoring programs, each milestone has strengthened our shared commitment to excellence. We've championed startups, nurtured emerging talent, celebrated cultural pride, and fostered innovation with relentless passion. Today, with more than 15,000 members across 30 chapters worldwide, GMG is connecting and celebrating Marathi success everywhere. You know, GMG is not just an organization. It's a movement fueled by heart, heritage, and the unstoppable spirit of collective progress. And we are all so lucky to get to be a part of it. Today, as we stand together, let's celebrate all that we have accomplished and get ready to launch forward into a future bursting with new opportunities and unimagined possibilities. Because here at GMG, we're more than just a community. We are a force. So to each and every one of you who has walked with us on this 9-year journey, and to those joining us for the first time today, welcome. Welcome to a movement. Welcome to a mission. Welcome to Garje Marathi Global. To kick off this remarkable day, it is my honor to welcome the visionary behind Garje Marathi Global, the founder, the driving force, and the heart of this movement, Mr. Anand Gandhi. A quick introduction. A quick introduction for those meeting him for the first time. Mr. Anand Gandhi is the founder and president of Garje Marathi Global, a nonprofit registered in both the USA and in India. A lifelong community builder and thought leader, Anandji envisioned a global family of Marathi professionals, united by values, purpose, and the deep-rooted commitment to give back, and brought that vision to life through GMG. Please join me in welcoming the heart and soul of GMG, Mr. Anand Gandhi.
नमस्कार. तिला आपण काही स्क्रिप्ट लिहून दिलं होतं. You can imagine how versatile and what great talent she has. This is our strength. This is our future. Anyway, नमस्ते again. भाग्य आपुले थोर म्हणून जाहलो मराठी विश्वाच्या गाभारी गरजे मराठी. आय थिंक आपण सगळ्यांनी हे एकदा पुन्हा म्हणूया. भाग्य आपुले थोर म्हणून आपले थोर म्हणून जाहलो मराठी विश्वाच्या गाभारी गरजे मराठी. लिहून आणलंय भाषण. तर काय त्या मोठ्या ऑडियन्स समोर एक्सटेम्पोर बोलायची माझ्या ताकद पण नाही. आय ट्राय टू रीड, आय ट्राय टू look as if I am doing extempore. So I'm immensely honored and deeply overwhelmed to stand in front of such a gathering wherein so many high profile, high achievers and highly respected individuals are there. I don't think I am really worthy of or I have that position to address such an august crowd. But as I'm given this responsibility, I thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words. Today, as I stand here, I remember the words of the great statesman, Bharat's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. On the midnight of August 14, 1947, in his famous speech, Tryst with Destiny, Nehruji said, "Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantial." Of course, I dare not compare myself with such a great person or even today's event. Of course, this is a great event for all of us. It's a huge thing. But of course, we can't compare it with when we got India got independence. We can't compare it with that. But still, I can draw many similarities between that and today. We started our journey 9 years ago on 1st August 2016 with a bunch of small people, a bunch of large, very small number of people with a dream of Garje Marathi, which nobody believed in that time. But we all worked together. We were hoping to make a positive impact on our community. We were a small group, so we didn't have a lot of resources, but still we tried in a smaller way. And most importantly, then we did not have good mentors or good guides as we happened to get. We were lucky, blessed to get like Dr. Padmavibhushan Mashelkar or Anurag ji, our other board members. We were not there, but we tried in a small way. What we did, we wanted to create positive impact. So that small group, we pledged our knowledge, we pledged our time, we pledged our resources, energy. We all worked relentlessly, selflessly, and that small team could make some changes. We added great value to our community. We added great value to our Janmabhoomi, to our Karmabhoomi. And today we are here after 9 years journey, thanks to all of you, thanks to so many people who may not be here, but they are always there with us in their, through their expertise, through their knowledge, through their experience. And thanks to that, today we are here to take a quantum leap. Today we are here to take our Garje Marathi global to the next level. In the same lines of Nehruji, I would say, 9 years ago, we made tryst with destiny, and now it is time to take bold and ambitious step. The launch of Garje Marathi Global Innovation Academy is that step. And of course, that's not the last step, or that's not our destination. We all have come together and set us very high goals, and I'm very positive. Together, we will.
Thank you so much, Anandji, for your powerful words, your clear vision, and your unwavering commitment to helping Marathi professionals flourish with purpose. You reminded us that while success might be personal, significance comes from what we give back. And GMG's 9-year milestone is proof that your vision is turning into a reality. And what better way to celebrate GMG's 9th anniversary than launching a new and even more powerful project, the Garje Marathi Global Innovation Academy. Today's launch brings together the minds that have been shaping industries in the past and the minds that will transform them in the future. And now, just pause for a minute. Let it sink in. We're launching a brand new academy, not just anywhere, but at the world-renowned, idea-forging, future-shaping campus of Stanford University. A place where innovation is born, where revolutions in thought begin. How much better can it get? GMGIA is not just an academy, it's a lighthouse, guiding passionate talent toward global impact. It's a launchpad, empowering students and young professionals with mentorship, opportunities, and purpose. And above all, it's a community bound by shared heritage and fueled by global ambition. As we look around this room, filled with scientists, innovators, faculty, students, mentors, and visionaries, one thing is very clear. This is where the future begins. And what if we told you that we're not just launching any academy, but laying the foundation for a global movement to upskill thousands of Marathi professionals across generations, industries, and geographies? This is exactly what the GMGIA is about. Not just a platform, but a transformational engine designed to spark careers, ideas, and impact across the world. To give us a first look into this game-changing initiative, it is my absolute pleasure to invite someone who brings vision, structure, and global perspective to everything he touches, Mr. Abhijit Khadekar. Silicon Valley executive, best-selling author, career strategist, and a core architect of the GMG Innovation Academy. Mr. Khadekar is the managing partner at Spearhead, a career and leadership strategist, and author of the award-winning book Unlock, a global career playbook that's helped professionals worldwide take charge of their future. He has spent his career helping people and organizations unlock their potential, from Fortune 500 boardrooms to student campuses, and today he brings that experience to build the blueprint for the future of learning, mentoring, and collaboration within our community. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Abhijit Khadekar.
Good morning. Namaskar. That's great. Okay, who here has traveled more than 100 miles to get to this event? 4, 5, 7. Who is here internationally? America's बाहेरून आलेली लोकं. Wow, thank you so much. There's one more there, thank you. Who has traveled more than 20 miles to get here? Okay, so that's like, about half the room. Yeah, thank you. How many of you have traveled maybe less than 20 miles, maybe 10 miles, 5 miles to get here? So this is your backyard. This is like literally, in Silicon Valley terms, this is your backyard. It doesn't get any better than this. Good morning, Shalaka, thank you so much. You're wonderful. And thank you for all of you for being here for this amazing event. So first off, there's a couple of things I wanted to share. We're thrilled to host this in Stanford. And Garje Marathi Innovation Academy, आपल्या नावामध्ये innovation आहे. What better to start than in Silicon Valley? What better place to start, right? So thank you for organizing such an amazing place and, it gives me great pleasure to say a few words about Innovation Academy. हे चालू कसं झालं, काय vision आहे ह्याच्यामागे? Because right after me, we have a very esteemed guest who is the leader of this academy, who's going to talk about, what is our strategy and lay down the vision for Garje Marathi Innovation Academy. But let me just start with a kernel of information about how this all came about. So this started with some ideation with Anandji. Anandji, as usual, has unbelievable ideas. And so we're trying to align with him and try to figure out आपण कसं execute करूया. So let me just share names of a few folks that got together. And मी जर कोणाचं नाव विसरलो असेल तर क्षमस्व आहे. मला माफ करा. But let me just share a few things because it's important to know who are the people at the core of this, right? आणि Dr. Anurag Mairal, he has been at the forefront of this, so thank you for being part of this. Abhijit Kosar, Ashwin Abhyakar, Sriharsha Dhavre, and Sangeeta Day and Sudhir Kade from Australia. There has been a huge a lot of brainstorming. Madhav Davkeji, Vijay Tarde, so many amazing people. But what happens with every organization is की लोक एकत्र आली brainstorm करायला की आपण आपल्याला काय करता येईल. At the same time, we started to talk to Garje Marathi Executive Board. So we have a phenomenal board. So if you're in the Garje Marathi Executive Board who has really laid down the foundation and sponsored this, please stand up. We would love to honor you. Garje Marathi Executive Board, if you guys can please stand up. These guys are responsible. When they saw this idea, they not only, thank you. They not only helped us, but they actually started shaping this, and it is now becoming a big movement. Thank you so much, the executive board, for actually approving this, sponsoring this, and helping us put shape to this. And as with any other program, this whole group swelled. We are now 35 people, probably 38. कालपासून 38 झाले असते मला माहिती नाही. आमचा WhatsAppचा group वाढतच जातो, and which is incredible. So if you've been involved in planning, volunteering for the Garje Marathi Innovation Academy, if you can just please stand up for a moment, we'd love to recognize you because you've been part of designing and planning this. So please stand up. Please stand up. If you guys have a time to take a picture, please stay standing. Thank you so much. So आज आपली एक सुरुवात आहे आणि या सुरुवातीला that we are standing at a very, very interesting time in our industry. Almost every single industry, every single country, every company, every individual is going to face a transformation in the next couple of years, the likes of which we have never seen in our lives. Like माझ्या गेल्या 30 वर्षाच्या अनुभवात, sorry, I'm dating myself. I've never seen a transformation like this, which is making every executive, every individual contributor, every manager to sit up and take notice of what's going on. This is absolutely incredible. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because, yes, there are many challenges with AI and with all of these technologies that are transforming the world, but there's incredible opportunities. So how can we make sure that it's not just AI, but all of these topics that are so relevant for Marathi leaders, how can we bring them together in an innovation academy? आणि तुम्हाला माहिती असेल की मराठी leaders are absolutely at the forefront of innovation and leadership across the world. Not only here in the US, we have already seen recent executive announcements, Marathi leaders becoming CEOs of major companies. But across the world, भारतामध्ये, ऑस्ट्रेलियामध्ये, Europe, UK, Middle East, everywhere Marathi people are leading, they are really doing innovative work. So how can we make sure that on one hand, by Marathi leaders doing so much innovative work, we can actually connect with people who want to learn? Because I want to learn too. I'm a lifelong learner, and so are all of us. So how can we keep learning? And traditional institutions have been phenomenal. They provide a great foundation. But a lot of times what happens is the technologies, these topics are so fast moving that it requires other people to step in and help. And Garje Marathi Innovation Academy is such a great opportunity to actually help and start shaping all of this learning that's going to happen. So, couple of more things. ATSA program, think of this as a preview of what's to come. You will see a lot of experts and mentors share their thoughts, their ideas. At the same time, this is just a start of a big learning pathway. There will be many learning pathways for all of us. So तुम्हाला जो इथं QR code दिसतोय, URL दिसतंय, feel free to express your interest in the topics that you're interested in pursuing. So you can choose hard skills, which is technical skills, ranging from AI, cybersecurity, cloud, supply chain, finance, I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting a lot. Healthcare, life sciences, manufacturing, logistics, travel. So there's a big list there. So whatever your interests are, please indicate. At the same time, we're also including leadership skills and soft skills. Sometimes soft skills are the hard skills to learn. So we want to make sure we include soft skills, everything from communication, negotiation to sales, management, and leadership. So you'll start to see some glimpse of that today. So as we talk about that, I also wanted to mention that, let's take this learning everywhere, not just in Silicon Valley. Let's take this worldwide. Let's not just focus on the top tier cities, but also let's make sure this goes to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities also. And as someone who comes from a tier 3, tier 4 city, I want to make sure that everybody learns. आणि परवाच आपले श्री आशिष शेलारजी बरोबर मीटिंग झाली, जे महाराष्ट्राचे IT मिनिस्टर आहेत. He is driving some incredible programs in Maharashtra. And he mentioned that Garje Marathi event the other day was one of the highlights of his tour in the US. And he's actually going to help us take a lot of the Innovation Academy work to different areas in Maharashtra. So thank you, Anandji and Anuragji, for making that happen. Now, you're actually talking to government of Maharashtra and integrating a lot of the programs that we're going to be introducing in the next so many days and years. So this is the journey, आणि या journey मध्ये आजची सुरुवात आहे. You'll see many mentors, many experts here. Of course, it's a day of learning, and you will learn from all the mentors. But let me just share a little secret. It's not just about what you know, it's also about who you know. So please make connections, talk to experts. These connections are going to help you a lot in your life. Only at any time, even just one conversation can change the trajectory of your life. So you never know when that conversation happens. And I'm extremely confident that those conversations will happen here today throughout the course of the day. Even one conversation can change the trajectory of your life. So let's continue learning. Let's build a great innovation academy, and let's make sure we are all learning together. This is our community. Thank you again. Welcome, and looking forward to the day's events.
A quick announcement, those who have registered for the hackathon, is starting in 10 minutes, so please head upstairs.
Thank you, Mr. Khadikar, for that insightful and energizing overview of the Innovation Academy. You've shown us not just what's being built, but why it matters. From vision to structure, from mentorship to impact, we can now see how the GMGIA is poised to become a powerful force in shaping the future of our community. Some leaders build technologies, others build ecosystems, but very few, like our keynote speaker today, have done both on a truly global scale. It is my absolute honor to welcome a true trailblazer, a force in global health, a mentor to innovators, and a rock star of the medtech world, Dr. Anurag Maira. Dr. Maira leads global outreach at Stanford Biodesign, where he's shaping the future of healthcare innovation and the future innovators themselves. With over 7 patents, 30 publications, and degrees from IIT Bombay, NIT Raipur, and Berkeley Haas, his work is transforming lives on a global scale from Silicon Valley to sub-Saharan Africa. As we launch the GMG Innovation Academy, there is no one more perfect to set the tone. Please join me in giving a warm, enthusiastic welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Anurag Maira.
We need a big round of applause for Shalaka. What an amazing job to our future really is going very well. Yeah, we would like to sing a song.
We have to sing one song. This is Anurag's birthday today.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Garje. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. What a wonderful birthday gift this is. Before I do my keynote address, I just want to mention a few things. I grew up in Raipur, which was part of Madhya Pradesh, and now is part of Chhattisgarh. So even before I became a non-resident Indian, I was a non-resident Maharashtrian. The reason I'm sharing that is that Maharashtrian community is around India. It's not just in Maharashtra. It's around India, plays a really significant role in communities across India and around the world. Just the GMGIA, leadership team, if you just look at it, they span the globe, literally. We used to have a difficult time figuring out what time we should do the call. So it's truly a global community, and this is why Garje Marathi Global, that global is an important element of it. So it's Maharashtra, not just for Maharashtrians within Maharashtra, but it's for the world. So there's a net positive that accrues to the world from the work that we are talking about here. That's number one. Number two, if you look at that wonderful logo up there of GMGIA, it says learn, grow, excel. Vijayji talked about, the world is going to change very, very rapidly. It already is. You can see in the way, employment is evolving very rapidly. And I think one of the key elements of success for folks around the world is going to be, how do you grow? How do you learn to learn, basically? So that's actually an important part of it. That's the only way growth is going to happen. And finally, unless you focus on excellence, unless you truly try to excel, you're not going to create the kind of community or society that you want to build. And this is very, very important for India. So, namaskar. It is a deep honor to welcome you all to this global launch of Garje Marathi Global Innovation Academy right here at Stanford, an institution that has shaped the future of innovation globally. So it's a really appropriate place, as Shalaka and Anandji said. Today, we take the first step in reshaping the future of learning and livelihoods, both for the next generation of Maharashtrian youth, and hopefully with impact to youth around the world. It's important to think about, why are we doing it? Why is this the right time to do it? What's the critical need that we have to do something like this? I'm a design thinker. This is what I teach at Stanford, and I teach my innovators how to start with the unmet need. So what's the unmet need that we are really talking about? Each year, over 1.3 million youth graduate from colleges and universities in Maharashtra. 1.3 million. Yet, according to NASSCOM and India Skills Report, more than half of these graduates are deemed unemployable by industry standards. More than half. So you're basically losing more than 500,000 people every year because they're not quite ready for the future. Among these youth, those from rural areas and urban poor communities suffer the most. They are the ones who are probably hurting the most because they probably have the least understanding of what the industry needs. These may be first generation learners, brimming with potential, but lacking access to mentors, opportunities, and the kind of training that turns knowledge into contributions. As Dr. Rinal Mashilkar, who is one of our founding mentor, once said, आम्ही फक्त ज्ञान संपन्न नाही तर सर्जनशीलतेने आणि कर्तृत्वाने संपन्न व्हायला हवं. That's what we need to do, not just in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of action and impact. There's a larger Indian context to this. There's a crisis of alignment. India is now world's 5th largest economy, some say it's 4th. Regardless, in the coming years, we are poised to be a 3rd largest economy. But the foundation of a top 3 economy is not just infrastructure, roads, bridges, or capital, a lot of investment that comes into India. It is human capital. Unless India has that human capital, India will not be the 3rd largest economy. It's not a given. And it's not going to be a 3rd largest economy that becomes a Viksit Bharat, which is a key goal for India. India will need to generate over 90 million non-farm sector jobs by 2030, according to McKinsey. 90 million jobs. That's a big tall order. And yet, less than 10% of Indian engineering students, graduates, are considered employable in emerging tech sectors like AI, ML, cloud, and cybersecurity. These are the areas that GMG Global is Innovation Academy is going to focus on, among others. आपल्या शिक्षणाचं हे झालंय की विद्यार्थ्यांना कॅल्क्युलस तर येतं पण वीज बिल भरायला जमत नाही. खरं पु ल देशपांडेंनी म्हटलं होतं विद्यार्थ्यांचे शिक्षण असं झालंय की ते फार शिकले तर नोकरी मिळत नाही आणि कमी शिकले तर नोकरी करायला नको वाटतं. Kidding aside, GMGIA is an initiative. It's not just an initiative, actually. It's a movement. Like I think appropriately talked about it. It's a movement. And what is the movement? What is the framework for this movement? There are really 5 broad elements or pillars of this framework. First one is deeply understanding the problem and having a problem-solving mindset. So that's number 1. Number 2, having soft skills. Abhijit talked about soft skills. They are really critical. Soft skills are hard, as he said. And they are a critical element of success for young graduates. Third is deep tech and innovation mindset. Thinking about how do you bend the cost outcome curve? For every rupee that you spend, how do you create more impact in the society, whether it's water or air or manufacturing or whatever the field might be. A distributed local economy that's not just centralized in 1 or 4 or 5, 6 big cities, but across India, across our smaller towns and cities and talukas. And last is employer partnerships. Deeply engaging with the employers, with the industry, with people who have these jobs, who need these people, and partnering with them closely to make sure they're not only today's needs, but the future needs are met as well. Here are the short, medium, and long-term goals that we are thinking about. These are at a high level. First and foremost is launch several skilling programs. This is in AI and health technology, in renewable energy, in supply chain, entrepreneurship, micro enterprise development. These are some of the areas that Abhijit talked about as well. Second is when Ashish Alarji was here, he said Maharashtra, across Maharashtra, they have these ITIs, which are skilling institutions, and they have been in dormant. And he offered that as a platform for GMGIA to actually bring our skilling programs to them. So we'd like to do pilot programs with them, maybe 5 and within the next 1 year. We would like to activate mentors. Mentors are going to be critical for the success of this Innovation Academy. So we want to activate a network of more than 100. We already have 38. 100 should not be a hard goal to meet. There are many in the room already. So please raise your hands. And finally, and probably most importantly, build an employer advisory council. Start with the unmet need first. Understand what is it that the industry needs today and what would it need 5, 10 years from now. Our medium-term goals are create regional innovation hubs, maybe in 6 districts that represent rural, tribal, urban, poor, and industrial belts. Train over 10,000 years per year through a hybrid delivery model online, but also in partnership with things like networks like ITIs that Ashish or Garje talked about. Maybe develop robust certifications in partnership with institutions like Stanford. It's very much possible for us to do those partnerships, especially for the mission that we are on. I think institutions like Stanford and IIT Bombay and others will be very willing to come along that journey. And finally, public-private academic partnerships across various sectors. We also want to launch fellowships that basically focus on building Bharat. So Bharat Builders Fellowship is one of the thoughts that we have had. Long term, we want to institutionalize GMGIA as Maharashtra's premier skilling ecosystem. It's not just an institute. It's going to be an ecosystem where everybody will have a role to play. We will create a virtual potential university that does applied innovation leadership programs accredited globally, but rooted locally. Scale up to 50,000 trained learners annually by year 10, with 60% of them placed in innovation-led employment entrepreneurship. Create a robust impact network framework for tracking livelihood transformation, especially among rural youth and women. And this is the big goal, and this is what I'm challenging all of my fellow leaders in GMGIA to contribute to at least 1 million jobs and entrepreneurship outcomes over a decade. 1 million over a decade. How many of you think we can achieve that?
Yes.
Let's see your show of hands. Would you all be part of the journey?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me just conclude. Balgandhar Tilak said, "Swarajya ha माझा जन्मसिद्ध हक्क आहे आणि तो मिळवणारच." Now that was for independence of the country. But honestly, today's youth deserve independence in learning and employment. Freedom from poor education, poor opportunities, and poor systems. पुलंनी म्हटलं होतं, मी समाजाच्या शेवटच्या माणसासाठी लिहितो. Garje Marathi Innovation Academy will train for that last student. Sitting in a Zilla Parishad classroom in Yavatmal or a chawl in Mumbai. And finally, a timeless Marathi verse from Sant Tukaram. Jaisa jayacha dharma taisa to karava, परंतु सर्वांसी सत्कर्म घडावे. Let's build Maharashtra and through it Bharat as a Vishwa Guru of Innovation Century. Jai Maharashtra, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maidak, for that deeply insightful and inspiring keynote. You've given us a powerful glimpse into the strategy and the vision behind GMG, why it matters, who it empowered, and how it bridges the critical gap between traditional academia and real-world innovation. The GMGIA is committed to supporting professionals at every stage of their career journey. But perhaps the most important one is the very first. GMG's Campus to Corporate initiative focuses on easing the beginning by empowering students as they transition from college to the professional world. To speak about Campus to Corporate, please welcome Mrs. Rupali Deshpande. Mrs. Deshpande is an AI learning specialist at NVIDIA, leading training programs to help partners understand and apply generative AI. She bridges advanced AI technology with real-world use cases to facilitate integration and impact. Let's give a warm welcome to Mrs. Rupali Deshpande.
Thank you so much, Shalaka. So all the esteemed speakers before me spoke almost 80% in English and 20% in Marathi. Is it okay if I speak more in Marathi and less in English?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'll tell you why. हे माझं ड्रीम होतं की स्टॅनफर्ड कॅम्पस मध्ये इंडियन ड्रेस घालून मराठी सो या त्यामुळे मला खरंच आवडेल मराठीमध्ये बोलायला आणि खूप रेअरली हा चान्स मिळतो राईट एका प्रोफेशनल प्लॅटफॉर्म मध्ये मराठीमध्ये बोलायचं सो आय रिअली वुड लाईक टू ग्रॅब दिस ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी ओके सो टॉकिंग अबाउट कॅम्पस टू कॉर्पोरेट आय थिंक मी आता जे ही जी इनिशिएटिव्ह आहे आपण सगळेच रिलेट करू शकतो कारण आपण सगळेच काही ना काही प्रमाणामध्ये ह्याचा भाग आय एम शुअर झालेलो आहोत We have all these new college graduates reaching out to us, right? Everybody, I got a new job, I'm looking for opportunities, what should I learn, all of these things. My experience has been no different. आणि स्टुडंट्स येतात विचारतात आणि सध्याच्या AI च्या जगामध्ये इट्स रिअली हार्ड राईट आय मीन आय फील एनी स्टुडंट्स हिअर ओके industry is changing so much, even it is professionals like us, it is hard to keep up. So students, I can understand. त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं आपण ॲज अ कम्युनिटी शुड कम टुगेदर अँड help our students and our future leaders to to guide them, to direct them, and to give them opportunities. तर ह्याच थॉटमध्ये आम्ही कॅम्पस टू कॉर्पोरेट चालू केलं की आता सध्याच्या जगात फक्त ग्रॅज्युएट होऊन जे कोर्सेस आहेत करिक्युलम मध्ये तेवढे करून उपयोगाचं नाहीये राईट. यू हॅव टू गो वे बियॉन्ड दॅट की इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये काय चालू आहे, अजून कुठले प्रोजेक्ट्स करतायत. आणि एक सल्ला मला वाटतं तुम्हाला सगळ्या स्टुडंट्सना मिळाला असेल राईट, नेटवर्किंग करा. पण कोणी खूप कमी लोक सांगतात की नेटवर्किंग कसं करा. सो दॅट इज व्हेरी हार्ड राईट. मला जॉब पाहिजे असं नाही नेटवर्किंग होत. सो आय थिंक सम ऑफ द स्ट्रॅटेजीज दॅट यू कॅन अप्लाय इज जसं की आता हॅकथॉन्स आहे. So participating in these hackathons and doing some external projects, just understanding, taking some courses, etc. आणि कसं होतं ना, तुम्ही जेव्हा ह्या ऍक्टिव्हिटीज मध्ये इन्व्हॉल्व्ह होता त्यावेळेला ऑटोमॅटिकली तुमचं नेटवर्किंग. So these are some of the strategies we thought of putting together into this curriculum when we started Campus to Corporate. आणि ह्याच थॉटनी हा आम्ही 4 आठवड्याचा प्रोग्राम चालू केला. 2024 मध्ये आम्ही पहिला पायलट केला. वी हॅड अराउंड 14 or 15 स्टुडंट्स. And then it was online, but we were doing it like live. आणि ह्या वर्षी I think we had some 40 students. पण it was hugely successful. पण खूप मोठा चॅलेंज आमच्यापुढे हे होता की हे स्केल कसं करायचं. कारण तुम्ही जेव्हा हे लाईव्ह करता तेव्हा there's a limitation, right? How many students you can enroll, etc. So that's when Anand gave this amazing idea of Innovation Academy, and if we can have our own online portal, and if we can put all these great content on that portal as as curriculums. And त्याच्यानंतर मग we can have office hours, etc. And mentors can come together and we can help these students. Also, I think आपलं network एवढं solid आहे गर्जे मराठीचं. We have entrepreneurs, we have people from corporate and top positions. So they can help with some internship opportunities, some project opportunities to our students, guide them. So this was the whole thought behind Campus to Corporate. It's not just about telling what to do, but also opening doors to some of the great initiatives like Hackathon. आपला जो माई ग्रुप आहे AI चा, I think that's an excellent group. They summer board challenge करतात, hackathons करतात. So just directing them, opening doors towards these initiatives as well, because this is what is going to land them opportunities in the industries. So ह्या थॉटनी हे चालू केलं आम्ही कॅम्पस टू कॉर्पोरेट. आता आय थिंक we want to go big, and why just limit it only to US, right? Somebody like Anurag, you said, someone sitting in rural Maharashtra, they should be also able to benefit. So through this online platform, we'll help benefit that. So yeah, with that, in case you have any questions, you can I'll be around. You can reach out to me. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Deshpande, for that energizing and insightful perspective. Your passion for shaping future leaders and your commitment to giving back reflects exactly what Campus to Corporate stands for. Not just opportunity, but upliftment. Wow, what a powerful beginning we've had. And let me tell you, this is just the start of our incredible day. Today's agenda is packed with powerful sessions, inspiring talks, and hands-on learning designed to equip you with skills, insights, and connections that will truly make a difference in your personal and professional journey, as well as give you a sneak peek into the Innovation Academy. Additionally, as mentioned before, we have the Mai Vibathon sponsored by Hexaware that is taking place on the 2nd floor. So here's a quick look at what you can expect today. In the morning, we'll have sessions that dive deep into entrepreneurship, cutting-edge AI, and cloud technologies. Then in the afternoon, after a refreshing lunch break at around 1 p.m., we'll jump into more dynamic sessions focused on sharpening your product mindset, design skills, and providing fresh perspectives on leadership, cybersecurity, supply chain, and risk management. expect engaging discussions and hands-on activities that will expand your knowledge and your skill set. In the late afternoon, we'll take a short tea break to recharge before coming back for more engaging content and discussions. And then we'll wrap up by celebrating the day's progress, discussing the exciting next steps for the GMG Innovation Academy, and honoring the mentors and leaders who've made all of this possible. The day will conclude with a relaxing dinner and a chance to network, connect, and reflect on everything you've absorbed. The sessions during the day are just going to be an overview, a small stepping stone into a learning pathway. So make sure that anytime during the day, you complete the interest form using this link, bit.ly/GMGIA, or the QR code on the screen. And here's a special note. Somewhere during the day, we have surprise visitors joining us who will inspire you in ways you never expected. We won't spoil the mystery, but just know, you don't want to miss it. So get ready to engage fully and make the most of this incredible opportunity. Have you ever wondered how groundbreaking innovations transition from mere concepts to thriving startups? What does it take to transform a spark of inspiration into a scalable, impactful venture? Today, we're about to embark on this journey that unveils the secrets of turning ideas into successful startups. This isn't just about theory, it's about practical insights, real-world strategies, and the mindset required to navigate the dynamic startup ecosystem. Leading us through this exploration is a seasoned entrepreneur whose career embodies the essence of innovation and perseverance, Dr. Sanjay Bhandari. Dr. Bhandari is the founder and CEO of Vibrant Microsystems, bringing over 2 decades of experience in the tech industry. With 75 filed patents and 29 granted US patents, Dr. Bhandari's expertise lies in transforming innovative concepts into scalable products. Whether you're contemplating launching your own venture or seeking to understand the startup landscape better, this session is tailored for you. Let's welcome Dr. Bhandari to talk about the Setup to Startup program.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me? If I
Yeah,
put the
that's
mic?
fair.
Okay, perfect. How many of you have been involved in startups in one way or the other, whether you are an entrepreneur, whether you are an investor, or you are working for a startup? Okay, a lot of you. How many of budding entrepreneurs who want to start? Okay, couple of them. Okay, good. So today I'm just going to talk about startups. What is the process? The title of the talk is Setup to Startup. And by that, we really mean garage setup to startup. How do you start from a simple idea and how do you take it to becoming a successful startup? And this is all based on my own experience. I spent 25 years in startups. 2 companies went IPO, 2 companies were acquired. I have been part of these companies as executives, as CTO, as innovator, and so on. And my latest startup is just very close by over here in Palo Alto. So this is based on what we learned over all these, and for that also we started kind of a sharing with Garje Marathi with this accelerator programs. So today I'll also talk about what those programs are, so that some of you can benefit from that, from joining that course that we conduct here annually.
Yeah, I think if we can. Yeah.
Just a logistic thing, restroom access is on that section.
Yes, yes, we're on that.
So in startups, you can see all kind of problems come up and you have to work on them. This is a demo of what it takes to start the startup. Okay, so Shalak already introduced me, but I wanted to sort of highlight a few things. First of all, the journey was long, a lot of startups. But more than that, what I wanted to talk about is innovation, because we talked about innovation. And patterns are very important piece of innovation. We talk about that in separate sessions, and as part of our cohorts, we also talk about patterns. Barrier to entry is very important element of startups, so that's important. The other piece is shipments. So we talk of all these companies are made for product development, and product development is taking all these ideas just from papers or patterns into the real world. So I'm really happy and proud that today with these billions of products in the world, I'm almost sure that every family in the world at least uses one of these products that I have been part of. These products have gone into hundreds of millions of smartphones, hundreds of millions of smartwatches, lot of automotives. Many of the brand name cars that we use here have been using our technology. Lot of movies, entertainment industry has been using our technologies. You have watched Black Panther. How many of you have watched Black Panther? Everybody. That uses our technology. Even Avatar and all these movies use our technology. So you can see the sensor technology has been useful in so many platforms, and that's just talking about some of the companies that we have done. And then there is communications, which is DSL, which is used everywhere here. Korea, Japan, we had 90% deployment at one point. So that's the thing that about innovations and startups, that you can essentially scale something from a simple idea to get to really world level and become really part of it. So today again, this talk is really meant to go from this setup to startup. So the next, please. So first thing is idea, right? All of us get ideas. Everybody comes up with ideas, and people approach us all the time saying, "I have idea. How can I start?" Some people come and say, "I have 7 ideas. Which one should I start with?" So idea is just a very small portion. Edison once said, innovation is 1% inspiration and 199% perspiration. And that's perfectly applicable to startup. So when you say you have idea, you have gone less than 1% of that work, because you have to prove that idea. And then the rest of it is really 99% in perspiration. घाम गाळणं आपण जे मराठीत म्हणतो ते अक्षरशः true आहे. So that's what startups are about. So for that idea, you have to do two things. first of all, everybody thinks their idea is the best idea since sliced bread, as they call it. But you have to do market research because many times entrepreneurs do a lot of work and then they realize they have a solution looking for problems. And they realize it late, by that time they are burnt out, they don't know what to do with this all work. And a lot of effort goes waste. So market research is important, finding that hole in the market in terms of what is required in the marketplace. And there are lots of problems to solve. Sometimes people come to us and say, why are you still working? Why are you not retired or something with all this background and all that? And the thing is, there are a lot of open problems. There are lots of open issues in the market. Last time, in fact, I had this conversation here exactly at Garje Marathi platform. Dr. Kaustubh here from Stanford was here. And what I mentioned to him, which is a reality today, is technology is a double-edged sword. While technology solves some problems, it creates another set of problems. It's really unfortunate, but that's happening. And then we start off solving those problems. But the problems exist and the problems are affecting billions of people around the world. And here we are sitting on the knowledge, we have ideas, we have good teams, we have very creative people. And all the countries need that, India needs that. Why can't we work on at least one problem and solve one problem in the society? So that's what motivates us to start companies. Companies are started with passion. It's not about making money. A lot of people think that, oh, I'll make 100 million, I'll make 10 million, I'll make 1 million, whatever. It's if you start with that mindset, you may or may not get there. You have to start with passion. You have to start with saying, even if I don't get a dollar, if I don't make money out of this, and if I don't make money for myself, can I still work on this idea? And that's where you know that you have that passion for that idea. So that's very important for it. So idea, market research, and value proposition, that's very important too. Because what are you really pitching to a potential customer? If you don't have value proposition for a customer, and if you think just because it's a great idea and because you have done a lot of work, or because you have a great background that somebody will buy your product, that doesn't happen. You have to have value proposition for every customer. So all of these industries that we went to, and we went to variety of industries, all the way from entertainment to medical fields and so on. You have to have value proposition for each one of them. So when you start with idea, think about these three things. Whether market has a hole for that, market has a need for that, whether there is really a value proposition that you are adding besides idea. Let's go to the next one. Then comes the team. Most of the things today's world you cannot achieve by yourself. So you have to build really strong team. And I have been really fortunate that throughout all these companies, people who work for me, there are people who have worked for me for 3 or 4 companies, some of them consecutively for over 15, 20 years. So I'm really blessed that I have this group of people and they continue to work for us. Then I go to the next companies and they come over there. So team is very important piece of startup. Now comes the next hard one, where out of this 99% perspiration that we talked about, there's this feasibility and business plan. So feasibility comes in 2 different areas. One is the technical feasibility. Many of the entrepreneurs who have technical background, they tend to focus on the technical feasibility piece first, because they think this is under our control. Why not attack that first and let's show that. For those entrepreneurs, the business plan is important or the business model is important or equally important. So you have to prove both. You have to prove that the idea works and you have to prove that the business model works. Let's say you're thinking of a product. You can make technically a product feasible, you can work in your garage, whatever, and say that this one works. But then what's the cost of it? And what's the selling price of it? Are you making profit on it? Are your distributors going to make profit on it? Are your customers going to make money out of it? That's the value proposition. What are you giving to a customer that the customer can make X dollars on top of what you are making? So that's very important when you think about the feasibility. Now, in many of these, there is something called, okay, we call it proof of concept. If you are into software domain, including AI nowadays, Gen AI and all that,
There is a proof of concept which you get a computer, you get your requiring whatever AWS credits, whatever, and then you put together that. And through that, you will at least have a working model which you can take it to a customer, take it to an investor, and say, okay, this is my proof of concept. So that is required. Without that, nobody is going to give you any money. The second piece of it is minimum viable product. You might be into hardware, you might be into anything actually. It doesn't have to be electronics related thing. You could be in automotives and you need to have something to show to a customer, to an investor. And that's what we call as a minimum viable product. Now, many times startup entrepreneurs come and they say, I want funding. I want funding to do this. And let me tell you the harsh reality of the world. Until this is done on that slide, all the 4 bullets there, nobody will even talk to you. And even if you are a seasoned entrepreneur and you have all this background and all, in that case, okay, exception happens and people say, okay, yeah, because I like this person, I trust him, he has delivered in the past, he or she, that, okay, angel investors or what we call as a friend and family round, those investors are willing to put money into you. So that does happen. So up to that state, you have to just count on your own money, that's called bootstrapping, or friends and family round, which is if your friends and family still believe in you, then that's the one. If you lose their money, they will not believe you for rest of their lives. So just you have to keep that in mind. So that's the friends and family round. Or angels. Angels are the investor or investors who have made money in the past life and they believe that, okay, then there is also element of trust there and there is also element of the field that they like, there's a passion, and so all of that together. So they're willing to fund you with 100,000, 200,000, something small amount of money. Once you have all this, the fourth one is important, customer validation. So many times startups come to us and say, okay, I have this B2C product. B2C product versus B2B product. It's a completely different customer validation. We tell these entrepreneurs, if you have B2C product, first talk to 100 customers and not talk to in a sense of pitching, saying, oh, I have this idea, I have this idea. You have to talk to say, okay, is this going to work? Would you buy this? Would you be willing to pay X dollars for this one? Would you buy a subscription to pay $10 for this one? Talk to customers, get their feedback. That's the B2C side. B2B is different. B2B, now you are selling to businesses, and now you can say, okay, I have these top 10 potential customers. I would say go and talk to those top 10. It doesn't have to really top 10 by revenue or market share and all that. Pick any 10 that you have access to and get their feedback. Get their feedback to say, is this going to work? Are you going to buy this? Does it meet your need? Does it really make you make more money? And if you hear that, yes, they're excited about that. And you will see that excitement from their face. I mean, when you have face-to-face meeting, this is not a phone call. You have to fly to these guys, you have to talk to them, you have to sit with their engineers, they'll ask you hard questions, and you have to go through that. That's the customer validation piece. Let's go to the next one. Then comes the pitch deck. Once you have done all this homework, then by this time you understand what is the hole in the market for a particular product. What is the need of a customer? How much price is somebody willing to pay for it? If it's a B2C, by that time you have known whether there are going to be subscriptions for this or somebody is going to buy your software. With that, now you start putting pitch deck and all of that information goes in there in a very concise manner. Your pitch deck shouldn't be more than 10 slides and there is certain format and so on. So we actually coach entrepreneurs to say how do you put together a pitch deck that you can effectively, they call it elevator speech for a reason. That you get 2 minutes. And many times we have this Spark Fest, our open demo day, and we give 4 minutes to each entrepreneur. And they say, just 4 minutes? How can I talk about everything that I have done? It's not about what you have done. You may have done a lot of things. You have done about 18, 20 hours a day. The investors don't care about that. What they care about is if they put a $1 in you, are they going to make $10 or $100 out of it?
And you need to be able to communicate that in those 4 minutes. And you should be able to communicate that in 1 minute and 2 minutes. There are some forums where they give you 2 minutes. Sometimes they call it elevator pitch because you get only 1 minute. And in that 1 minute, you have to effectively make the pitch. So that's what this is about. So you should be able to present it. You have to have business pitch deck, which is 2 minute deck, 3 minute deck, 4 minute deck. It's not just for competitions. In real life also, investors, even if they give you 30 minutes of a meeting, their attention span is very short. So maybe they'll listen to you for the first 5-10 minutes. Then after that, they already made up their mind. So that's why this is very important, that in the first few minutes, your value proposition has to come up. This is where the funding now comes. So many times entrepreneurs have this rosy thought that they have a good idea, they'll go to somebody and they'll get the funding. Unfortunately, this is the very first hurdle that all the entrepreneurs face. This is saying how hard is it to get funding? And they go all over the place, they go through the rounds, they go through angels, they go through all that. And the reason for that is if you have not done all that prior homework, then it's very hard to appeal to an investor. In the funding, there are many stages. There is what I call as a friends and family funding. There is bootstrapping before that, if you are putting your own money. For that, you don't need a stage. You just have to convince yourself. For friends and families, yes, you have to convince your family and friends. And VCs, when it comes to VC funding, which is starting with say seed round or Series A round, that's where you're really dealing with very professional investors. And they'll ask you hard questions, they'll look at your background, they'll look at the background of the team, they'll look at your IP, barrier to entry, your POC, everything, MVP, and then comes the pitch deck. So pitch deck is part of it, but that's just an opening. And then after that, there's going to be due diligence where there are going to be 100 different things that you have to put together in order to get that first round of funding. And that thing continues on. There is Series A, Series B, depending on when you decide to exit that company. Then comes the execution. It's not actually execution is right from day one, but I just wrote that growing business is a different set of challenge than even starting a company. Many times entrepreneurs are good at starting companies, but they don't know how to scale the company. So scaling that company is building that team together. And one of our board members, John Doerr, who's also very well known here, he was our board member. He's a board member to Google. He was very close to Steve Jobs. So he has written a book on what's called as objective and key results (OKRs), and he always made sure he told us a story that when Google approached us, the two founders approached him. He said, okay, they were fresh out of school at that point, and they knew everything about the technical piece of it, but on the execution piece of it, in terms of how do you take your goals and how do you translate that goals to something which is actionable. So that's where he had to coach them at that point on the OKRs. So then later on, he wrote a book also on that one. John Doerr is a very phenomenal visionary. We talked about visionaries here. He's one of the best known visionaries here. He has Google. He was one of the first to fund Google at that time. That's his claim to fame. And then exit, of course, there are lots of exit stories, and that's what makes this whole field rosy in terms of, okay, you hear all the time that this company XYZ exited at $1 billion, $100 million, whatever. And you're driven by that to say, okay, how do I get there to that point? So you go through these steps and then all the rest of it in terms of the execution steps, one number of times, because Series A, Series B, all your goals and challenges keep on scaling up also as well. But then eventually then you can go into one of the successful exits, which is acquisition or which is M&A or going IPO. So going IPO is a dream for many companies. You can return money to your investors. Your employees make money. So that's the important piece of it. So that's about startups. Earlier in the speeches, Dr. Myra talked about how we all know India wants to become world's third largest economy and so on. So I want to actually share a few things here. Why are startups important? Why do we talk about startups? If you look at the top economies of the world, US being the first one,
has been number one for a number of years, tens of years. And the reason for that is startups. We may or may not realize it, but today the trillion-dollar companies that are there today, like Google's and Apple's and Amazon's, they were all startups at some point. Startups make that differentiation. Microsoft was also a startup. So you have seen these movies and you have heard their stories number of times and so on. Startups make that breaking ground, going from just completely new ideas, which bigger companies may or may not conceive, and very quickly productize it, bring it to market. Any country that wants to get into that top tier of the first 5 top world economies, they have to have this ammunition of startups. India has realized that Prime Minister Modi ji has a lot of emphasis on startups. And I have been watching China for a long time as we had a lot of market share were also there. We had headquarters also there at some point. So the way China has become number 2 economy in the world is through startups. There are hundreds of thousands of startups started every year. Dr. Mara earlier spoke about how do we give employment to million people, and a lot of us were very enthusiastic about it. Think about 100,000 startups starting, or even 10,000 startups, and each employing 100 people. That's the only way to scale this up. If we, I mean, coming from India, if traditionally we think that okay, we'll get good education and then we'll get a good job somewhere and we'll stick to it for 25 years. That has to change. That has to change for startup. Startup is a risk-taking environment. And here, one of the reasons Silicon Valley has succeeded is even failures are considered to be success over here. So in India, that has to change. And hopefully that will change in the next 5 to 10 years. But when that happens, then actually more people are incentivized to go to startup. Any questions on this so far? I'm going to spend a few minutes in terms of how GMG is helping all the entrepreneurs around the world, Marathi entrepreneurs around the world. But so far, any questions on the startup discussion? Okay, so let me dive down into this one. So we have this what we call as accelerator cohorts. So each cohort is a number of participants. When we decide to start a new cohort, we advertise that on LinkedIn, social media, everywhere, saying GMD is starting this particular cohort session, and we ask the applicants to send information about their startup companies. Typically, hundreds of companies apply, hundreds of entrepreneurs apply to these startups, and we go through a very rigorous screening process. That rigorous screening process looks at whether the companies have a POC, whether they have MVP, whether they have raised some funds. Those funds being, they could be, okay, but ideally hope not bootstrapped, but at least some grants. In India, these days, a lot of grants are available. So we look at whether they have received some funding, because by that time, they understand how hard it is. People who just come up with ideas and approach us, we don't usually admit them to these cohort sessions. So we want them to have gone through this process, have to have some team. We usually ask not a single founder, but having some team around that. So that's the minimum criteria to get into these cohort sessions. Then we have put together this 16 weeks of very structured program. And that program, every week we conduct one session. We assign 2 mentors to every startup that is admitted to the program. On this platform, GNP platform, we have 120 mentors. This is really huge, and credit to the organization that Anji has built, and thanks to all the volunteers, mentors who have helped this. We have been running this for 5 years now. And these mentors are all over the world. They are subject matter experts in their field. Most of them are entrepreneurs themselves. So they know hard way what it means. And they come and talk to these entrepreneurs. And this is all in a way to give back to society. When we talk about these 25 years and all that, it's not about boasting ourselves, and IPOs is not about boasting our experience and so on. It's about how do you take something which is just an idea, how do you go through that struggle, and how do you take company to that level? So through this program, we are hoping that some of these startups eventually become billion dollar value startup. And we are seeing already results of that. In startups, it's not easy to see success within a year or 2 years. It takes 5 to 10 years to say that, oh, your startups have gone to exit level. But we are already seeing efforts coming to fruition. One of our startups, Nadi Tarangini, also attracted almost a $500,000 investment. But Prime Minister Modi ji mentioned about this startup in one of his speeches. So when we see that, then we feel not just proud, but all the mentors on the platform, they feel rewarded. Many of these startups have become our families. They come to us, they visit us with their families. When we go to India, they come and meet with us. So it is an extended family, Garje Marathi family, entrepreneurship family that is there, that exists in every country now today. If I go visit any country, there is at least some entrepreneurs over there, some Garje Marathi community over there that is benefited from this one. And this program goes on for 16 to 18 weeks, but after that we have what we call as a demo day for them, because every company is interested in raising funds, and we train them to put together these business pitches, and we also bring in investors onto that forum, so that there is this matchmaking, if you will, where these entrepreneurs are pitching, and this is a real life experience for them. But this is just a more friendly audience in terms of investors. And they could be angel investors, some of them are VCs also, early stage VCs. So through that, our companies have raised $6 million to the last 5 years. And some companies have gone, actually just yesterday there was a company which raised about 1.8 crore rupees, spring money. This was our first port, I believe, first port company. And through these rounds, they have been pitching, and they have been, of course, raising a small amount here and there. But this is the success story as well. To raise this level of money, that requires certain expertise, certain experience. And the mentors who are part of that company or mentoring, advising this company, they help them get into that point. Go to the next slide, please. So this is a kind of summary of, if you can go there. So we started for, now we have been going for five years almost. We had 170 companies which have gone through these programs so far. And we will have a program for this year, which will launch in sometime in late September. We will announce that. Garje Marathi announces that on LinkedIn, on other forums as well. And at that point, whoever wants to apply that, again, all over the world, we have our criteria. The criteria get published as well over there. And the mentors have been there, amazing mentors. Just raise your hand if you have been mentors. I know many of them are doing this, or you can stand up, please. Please give a big round of applause to all the mentors. Viraj was there too. Rupali was there, I think, in the house. So thank you to all these mentors. I mean, this is not a one-person thing. This is really a team effort, and all of these mentors have made it possible. These are the cohort modules. So just keep on clicking. So we talk about value proposition, all the things that are essential to business, all the foundations for a business. We go through each of these in every week, and we also bring in a specialist in this. Abhijit Husar is here somewhere. He talks about design thinking. He also teaches here at Stanford. We have another faculty, Sudhir Kade, who's from Australia, who teaches about marketing, sales, and so on. I talk about IP and all that. So many of these are very seasoned people who are talking about each of these. You can skip this one, just go to the next one. So in this audience, I know there are quite a few people who are associated with startups, and a few people who are associated with who want to start companies. But if you are on the other side, where you're in the professional world, all of us are professionals. And you might say, okay, I'm not starting a company, but I do have this expertise or this experience from my X number of years of working in industry. You can join as a mentor. So this innovation academy that Abhijit earlier spoke about, these are all essentially parallel things that are going on. The same set of mentors get involved in both places as well. And this is the commitment here is we do these 2 hours a week. So every Saturday US time. Just as I think somebody mentioned, we have to match all the time zones across the world. So for Australia and for East Coast US and West Coast US. So we have that's the commitment, and all of these mentors have been able to give that. So these are the four kind of pillars. If you have an idea, then you essentially are entrepreneur. If you want to go on that path, and if you need guidance, and believe me, most entrepreneurs, even I being here for such a long time, we all need mentors. The second thing is giving back. If you are a mentor, you can just approach us. We will put your name onto that one. Venture Catalyst is another effort that GMG started. Naresh, is Naresh here? Just having tea. So Naresh leads that effort. So what it is we pre-screen companies so that we are a bridge between taking these companies to the next level to the VCs that they can get funded. So this is the forum that Naresh and Sonali Sambus runs. And then ecosystem partnership, which is where many of you can participate, whichever companies you are part of. If you want to see a parallel or some association where you can give internship to the students that Rupali earlier spoke about. There are many students in the need of internship or learning something on-hand experience. So you can offer that, you can offer employments. These things are going to be harder and harder to get as you see the current environment. So anything that you can help within that network, we are not saying just bypass the rules or whatever of your organization, but to the extent that you can help out on these one, please do that, and you could become part of that ecosystem as well. So that's the path that we are taking. Anything that you can help on, just approach any one of us. I'm a GMG board member, proud GMG board member, and we are doing our part. I would look forward to having you over there as well.
Ask you.
Sure, yeah.
It's a, okay, please go ahead. I have a question. Okay, sorry, I have a question or I want information. It's not premeditated, it's not something that we see on the video. We have, see, we are trying to reach out to the interiors of Maharashtra, where what you have explained right now, you are doing it for certain people who are at certain level. So are you planning to do something under the Garje Marathi Innovation Academy to promote entrepreneurship or to get these people knowledge about how to go into startup systems? Have you thought of that?
Very good question, and a segue to kind of a lot of things that we are doing, including the Innovation Academy. Many of the presentations that we give, also as part of these cohorts, we are going to make those public. So for example, I have spoken a number of times on different platforms using at one time BMM has also been connect and so on. So I also spoken on that platform about how do you file patents. So that kind of information need in India, I think it's a need of the hour to have that innovation, filing patents and so on. So getting this information is very important, and by making it available freely, it could be on GMG's website. Some of that is also already on YouTube. So this can go to second, third tier cities as well. I actually grew up in Aurangabad, which is, we can call it second tier, not Pune and Bombay. But I have seen that information reaches there. Actually, last time when I was in India, the engineering college at Aurangabad, the regional engineering college, invited me to give a presentation like this to talk to all the students and faculty. So the information we reaching there, we are making it available. I hope people are able to make use of that. There was an interview that Sam TV did, and that interview is also available on YouTube. So, and that's also watched by thousands of people. And there were questions related to startups. So, again, feel free to watch that.
One question, so this program, I believe, for somebody who maybe has idea and started in that direction already. Do we have any program which is like aspiring students who want to be entrepreneurs? Don't know how. And this is very early stage for them in life, which is like they have nothing to lose, which is the best time for them. So do we have any program where, because I'm very happy to see such a young crowd today attending this event. So who can get into that, enroll into that?
That's a good question. I hope everybody was able to hear that question. The question was for the budding entrepreneurs, students, whether there's anything that we are doing in order to give them this information. There are two, three things that we are doing. We are holding events like the hackathon, which is going on upstairs. So last year, exactly at the same place, we had hackathon event. And in these events, don't look it at just a hackathon event, because also in that same event, we also had speeches just like we have today. And the speeches are really meant for that audience at that point. That's the reason when I start my presentation, I always want to know what is that the audience is looking for. So in that, it was mostly all students. And we talk about how do you take idea. For example, just to sort of take it one more step forward, hackathon is a way we give a problem statement and the student community, whoever is participating in the team, they come up with and they code that within 8 hours, 10 hours, amazing thing. Then the question is, they after that is done, they say, okay, how do I take it? I want to make this company. And most of them have these aspirations. So that we talk about that in those events. We will think about when is anything structured.
Really nice to have something one step before you reach here. So that, because that demographics, I think sometimes they are not even aware to do, right? What they can do or what possibly they are capable of doing. So this program can be the exposure for them to maybe just handhold them, walk them through what are your capabilities, if you have idea how to talk idea to this level. So
Excellent,
that would be
excellent.
amazing help.
Excellent suggestion. And I think some part of today's talk was really intended to go through that process. If there is a recording there, we'll take that pieces and we'll post it over there. Thank you. Yeah.
One question, you have so many patents, so can you share one story of your, one of the greatest problem which you like the most?
Okay, good. So, your first child, most of you here have kids, right? Your first child is the one that you remember the most. For number of reasons, it's a different experience, it's a different excitement and so on. So I always remember my first patent as well. And that also, it's not about again boasting or anything, but it's about what it takes to create the innovation, create something new. At that time, I worked for a large company, Philips Semiconductors, 20,000 people company. Philips Corporation was 400,000. Philips Semiconductors was a part of it. And I was just an engineer, but a project leader at that point. We were working on hard disk drives for the world's biggest customers being Seagate at that point. So we did a lot of work for Seagate and Quantum. And all of us in even today have hard disk drives in the computers. And there are servers that again, most of us use. There are also hard disk drives in servers. Philips was had 60% market share in the disk drive industry at that point, the components that go into that. And I was leading a program which is the next generation. So at that point, the hard disk drives were 100 megabits per second speed, and we were working for 5 times higher than that, 500 megabits per second. Later on, we also worked on 1 gigabits per second. So we were working on that, and it was very hard. I mean, of course, you have to increase the speed by 5 times. It doesn't happen like that. Otherwise, everybody would have done that. There were 10 other competitors in that industry, by the way. So I worked on it like as usual. All of us are good professionals, and we spend our sweat and effort on that. So I did fine. I went to the customer. I had customer meeting, and I told them, yeah, we can deliver this and so on. And then I came back from the trip, customer trip, and then I was just doing the refining touches and seeing kind of you try to break the system and see if there is any issue there. And indeed, there was an issue. So the hard disk drives are these heads, and they can be connected one way or the other, and there are complex models and so on. And in one particular situation, it wasn't working at all. So that night, because I discovered it at 8 o'clock. I still remember this moment by moment. 8 o'clock at night, I was still at work, and I discovered that, and I mean, I just went to customer a week ago and just told them that I can deliver this, and now this is not going to work. So I had two options: either go back to customer and say, sorry, we cannot deliver that, we'll deliver this, or try to find something. That night, I just called back my wife. I said, I'm going to be late at work. And then until at midnight, I still remember, at midnight, idea came. And I was excited. I mean, anytime idea comes, all these 75 patterns, anytime idea comes, there is kind of inside, it is, that is it. But then you have to prove it, right? So 12 o'clock at night, I knew this is going to work. But then who do I talk to at 12 o'clock? We used to have groups because Philips is an international company, we had a group in Paris and we had a group in Netherlands. So it was already morning in Netherlands, so I called my peer over there and said, okay, this is what I think will solve our problem. And he said, yeah, that will solve the problem. And then later on, that went into that product. I went to this customer, same customer later on with the actual silicon, and I saw him jumping from his chair when I gave him a demo of that one. So that's the moment. That was my first patent, this 99. Thank you. Okay, any last questions? Yeah.
So, first of all, I would like to appreciate the help that you are getting from GMT. It's been 3 years now in the part of GMT. I recently started my company. I think most of the inspiration I got as from GMT. Now, coming to question, we are building a B2B product. I started my company just 2 months ago. We have done market research and we are building MPT. I have a specific question, the customer validation part. So currently we have 2 customers. It's B2B. We cannot really go to 100 customers. So both the customers are based out of India. So I'm drawing an inspiration from Dr. Marshall that we have to build a product that is scalable and we can take into Indian market. But there is a different perspective that I'm hearing that you won't get kind of good returns if you invest your time and effort in Indian market. So what should be a strategy as a new entrepreneur getting into this space?
Okay, good question. So I'll just give you a short answer just because of time here. So we call something beachhead market, which is market that is accessible to you. And you have product, you have talked to the customers, so those are receptive and they pay you certain money. And it may or may not be huge in terms of the profit margins and all so on. But go ahead, every company has to find this beachhead market where they can launch it. We call it alpha customers, whatever. So that way you prove that, and these customers are there to provide references for you when you approach bigger customers. So don't lose them, deliver it to them. And at that point, with that success story, you approach now other customers. So bigger customers, US market, any other markets do require those kind of references and proof that you have delivered.
Okay.
Any other last questions? Yes.
I come from Pune, so I think I've heard a event that happened in January, and I coincidentally happened to be here to kind of have my company activities being done, and I saw this event and registered. Is there a business network that we run? Because that is what is essentially what. So if you do a cohort, if you do companies, you scale them, whatever happens later. What happens next? How does the ecosystem work? How does it scale up? Because unless there is activity and partnerships in that network or ecosystem, as we call it, how will it work? So do we have something like that?
Yes. So that's a good question. We have networks everywhere. That's again thanks to GMG. Again, GMG is one platform where there are networks. It doesn't limit you to go to other platforms as well, but it kind of gives you idea that you have to at least get involved in this number of platforms, which are ecosystem for yourself. Here in Silicon Valley, Jay, where is Jay? Yeah, Jay actually runs a group here. So he organizes meetings here in Fremont. You can join those. At Pune, we have an office. Garje Marathi has an office, and Madhav Dapke and Vijay Tarale organize events over there. So get in touch with them, and you can join there as well.
And the event really appreciate it. I think there were like 3,000-4,000 people in the orbit Palibadi.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So I'm just out of my time, but please feel to talk to me later in the day as well. And if you have any questions, but if you want to be a mentor or if you want to be an entrepreneur who wants to join the next cohort, just watch out for the announcements. And for mentors, you can just register using one of these, or you can just email it to me or connect with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhandari, for that insightful and inspiring session. Your journey from idea to impact truly illuminates the path for aspiring entrepreneurs in our community. The practical wisdom and all the strategies that you shared will undoubtedly empower many to take their first bold steps and navigate the exciting yet very challenging startup world with confidence. In today's fast-paced tech landscape, the ability to rapidly develop and deploy AI solutions is paramount. But how do you transform an innovative idea into a fully operational AI system in record time? What tools, strategies, and mindsets are essential to navigate the complexities of cloud infrastructure and machine learning workflows? This session is your gateway to understanding the seamless integration of AI and cloud technologies, enabling you to move from zero to production in mere weeks. Whether you're a developer, a data scientist, or a tech enthusiast, this talk will equip you with the knowledge to accelerate your AI projects and bring them to life with efficiency and scalability. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abhi Karode, a visionary leader with more than 20 years of experience driving cloud and AI-powered digital transformation. Mr. Karode specializes in cloud architecture, AI/ML, and scaling innovation to help organizations accelerate time to market and deliver impactful AI solutions. Co-leading this session is Mr. Jay Kulkarni, co-founder and CEO of NetServe, which was recently acquired by Groove AI. With over 20 years of experience in cloud, security, and networking, Mr. Kulkarni excels at designing robust IT infrastructures that enable scalable AI deployments and has guided numerous organizations through successful digital transformations. Let us welcome Mr. Abhi Karode and Mr. Jay Kulkarni to talk about cloud in the era of AI.
While we are waiting for the setup, just want to ask simple question. How many of you believe that cloud is playing, believe that cloud played a one of the fundamental role in AI innovation? Oh, great. Yeah, definitely we are seeing that Amazon, GCP, and especially with their agentic platform, they are playing a key role as we speak. The other question, just to gauge the audience, how many of you are, as a student, as a professional, or even as an entrepreneur, are involved in cloud technologies? Oh, that's a great lot of percentage. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, actually. Good try. Yep. Technical challenges. Okay, so I think first of all, before we dive into the detail, I would like to thank GMG for creating this innovation academy platform. And cloud is one of the domain we have in there. I would like to also thanks and congratulations, congrats all the organizations, organizers, volunteers, as well as the supporters like you
So please join me giving a big round of applause to all of. So we'll talk about cloud, mainly the three things. We have Abhijit, Samir, he worked on this presentation. So the three things we are going to focus on: why cloud now, why it is important, why as a student, as a professional, as well as an entrepreneur, you should invest your time, energy into cloud. Second thing is what this program is about, what it will include and all that stuff. And then at the end, Abhijit has an amazing demo to sum up why the impact of cloud and AI together. So that is what we are going to cover today. And we know this is the last presentation before, the lunch and, this one, so we'll make sure, we finish it on time. All right. Okay, thank you, Abhijit. So I think as we discussed, we are going to cover that, so let's go to the next slide. So, okay, sorry. All right, so as you see here, why now? What you see from here, three things. The AI is growing exponentially. Second thing is that as some of the folks earlier said, that the cloud is still in a pilot phase. A lot of adoption is happening, but it is not full-fledged production. And the third thing is that more than half of the AI workloads are running in public cloud. So what it tells that there is a lot of demand now as well as going forward into the cloud. And that is what you're seeing here. There is a perfect storm, and lot of companies, they are spending, you name it, it is reflecting in a stock market. For example, you take Oracle, Google, Cisco, Nvidia, they are all-time high. So that is the reason you're seeing that, perfect storm, the growth is there, and it is perfect time to invest into cloud, because that is a foundation for your AI. Next slide, please. Now, we saw that, the adoption is happening, but why the companies are investing, the enterprise companies are investing? It could be healthcare, it could be financial companies. Why they are investing? So the top one reason for that is the ROI they are getting is the speed and agility. With the cloud and AI, they are developing the products very fast. So they are making time to market those products. So as you see here, traditionally developing and rolling out the application, it used to take years. It used to take a lot of upfront investment, building the infrastructure and all the stuff. But what cloud with AI is allowing you to do is that without much upfront investment, you can roll out and reach out to millions of customers and users in weeks instead of years. So that is a number one advantage enterprises are getting, and that's why they are spending a lot of money on AI and cloud. So next slide, please. So we saw that why the growth is happening and why the enterprises are investing so much money. Now, what is in for us as a student or as a professional? Why it is important? So this is the perfect time, because you will see that there is already a lot of growth in the cloud jobs. Here are some of this different skill set, and you can see there is a 30+% of growth from last 2 years, especially in DevOps, MLOps, cloud security, SRE, and different cloud provider expertise. The other thing is that as the cloud is, and what we are saying is that going to AI, the cloud is the best way, because a lot of the AI applications are riding on the cloud, so it is a better way to go into the AI. So this is a great ROI for students as well as professional people to invest into latest things into the cloud, and that will reflect in their
career growth as well as, the learning. So to sum it up, the cloud is the foundation of AI. And as a student, as a professional, as a like entrepreneurs, it is very important to understand and build the skill set, especially some of the new things like how to optimize the AI workloads into the cloud, how to make the cloud security, make the AI secure, and the AI enabled DevOps tools. So those are some of the things that are very important. So let's learn together and uh, shape the future together with this learning. So thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. That was a nice start to our cloud discussion, but let's go back to the basics. Anybody want to take this question? What is cloud? Anybody? Oh, I have the answer. Maybe you like it. It's somebody else's computer, right? So, yes, that's the correct answer. But again, that's the answer for a joke. But we at GMG, and especially with the GMG Innovation Academy, we are taking this very seriously. Jay just explained the exponential rise of the cloud, the advent of AI, and now this classic perfect storm, right? We need hard skills. We have a lot of leaders out there talk about soft skills, definitely. But you need to have hard skills and move fast to this era. How do you do that? How can we help? So, based on wherever you are a new computer science graduate, you are a business major, you are a mid-career professional trying for a change, you're an entrepreneur who are trying to make your POC or take your POC to scale, you are in certain journey within your cohort of when you're talking to Bhandari and everything, you are at a certain level, you need some help. This academy will give you hard skills in that. We'll start as beginner. We already have some curated video playlist. Because if you go to the YouTube or any maybe even Coursera, you say, I want to learn cloud. It's going to be crazy. We have curated certain video playlists, we'll share with you, and they'll be continuously change because there is a lot of change coming. You'll pass this step by giving the certification. Again, if you want, we are not fan of certifications because they lag behind. But this is the fundamental thing, like a cloud practitioner would be one. And again, we are going to be agnostic from a cloud perspective, from an enablement perspective in the academy. But we'll start with AWS, and definitely there are mentors who are experts in Azure or GCP or even Oracle Cloud. So we welcome them to join our academy, and we can take it to corners of Maharashtra to enable people faster. And since it's online and offline, we will need both in US, India, and worldwide for that matter. Next, this is the core now. This is where we get serious. You have decided you want to do cloud, AI, everything. We come with a very prescriptive help and pointing back to the job demand, right? In my opinion, again, I would like to know opinions of experts over here. The definitions are changing now. So for example, you had DevOps, now you have MLOps, and probably change to something else. So what will change? We don't know. Definitely you have to also consider security, hard part, but we'll dive deep into it and very fast into it. Same thing with FinOps. So running the cloud, we have those entrepreneurs who have earned their money, they know. Like, you keep your credit card and before you know the month, the cloud bill is humongous, right? So we will train you with online and offline to how to tackle these hard problems, right? And this is, you have to be dedicated to this, right? And मला हे पण सांगायचं की महाराष्ट्रभर मिळते. This is scaling. That's why the online tool is there. And we will be having strong GMG cloud SMEs supporting you this phase. This is where the hard skills will begin. And you are at the end of the day, for success criteria, you can go for certifications. If you are doing Azure, you can do Azure certification, Google or anything, that's good. My opinion is they are a bit dated. So what really we want is a proper project you will do, a capstone project you will do. And that project will involve the track you are in. If you want to do all the tracks, welcome, but you can't cram all these tracks in 4 weeks. I mean, your brain can't. So you have to take probably 4+4 floor, and there are different capstone project for each track. And we will revisit this because what we are seeing in the industry right now is these roles are evolving. You need to know all three sometimes, right? When as somebody was saying the job market is hard, they want, the मराठीतले म्हणून विसरले अपुरशिंगी भावगिरी, right? What was that? Sorry, थोडं विसरलो with it. But that's how the employer market is right now. That hey, you have 12 years in ChatGPT, like So, but we want to create that next generation of ready people, right? And we are going to use heavily AI. This step, we are going to introduce to various toolings which are there, and which are also have that the tooling is evolving fast. I had a demo ready for you. Unfortunately, the demo gods are not favoring today, but maybe I'll try again at the end of things to show you what will equip you from a tooling perspective in this phase. Last and the best part of it, once you get the brand of your academy that you are a GMG Cloud advanced certified, your capsule project, and we'll take it from the industry, by the way. We'll give you projects which are from the industry, not like, hey, build a library system, right? I mean, 20 years back when I was doing computer science, library system, they demonstrate that was the thing. So not that, but serious things. Then Dr. Bhandari talked about, we have lots of like 150 mentors and everything. And already in the room, there are a lot of entrepreneurs. So a lot of people we can introduce you to, right? So it's a very systemic approach and within our network. And our brand will be, we will make sure that we'll have quality and not quantity in the beginning, and then we'll scale, definitely. We want to maintain the brand that this is different. This is not a Coursera course. Go ahead, Coursera and everything. I'm telling you, that's dated. That's not going to catch up. We will ensure that the curriculum stays updated and that bridge from campus to corporate and all those things as a hard skill, this will do it. Another approach. Now, definitely those jobs, DevOps, MLOps, FinOps, anything SREs, SRE managers and everything. But at the end of the day, you're building systems. You're building business systems, which go through a certain cycle: inception, construction, operation. And we're going to weave in AI. It's not just me, that's where a part of the industry is also going, and some of you experts might want to chime on it. In each of those steps, AI is getting woven, right? And there is tooling available now, which I'm going to demo it very shortly as a teaser. And if I get a chance, the full demo is on this laptop. You don't skip this thing, like whiteboarding. I know there's a whiteboarding hackathon going upstairs. But whiteboarding is going to take you to a POC at most, right? How do you take that POC to production? What are the other pillars? I mean, what are the other things you need to take care of? It should be well architected, right? It should globally scale. And that's not going to happen with your whiteboarding. So what we are going to do, we're going to introduce you to the AI workflows, how you will insert in each of these things. You're not going to skip the traditional SDLC or the software development lifecycle. We're going to start with all these things, the user stories, unit of work definitions, hone on it. Like, that's the part I think there was references Bhandari's talk about, is it going to work, right? That part of it. This is the part, the first part. You will stay there, obsess over it, and make sure you are passionate, you really understand what you're doing on that thing. Then comes a relatively easy part, and that's where you're going to use a heavy AI on that, the component design, application code, and then onwards. We're going to heavily take use of this AI tooling what we have. And many people of you are using code assistants and everything, but this is a more of a spec-driven development. We have the spec, we'll have the design, then we'll also use the tooling, including model control protocols and everything, MCPs, everything, to get specific help from specific cloud MCPs, right? And then deploy. Definitely the application code generation and each step of the way, it's not a click button while. There is a lot of human intervention, and we're going to make sure that you learn that muscle to go through a AI-driven SDLC lifecycle. Okay. So yeah, we go all the way. Yeah, back. Yeah. So this is, in summary, this is what I talked about. Requirements first. I know people they have agile, agile gurus over here, but still, you are to hone on the requirements. You will stay there. You're going to use AI for that, but you're going to stay there for a lot of time. You're going to validate what it is. Exit criteria question. This is going to go very detailed based on the idea. Architecture second, we'll go to system component basis. This is where we use the cloud MCP servers, right? For example, AWS. AWS has already, Azure also the same thing. AWS literally has tens, if not hundreds, of official model context protocol or MCP servers, which you can plug in to your AI assistants and make sure that your design meets the best practices. For example, well architected, and you have all those things, pillars, kind of checkbox and everything. So nothing, no shortcuts, but move fast, right? So this is what the market is today going to ask for. It's not or, it's and. You have to move fast and you have to scale, you have to be secure, you have to be sustainable. All those pillars at one time. Implementation third, that's the easy part. Generate. Had a question? Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely, we'll deliver by 5 p.m. Yeah, so that's a good idea, fantastic. And we can do that. Actually, there's a lot of content Dhanukaka has, and we can make that happen. Yeah. And even we can have, I think the idea was there for a chatbot to be exposed, so we can implement that. And that can be a project, a capstone project for somebody. Yeah. Good, thank you. Monitoring observability. So this is the boring part. I mean, those who first spent cloud in like last decade. The last part is the boring part, but that's the most money making part. You know, all the crowd strikes and all the what was the which sold for how many $1 billion to, you know, that's where the money is, by the way. So the observability should not be a day two thing. It's a day one thing. In our AI workflow, in a spec driven development, we're going to make sure that we take care of this too. And this is the hard skill we want to enable in our academy. Okay, so yeah, it's here. So this is again, I have a demo, I have a small recording, which will give you a glimpse. And if I can switch it, I can switch it at the end. But I've chosen this tool right now, it's Amazon or AWS Hero. It's a spec-driven agentic development tool, recently came out. But I'm not like particularly hung up on that. The model of the approach we have, that's important. And I'm seeing this spec-driven development picked up by other also code AI assistants. So that's a given, that's going to happen. But today we're going to quickly see a demo of this. Yeah, okay. This one. Click. Yeah. Can you play that? Okay. So can you pause? Okay, it's going fast. Okay, let's stay safe. So this is the agentic IDE, for example, right? So if you see over here, on the top side, 1, 2, and 3, on the top over there, you started with requirements. This is something I've done already. I'm doing already. I'm building a retirement planning system, right? So I started with a prompt that I want to build a retirement planning and analysis system with world-class or state-of-the-art interactions, and also a recommendation engine which will recommend analyze the portfolio and recommend how I can what needs to be done to do. Now, what the tool did, of course, if you those who are in code AIs and everything, Cloud Sonnet 4 is one of the very good tooling and very good LLM to use for any kind of code development as of now. We should not get hung up with all these things. They are going to change every week. We'll use the latest. So that whole prompt gave me all the requirements. It splashed all the requirements in a requirements markdown file, and then I can hone on it. I can talk to experts. I can talk to if I'm talking to any of my future customers, as we're talking about B2C and B2B model, we can do that and come back and change that. Then the spec-driven development can play. Even that's okay, we can play. So the requirements, as you can see, all the requirements pop up, right? Acceptance criteria, you know, everything. I was doing a bit technical project over here. Acceptance criteria, you can basically, this is generated by AI, but you can go there and change that in whatever you want, and spend a lot of time on there. Right? Keep playing, yeah. Then we go to the design part, and you see, you can pause it, yeah. As you can see here, a bit back. That was a bit back, thank you, pause. As you can see, I was talking about that, it's observability, monitoring is not day two, it's day one. So while creating the design, and I've used a lot of MCP servers, I'm going to show you the MCP servers, you create in the design itself, the building blocks or the components for security and observability, everything, okay? And then, once you make sure that, all the pillars are covered, and of course your code and all your other building blocks, Lego blocks of your application, you can ask the AI to now go and generate task list. So go ahead and create detailed task list. For example, for this project, I believe I have like 25 tasks. I don't want to say like, go and build me and tomorrow morning, that white coding part, that's not for production. We know that we have to intervene, and if those are built systems, they know there's a lot of nuances in it. So each task, you can do that. One part I forgot to mention, for all these things, there is also going to be a steering area, steering. So you can put steering documents. What is the overarching thing? For example, those who are familiar, you'll see, I'll say I want everything test-driven development. I want to use Terraform. I want all these things to use specific MCP servers, otherwise don't use it. I want to adhere to some business principles, right? You can keep those steering documents, and the AI knows when to use that. So we're going to make use of these smart AI toolings to move fast. And that's where the 4 weeks come in. That's how you move fast. Next. Oh, there is one more slide, I think. Okay. So that's what I had to talk today, and now I can take questions. And please register. That's the QR link, the common QR link. But we'd like to know more from you. This cohort will basically drive what this GMG Cloud Academy will do next. Thank you. I can take questions if there are.
What was the tool ID?
Yeah, so I know. So the tool was Amazon's Kiro, K-I-R-O.
Hero.
Yeah. Can you try to connect? Let's see if it works.
It's similar to Cursor AI.
Yeah. So all these tools, and you might have seen, like, it's a crowded space now. They're all from VS Code, they kind of fork and they do a lot of things. I'm not interested much in, like, what LLM is and everything, or what tool it is. It's more of the approach. And that's where the academy is going to focus on, because technology, the tools, the LLMs are going to go, north. But what sticks is the approach, and whatever we have learned so far in software development is not throwaway. Human intervention, we all know, is needed until AGI takes over there. So, yeah, go ahead.
Basic, professional and advanced.
Oh.
So it has to go like, someone has to register, they have to register for basic and then they go, or they can directly go to professional.
Yes, we are working on the exact mechanics on how this will flow in the academy. But we just, as Ganuka was saying, we are just presenting what our idea is. That's you'll register, you will self-paced, go in the beginners thing, you'll certify yourself as a practitioner. I heavily recommend that, and we can keep as a gatekeeping for advanced. Yes, you can answer the question?
Yes, I have a quick question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So the beginner जो आहे module आहे ते ज्यांना फक्त मराठी शिकता येतं त्यांच्यासाठी पण आहे का? It's all in English.
आता English मध्ये पण, that's a very good suggestion. We will try. We'll use the AI to translate that. So, but again, if Atul Kulkarni is in the house, I have a comment. It's not, but sorry. Right.
So my question is, I know you're having cohorts of students, but do you have and set mentors? So are there companies that can use these skills that can then help incubation for, Mr. Bhandari talked about, you want to start an idea. So
Yeah.
is that linked at all?
Absolutely. That makes our GMT platform unique. We are not a training institute. We are not an entrepreneurial institute. We are all of it. Education, engineering, and entrepreneurship. I mean, again, I'm skipping to MAHI or Maharashtra's accelerator organization, which is a sub-organization under GMG. But we do education, we do engineering, and we do entrepreneurship. I mean, that's our North Star. I think that's the MCP server somebody was talking about. That's a question to the MCP server, and we should make that information accessible at fingertips in Marathi also. So I think there is a lot of feedback, and we in the core, we have to work hard to really to take those points. But that's great. I think, yeah, that's all right. But yes, we do have the connectivity. Now, is it foolproof? Not yet. But will it be? That's what we want to do. Yeah, go ahead.
Will be the typical size of the first cohort.
TBD. Yeah. So we want to automate because we want to scale to Maharashtra, right? I mean, as Khadilkar was saying, Ramesh Khadilkar was saying, tier 2, tier 3 cities, and Marathis of the translation and everything. I think the hard part. We want to automate as much as possible, and maybe the concept of building that MCP tool for even these steps could be a better investment. But yes, TBD, the real answer is TBD.
Question is, I think intermediate or advanced, I forgot. Is there a provision of private cloud that you teach? Because that's something which comes up a lot. I worked in a tech setup where you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I used to work for I don't want to name the bank or badmouth the bank, but East Coast Investment Bank, and they had the concept of private cloud, which I think is not needed in today's day and age. Like, but yes, we can, if we have enough interest, that's why the QR code, fill that form. If we see interest, it's a market driven thing. Again, JFJ, I mean, let the seniors talk about it. But we are going to, whatever our community wants, we'll build. We'll.
Second question is,
Yeah.
how about scaling it in Maharashtra?
Yes.
The plan of.
We would look for mentors on the ground. We have some connections, but again, if you have somebody, definitely. So I think AWS myself, I'm okay, but I have some connections in Pune and I'm Pune. मी पुणेकर आहे त्यामुळे मला कनेक्शन आहे तिकडं. पण GCP, Azure असे असतील तर we definitely want them. Please reach out to us and put the QR code and we can definitely connect with you. Yeah. But private cloud is a good question. If we see a sizable thing, yes.
I was talking more from a conceptual basis.
Yeah. In fact, that will be covered in your first video list. I'll put for a private cloud. Fair enough.
Private cloud, especially healthcare and all this stuff, AI computing is very important. It is picking up, so something interesting there, we will try to improve that.
The demo gods, thank you. You're hired. So take us म्हणलं की wire touch करू नको कुठे. Okay, so I have a prompt and let's see if the second demo god is happy. Okay, so I'm going to Kiro and I'm asking it a question.
Can you please read the process?
Yeah, sorry. I'll read while it runs because it won't take round trip. Probably to some data center. Okay, it's working. So it says build a state-of-the-art retirement planning platform which can comprehensively analyze current portfolio and suggest improvements to achieve retirement goals. I'm a bit far from retirement, but if I get the money, I'll retire and use the platform. Yeah. So now, see, this tool is building the spec, right? And let it work on it. Meanwhile, I'll quickly see it. Oh, it did. Wow. The movers are really happy. Okay, so what it did, it really created a spec for me. Those who are financial experts, please stand up and we'll probably talk about it. It used this is Claude Sonnet 4. If it's a better model, it'll do a better job, probably Grok or somebody based on who likes which. So it built out a nice requirement spec. Any problem, prompt, spec. Now this is where the human intervention comes in. Go again, obsess over this. Focus on the acceptance criteria, see if it is correct. Numbering is correct or not. If you put certain requirements ahead or down, do that. And this is where your expertise comes in, that what you don't do. Let's say everything is fine, hunky-dory, then I'll say, hold on, I want to go to design, saying that, should I go design, move to design phase? It's like, this is the LLM part. It's like, hurry, let's build it up, let's do it. Like, hold on, no. I want you to use MCP servers. Which MCP servers? Cloud MCP servers. Which cloud, in this case AWS, but we are agnostic. You can basically plug in any MCP and do that. So we'll say, okay, you know what? I want you to use the documentation for AWS. Make sure that the best practices are there and everything. There's also Terraform, and those who know IAC or infrastructure as code, Terraform is one of the cloud agnostic way you can build infrastructure in a systemic way. Okay, so let me see if I can give it first grade. Make sure I can use AWS MCP servers and Terraform in design phase. And go. So add, and we can say add this to steering dock. So there is a place for steering docks, which is right over here. Okay, I can generate them, but it will be do a lot of basic stuff. You can steer them. And then it's right now it's going to work. I'll say move to design phase. Now I'll start working on the design, and it will do a very exhaustive job. See, it's calling the MCP server prompt understanding from AWS. Okay, I did calling MCP tool. Okay, so I told it it's doing it. So those of you who don't know MCP or model protocol, there is a session after lunch. So be prepared. There is a hands-on AI. I think Salil, you are doing that. So you'll talk about model protocol in detail. It's a tooling. In short, it's a tooling. It's like a USB-C port, a tooling provided to the AI. So you see there are multiple calls being given, and now it's creating the design. Same thing what we talked about. I was going to show design everything. I think by now you got the idea of where we are going. Let me just quickly show you another project which I've already started, and if it is there, yeah. So this is an exhaustive project. I am on step. They created design, right? It also created me some design diagrams also, right? Again using tooling. I'm not going to spend time on that right now. But it created an exhaustive task list. This is a different program, different project, but same concept. It created all the task lists after design, and then you can again, as you can expect, those who have worked with tools, there are a lot of defects and going on. Everything. You can retry them. You can introduce spec, go back, iterate, and everything. So let's do that for one of this thing and try to start that task. So you see 18 is completed here. I'll start the 19 task and go for the lunch break.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So that's how the whole Kiro thing works. Again, nothing hung up with Kiro, but this is where JMG Innovation Academy will bring in. Things are changing fast. We as experts will try to stay, and again, we all are experts here. We will build a platform which will be kind of timeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karode and Mr. Kulkarni, for that enlightening session on harnessing the power of cloud and AI to accelerate innovation. Your insights truly opened up new possibilities for all of us. I would now like to invite Mr. Anand Gazu to say a few words before we transition into the next section.
Thanks a lot, Oscar. We heard a lot of things. I just wanted to give you some overview. As we are forming this Garje Marathi Innovation Academy, we are actually creating an educational institution. We are creating a system. We requested Dr. Anurag to take a charge as vice president, vice chancellor, and he accepted that. He guides us in every way. We have created various field of management as well as academia. He guided us in many ways. We are creating various faculties. We are creating teams at various, like AWS we spoke about, or supply chain management, or whatever we have to do. We will have teams. We'll have people dedicated to take the responsibility. In Pune, we are creating an office. There will be a chief of staff there who will work directly under Anurag. And so, Right now, what we are doing, we are creating ourselves to be a truly an institution, corporate life we will be working. And that is what he is guiding us, Abhijit Khadilkar, Abhijit Thosar, all these are design people, they are also helping in this. So I wanted to share that, what is Garje Marathi Innovation Academy? We are going to make it an actual educational institution, which will have students will be giving certification, but more than certification, we will be giving them actually industry problems, connecting them with the world, that is. I would like to say thanks to few people because after this we'll go for lunch and maybe some people may not be there. First and foremost, I would invite Veera and she is the one who made it possible for us to be here. She was here actually very, she is doing masters in environment engineering. And she was there every time when I came here, she was there to guide us. She today came and opened this for us. And if I can mention, she was rushing and she fell down, but still she came in. So,
Yeah, hi everyone. So basically, I'm here representing Stanford India Policy and Economics Club, and again, our mentor is one and only Professor Anurag Baral sir. So it's actually like all our leaders, we are all students, obviously, we are multitasking. Our leaders, one's in who's leading the president is in Bangalore, India, and one more he'll be flying back from South Korea. So we are all multitasking and still taking this. Because we know the importance, and as we started even in the start, how important it is as students as well to actually take charge and participate in these discussions and dialogues to, elevate and escalate the US-India relations, especially in times like this. And I have just been a member, and this is my first one to take in charge of, and I knew nothing, and he has also been amazing always. Like if the sound is not working, he's like, it's okay, it's okay. So so as a student, I would only say platforms like this will like help us so much. It's like just last week we also met with the IT minister again, and currently now, right now we'll again be going to meet with officials coming from government of Karnataka. It gave us to meet with people like Smriti Irani ji, Nirmala Sitaraman. So I never expected being a young girl or small girl from Bangalore, and it's all making possible. And right now here also we have a lot of people from all across the spectrum of innovations, entrepreneurs, business policymakers. So, and our keynote event is also Stanford India Policy and Economics Club conference that happens in April. This time also we had amazing people like Annamalai, even Jai Sai Deepak, and all the amazing people come. Not just that, even people from business, sustainability, all walks of life. So that's what we do, and we do it because it's possible through amazing mentorship, students, and all the people that support us. Thank you.
and those who have been working with Garje Marathi, they would be knowing that we try to keep ourselves very focused, and sometimes because of that, we isolate ourselves. And why we need a mentor? When we were doing all this, Anurag said, Anand, there is going to be a blind women's cricket team. You must see that they get due respect, they get the platform. Same way there is American Cancer Society, two young girls are there. So again, he told me, Anand, it's okay, all said and done. You want to do something for entrepreneurship, this and that, but you must get connected with these people. Garje Marathi must get connected with these people. So I'll invite you to say a few words about American Cancer Society, which they want to share with you. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're here for American Cancer Societies from Mountain House High School. We're fundraising for childhood cancer research and awareness. First of all, thank you so much for having us here. We're thankful for having the opportunity to be part of such a wonderful community. So we're here to support childhood cancer, but After seeing such a supportive and collective community, we can't imagine how much support we would gain for us to accomplish our ultimate goal, which is ending childhood cancer at all for once. If you didn't know, 1 in 5 children who are diagnosed with cancer do not survive. That is 20% of children who are diagnosed with cancer. If there are about 100 of you, and if we could have like a $5 donation, we could raise $500 today for childhood cancer. And I would also like to explain some exciting news that happened recently. On July 28th, our governor signed a new assembly bill, which is called AB 703. This bill will allow you to allocate a certain amount of your taxes voluntarily and send them to childhood cancer funding. So just make sure you tick that box on your state tax forms, and we would be able to fund for childhood cancer support.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Real noble for us. And at a young age, they are getting connected with the thing which is really admirable. We do get support.
You can tell them that these are sitting here, so anyone wants to donate,
Yeah, okay.
they're all sitting there.
Whatever he said. So, moving ahead, last time when we had our offsite, ICICI Bank supported us. Today, their 2 representatives are there, so I request them to just stand up. And if anybody wants to have any information about ICICI Bank, we are not in executive fundraising, but it's better to stay connected with the primary, such a prime bank. So I said, okay, you should join. If you want to say a few words, you can say please. Keep it short if you don't mind. People are hungry.
Thank you. So I'm Rahul, part of ICICI California. My colleague Nishant is also here. So some of you might be knowing we have our representative office in Sunnyvale, California, and currently we are the only Indian private sector bank which has presence in USA. We have a branch in New York, California, and a representative office in California and Texas. So how we are different from other banks, Indian banks in US, is that our focus is primarily on the NRI diaspora. And for their banking, with respect to their bank service, only in India, not here. We don't open any account in US. And I'll broadly put what are the services we do here. One is that NRI services, which range from activating your dormant account to assisting you with opening NRI account in India. And second thing is money remittances for both individual and also for the businesses. So we have a platform called Money to India, which it's a bank agnostic platform. You can send money from any bank in US to any bank in India. Third, if you are buying property in India, we can assist you with a home loan. All the paperwork and everything can be done from here. You don't have to visit India further. So these are the 3 things we broadly do here. We can we'll present for the rest of the event, and we'll also leave some of our cards here. You can get in touch with us here or later through our contacts. Thank you very much.
In the beginning, Abhijit asked who, sorry.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, please go.
There are a lot of resources available in Marathi network. So can you create a form where people can endorse their resources? It could be space available. Sometimes it could be free. Sometimes it could be at discount to GMT. Sometimes it could be entire engineering team with excess capacity. Like I have a team, 100 people team with some excess capacity that they can devote to some of the initiatives. Some people have money to offer. Some people have connections to offer. So if you could make a resource registry of kind, that could be a very big contribution.
Great. That is how it works. No, he will do it. Anyway, we in the beginning, Abhijit said who has come from outside San Francisco and who has come from 100 miles away, and isn't that there is two Salil Kadam and Shama Keskar who are there. They have come all the way from Seattle. They are going to lead our AI initiative. And from there only you can introduce to us to your mentor, who is going to mentor all of us also. You can speak loudly from. Yeah.
So this is Siddharth. He was my former boss from Amazon. And he was with Amazon since Amazon releasing this. He has literally worked at with Jeff Bezos and his different directs. He's been the prime force behind many of the Amazon's products like Prime, Just for Technology, various physical stores. Very humble, very down to earth person. He left Amazon recently and now he is in entrepreneurship, angel advisor, startup advisor. He himself has a startup that he's launched. So, tell you how to introduce.
First of all, I want to say for my team, and definitely, someone is upselling a lot of things. At the end of the day, we are all with, as well as the model, something that's really good. And learning about this platform, that we all are connected. I just feel terribly excited and invigorate and engaged that we can actually make it. The end of the day, I'm still, that same boy from Bombay who had aspirations, just to kind of make it big, and make it happen. And I'm just glad that after 25 years, there is a platform like this that allows me to contribute back to me. So I just very humbly I just say thank you. I really look forward to how I can immediately.
Thank you very much, Shama. And next I would request Sunil Ganu, my namesake person, but he is much bigger network person. Sunil has been very gracious. He connected with me lot of big people through his network, who can help us. And Sunil is here with Sandeep Panera. Is he around? Yes, sir. So we have one more mentor and one more investor and one more guide in our Garje Marathi network. So please over to you, Sandeep ji.
पहिले तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना धन्यवाद आणि आभारी आहोत इकडे आलो आणि सुनीलला सुनीलने मला अक्षरशः घेऊन आणलं इथे पण ऍक्च्युअली सकाळी जेव्हा फोन केला तेव्हा सुनील म्हणाला तू पोहोचला तर मी अजून आलो नाही सुनीलला पण सांगायचं मुद्दा असं आहे की मी दोन गोष्टींमध्ये मला इंटरेस्ट आहे. एक म्हणजे की मी ऍग्रीटेक मध्ये इंटरेस्टेड आहे, स्वतः फूड एंटरप्रेनर आहे. आणि दुसरं ऍक्च्युअली सगळेच लोक एआय बद्दल बोलतात येईल, पण एआय फक्त टेक्नॉलॉजीसाठी नाही, एआय सगळ्यांसाठी आहे. हा मेसेज मला अजून किंवा हा तरी ते मला अजून ऐकायला आलं नाही. सगळे लोक एआय फायनान्शियल सर्व्हिससाठी आले आहे, अजून कुठल्या हेल्थ सर्व्हिसेससाठी आहे, पण एआय सगळ्यांसाठी आहे. हा सगळ्यात महत्वाचा आहे आणि ती गोष्ट आपण इथे घ्यायला पाहिजे. आपण टॉकिंग अबाउट गोइंग इनटू द थर्ड और फोर्थ इयर्स, but to go there, the message has to be coming from top pages of all. So हे मला सांगायचं होतं. आणि मेंटरशिप मध्ये काही करायचं असेल तर नाही आनंद आहे कुठे गोष्टी करायचं. I work with growth stage stuff, not necessarily with somebody who is, we heard about many places where people start from scratch to getting into the startup side. आणि ग्रोथ स्टेज मध्ये माझं हे आहे की बऱ्याच लोकांना एक 100-200 कस्टमरच्या नंतर काय करायचं ही स्टेज म्हणून खूपच असतं. आणि बरेच लोक तिथपर्यंत पोहोचतात, काही चांगलं असतं. पण you all know crossing the chasm is the most important part. That's where I kind of put my energy into not just starting it, but really accelerating with actually these kind of things. So it's a different phase of the startup, but it's more in a growth stage. So that's what I feel to be so well. So now I have बोलायचं असेल त्याच्याबद्दल
आपण लंच टाइम थोडासा ओव्हररन, पण ऍक्च्युली अजून लंच आलेलं नाही. बट ही शुड बी हिअर एनी टाइम, सो प्लीज बेअर विथ दॅट. आज आपल्याकडे आपण जेव्हा गर्जे मराठी 2016 साली चालू केली तेव्हा आपल्याला पहिल्यांदा मोठा सपोर्ट जो मिळाला होता तो चायना मधनं, शंघाय मधनं मिळालेला. आणि शंघायमधनं इतका मराठी कम्युनिटी इतकी स्ट्रॉंग आहे. आपल्याला अमित वायकर माहिती असते कदाचित, ते आपल्या प्रोग्रामला येतात. सो शंघायमधनं मला गर्जे मराठीला सपोर्ट मिळाला, तिकडनं चांगले हाय प्रोफाईल माणसं मिळाली आणि चालू झालं. त्यांच्यामध्ये एक अत्यंत यशस्वी असे प्रद्युम्न इंगळे होते, ते आले, ते त्यांचा मुलगा. सो प्रद्युम्न हेड्स Henkel in US, and he has been always supportive. His son is there, his wife is there. So Pradyumna, thank you very much for coming. And you can come here if you wish to, or you can say from there. Okay.
And there it's voice.
Okay.
Thank you, Anand. And great to be part of this wonderful forum. We are actually here on a vacation. So, and I came to know day before yesterday that this event is there. I came to know day before yesterday that we're actually traveling here. It was a last minute trip and we said, okay, let's join. So thank you for making us part of this. As Anand said, we were in China for almost 10 years, over 2 stints. If you look back in today, India's per capita income is around $2,600. In 2008, China had the same per capita income. In last 17, 18 years, they have tripled their per capita income and their GDP, pretty much, right? And the reason they are able to do that because they invested in innovation and high-tech innovations. And they had a platform already, they had the right infrastructure, they were a manufacturing giant. But since then, they have invested heavily. And Sanjay ji spoke about this, you spoke about the investments that they're making in the startup ecosystem. And I think we are seeing that in India now. And what Anandji saw the vision, we met in 2016, 17. I think we've gone today, it's great to see that we've gone from encouragement. We were trying to encourage that ecosystem then to enablement. The last 2-3 years, 3 years ago, we started the Innovation Academy, we started to train people. And I think today we have come a full circle to ecosystem. We've gone from just encouragement to enabling people to developing a full ecosystem to make that dream a reality for India. So big kudos to Anandji and thank you very much for making us all of this wonderful ceremony.
Deepa, Prahlad, and Ashwin Abhyankar are there. We all know Deepa. Deepa is a thought leader, but today she has a surprise for us. With her, we have Madam Mi Ling Feng. She is the one who actually is very close friend of Deepa. He is pioneer and founder of People-Centric Internet, and she works with Vinit Graf of Google. And basic concept of CRM is what she brought to this one. So please welcome Madam Neil. Thank you very much, Madam, for joining us. And she will be part of our mentor group also. She said that she is available there. She is local resident here. So thanks for coming. And Deepa, you are always there with us, and Ashwin is also there. So thank you very much. As we came here, a lot of people came. There's one Mr. Medekar who has offered to be mentor. There's Dr. Afle who said he will work with Dr. Arita Khan for biopharmaceuticals and for health tech. So, this is the purpose of why we are meeting here. I will take few minutes. I think food has come, but I'll take few minutes. We run one very important initiative called मी आणि माझा जिल्हा. सो आपण प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यामध्ये काय महाराष्ट्राच्या काय काम करू शकतो यासाठी सुद्धा तुम्ही प्रत्येकजण विचार करू शकता. त्या जिल्ह्याशी आपल्याला काय करता येईल ते सांगितलं तर अख्खी गर्जे मराठी कम्युनिटी त्या डिस्ट्रिक्ट मध्ये काम करायला तयार होईल. आणि लास्ट बट नॉट लिस्ट हे सगळं आपण होतं मी पुढे येतो पण पाठी गर्जे मराठीचा बोर्ड रिलेंटलेसली काम करत असतो. आय टेक ऍडवाइस फ्रॉम आवर बोर्ड एव्हरी टाइम. सो डॉक्टर संजय भंडारी, डॉक्टर अनिता कान, Mrs. Srita Ganu, Sandeep Pathiel, Lalit Shinde. So this is our board of directors, and I thank all of them to make this possible. That's all I wanted to say. Where is that word? Yeah, please. Because that's the more.
Thank you so much, Anandji. All right, everyone. It's now time for a very, very unique and extraordinary session. So far, we've been fully engaged with every moment, every speaker, and every little spark of inspiration today. And what's coming next is going to be a complete game changer. I'm about to introduce a session that's nothing like the others. It's hands-on, it's energizing, and it's the kind of experience that will leave you fulfilled on a completely new level. You guessed it, lunch.
If anybody wants to say something. You have 5, 10 minutes to identify.
Lunch is being delayed by a couple of minutes. So.
Anybody about their own initiative? How they can contribute? So we are waiting, while we are waiting for the food, this is a great opportunity to network. If anybody wants to come and have a mic for their own initiative, how they can contribute to Garje Marathi, please feel free. The mic is all yours. Thank you so much. Yeah. Please don't go out yet, the lunch is not there, so it will be great if you can stay inside and speak. I think I will call upon Ashwin, please Ashwin and Deepak. Ashwin and Deepak has been really the pioneers, तर मराठी बोलायला पाहिजे. Apologize. दोघे जण सगळे स्ट्रॉंग पिलर्स आहेत घरच्या मराठीसाठी त्यांनी सतत सहाय्य केलंय. I think we'll give a mic to
Hello, everybody. My name is Megan Fung, and I have been here with families since 1983. I am privileged to be a good friend of Dr. Prahalad, whose father, Professor C.K. Prahalad, is famous for the bottom pyramid.
Thank you so much.
I'm originally from Singapore. And the opportunity for the 21st century to be the Asian century is right here in front of us. Most of you know that MasterCard CEO Ajay Marathi has become the president of the World Bank. As he has become the president of the World Bank, there's a huge opportunity for digital because the success of MasterCard was really understanding what digital could do to transform MasterCard. Today, at the World Bank, he faces many obstacles, and that's why I'm here to grab the mic to say, what is the opportunity? At the World Bank, like many, many institutions, digital is still a new idea. Digital used to be part of the transportation department at the World Bank. I mean, it was underneath transportation. Ajay Marathi has brought digital up to the highest level of sectors. And this is a change in the last year. He has appointed a senior vice president for digital. This has also transformed all of the financial institutions in the world in terms of the multilateral development banks. Most importantly for us, the Asia Development Bank has just started the Office of the Digital Sector. Okay. What this means is that the financing at the infrastructure level, which is what these World Bank and the multilateral development banks are doing, are looking at the success of India. Each of you know what digital public infrastructure has done for India with Aadhaar, with UPI, with all these amazing things that have happened that has transformed lives in India. The opportunity for this academy to actually not just help small, medium enterprises have 4 to 5 employees, but to help show a completely different model of development is right here in front of us. So I was a keynote speaker at the Asian Development Bank's first meeting of the digital sector, which was just in June, 2 months ago. They are looking for how can we educate the people of Asia in order to take advantage of digital. So I want you to know that this is not just for you and your state and the people who speak your language, but you are pioneers in a huge digital journey. I was the protege of Douglas Engelbart. Engelbart is the father of human-computer interface. He's the inventor of the computer mouse. But what he believed was that collective intelligence is the most important thing. And what has happened with digital technology is we've gone to agentic single human intelligence, and we're not looking at collective intelligence. But DPI, digital public infrastructure, enables us to work together in ways which is very native to Asia. This is going to be the Asian century because we will show the world how people working together, supporting each other, looking after each other, can actually show the best way forward. I'll end with this. Every single one of us is here because of many thousands of generations that have sacrificed so that we could be here. And I want each of you to know that you are the ambassador to the future. How can we let down all the people, thousands of generations that have sacrificed so that we could be here? We have an obligation to speak up in this time when people are saying, I did everything all by myself and I'm going to be rich and I don't care about all of you. This is not okay. If we want civilization to be resilient, we have to do exactly what we're doing here. The Innovation Academy, how can we help each other? How can we help ourselves and our descendants? Thousands of generations into the future are dependent on our decisions in the next 10 years. And I'm never more serious than saying, we must not let them down. We cannot be the weak link in the chain of generations. Thank you.
So the food has arrived. So please take this time to go grab some food, network, meet new people, and we'll meet again in probably around half an hour.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. Recent language studies fund para language. Indian languages like Marathi, Gujarati, Hindi,
Says I wanted to. Wait. So.
My friends are back in Lawrence,
Yes.
Yes, yes. So every month, so I'm more focused on there is a problem and solve it. Anyway, the time when I come to go back to that. Something like that. But the priorities, based on supply chain.
So.
It was the second day, fell in all these issues. Yeah. So, I run a small cafe for last 9 years, but I don't know it's in Bala, cafe. My wife gave me kind of a original lead on that. She was very pro-food that
Yeah.
Manas is part of
And electricity and everything. Look at me, look at her, it's sort of. But it's.
Yes.
Thank you so
So we.
Yes.
He was upstairs for the. The lunch break. Let's go.
जेवायला घ्या ना. जेवायला घ्या. No.
Everybody is like a international festival.
I've been here like one.
Oh, getting it, getting it. That's
Please take.
You have that. So I know me. एवढा business बसल्या बसल्या एवढे text खुश Oh yeah. Yes. Right, because you can't generate it. मला कॉल आला होता हो माझा जो प्रॉब्लेम आला माझा डेमो होता आणि माझं कम्प्युटर पण कनेक्ट झाला मला फाईन दोष आला
कनेक्ट करून बघूया काय करू सिलेक्ट आहे काही बोलत आहे कनेक्ट केलं ते पण आपण एक्सपर्ट आहे ठेवतो वाटतं लेखी आहे डान्सचं म्हणणं आहे ठीक आहे सांगते पुढे मार्केट प्रॉब्लेम आहे ते माहिती का नाही दोन लाख तरी भेट आहे आम्ही व्हॉट्सअप करतो आहे प्लीज प्रेझेंटेशन त्याला ईमेल करा काय तर हा ईमेल म्हणजे प्रेझेंटेशन ईमेल करा डेमो आहे पण
ठीक है तुझे काय केलं ना मला माझं लॅपटॉप यूज But now the I really like it. And what the role is currently that
नाही दोन्ही नाही ते बरं पडतं ना कारण
कुठे अरे हो तिचा नंबर द्या आणि आपण आणि तुम्ही या IBM या वर्षी 25 so we have we are having first yeah. I will send you the I will send you the so you can come and it can be it's in the nature Avinash Tide. He's saying first and then after. I need yeah.
I miss most of the. No one, मला आवडत नाही. आता कळलं.
You guys are all right. It's amazing. Because I only have 85 slides, but that's fine. That's right.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you all had a good time to refuel, reflect, and connect with so many new people. And now we're gonna dive right back in for the rest of the amazing session that we have in store. This morning was invigorating. From visionary keynotes to thought-provoking sessions, we've examined the purpose behind the Innovation Academy. This morning was invigorating. From visionary keynotes to thought-provoking sessions, we've examined the purpose behind the Innovation Academy, explored its potential, and glimpsed the possibilities ahead. We just finished the hands-in session. Now it's time for a hands-on session. Let's jump back in with something really exciting, a deep dive into AI. This session will empower you to get practical with AI tools and techniques, guided by experts who live and breathe innovation. Leading us through this immersive experience are Mr. Salil Kadam and Mrs. Sama Keskar, who will walk us through hands-on AI applications. Mr. Salil Kadam is a visionary AI architect and startup founder, building human-centered AI solutions. He has led tech at Goldman Sachs and T-Mobile, and now co-leads ventures like Vectra X AI and Bionic Human. Co-leading this section with Mr. Kadam is Ms. Shama Keskar. Mrs. Keskar is a leading AI executive and serial entrepreneur with a $25 million exit under her belt and leadership experience at Google, LinkedIn, and Amazon. She's now the co-founder and CTO of cutting-edge AI startups. As part of this session, a powerhouse panel featuring Mr. Shail Manjrekar, Mrs. Rupali Deshpande, Mr. Atul Kulkarni, and Mr. Nikhil Sukhtarkar will join the conversation to share insights, answer questions, and spark new ideas. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Salil Kadam and Ms. Shama Keskar to talk about hands-on AI.
Thank you so much, Shalana. Thank you for the introduction. So first, all right. So I would like to share what is the rationale behind starting a segment of AI as part of the Garje Marathi Innovation Academy. As we all know that AI is everywhere, it's leading and dominating and as well as transforming some of the sectors and industries. We see AI not just as a tool, but as a bridge to hope, empowerment, and empathy. So our belief is that every human has an untapped intelligence, brilliance, and creativity, and AI has the potential to unlock that. And that's exactly what we are beginning to do as part of Garje Marathi Innovation Academy AI stream. And now I'm going to hand off to Salil to talk about our vision and mission.
Thank you so much, Shama, and the audience for this really wonderful opportunity. मी मराठी, प्राऊड मराठी. पण प्रश्न असा झालेला आहे की 20 वर्ष या देशात काढल्यानंतर ते मराठीचं मिंग्लिश होणार आहे. Going to try very hard to, say things in Marathi, but please, so you will have to please forgive me if I make my mistakes and, focus more on the content. So anyways, गंमत अशी झाली की या पर्टिक्युलर प्रोग्राम आणि या इन्सेंटिव्हची की माझं बॅकग्राऊंड म्हणजे अगदी लहानपणापासून आईची माझी कंप्लेंट अशी असायची की अरे यार तू आळशी आहेस, तुझं काय होणार, कसं होणार. आणि हे ऐकत ऐकतच मोठं झालं. प्रश्न असा झाला की लाईफचं काहीतरी तर करायचंच आहे, आळशी तर होतोच, पण then I found out a middle ground की आळशी असल्यामुळे I never wanted to do anything more than 2 or 3 times. So I was always finding out ways, always finding out shortcuts that gave birth to automation. And then that's what actually I would like to say I excelled in my field is because most of my career, business processes कडे बघून build automation around that. Whatever is the technology, म्हणजे I have built Selenium scripts, Perl scripts पासून till now AI. These are all the tools, but the basic philosophy of an innovator is always look for opportunities. And that is what I'm proud to say ki I'm always like, so to me, necessity has never been the mother of invention. Laziness has been the mother of invention. I'll tell you that much. So anyways, so that got me started. And more recently, म्हणजे 2 वर्षापूर्वी I actually actively left T-Mobile. My wife had different thoughts about that. But that part aside, I said की यार नाही, आता काहीतरी स्वतःच करायचंय. So I started to look back and say, okay, who am I and what do I need to do? That got me started talking to people and I met an amazing man along the way. काका कुठे दिसत नाहीत, त्याच्या बाहेर आहेत. Okay. Amazing person, and again, I'm not blowing up wind, but his question was simple, sir, तुला काय करायचंय? तो बोला यार, I want to do something, give something back. And tell me how I can be of assistance. So he started looking into asking questions, what have I been doing? And that's where this idea took birth. His vision has been, we need to give back to the community. महाराष्ट्र जर आपलं एक युनिट धरलं तर महाराष्ट्रातही सगळं युनिफॉर्म नाहीये. There are the tier 1 cities, there are the tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. Everyone looks at the Mumbai's, the Pune's, the Bangalore's. Bangalore being out of Maharashtra, but तसं. पण ते करण्यासाठी तुझ्यात ती आहे का ताकद? Can you help me? Look back at Maharashtra and see how we can help. So that started. So the vision that he shared with me, and that has become, my mantra as well, my partner's mantra as well, is how do we bridge the gap? The vision is to bridge the gap between the need and the talent, the innovation and the talent. And trust me, we have some brilliant Marathi minds in the community. Problem आपल्या महाराष्ट्राचा असा असतो की we are disconnected. We act as like our own soul atoms. बाकीच्या सगळ्या communities are fairly connected. So that's the forum I wanted to kind of partner with, and Kaka has provided me that platform. And he said, Salil, I'm going to give you another talented member like Shama. You guys take the lead and you do. And the vision is that, bridge the gap. Ma, how do we do that, right? Now, because there's a strategy and then there's like what we need to do. So that led to the mission. The mission parameters are very simple. It's like, okay, get in front of those communities, start talking to them, train those kids. And train those kids म्हणजे आता तुम्ही जर म्हणालात तर इंडियामध्ये काय US मध्ये काय युडेमी, कोर्सेरा हजार AI शिकवणार आहेत. आता AI तर फॅडच झालेलं आहे. But what we are still missing is की ते सगळं शिकल्यानंतर ज्याला स्टुडंट एखादा बाहेर येतो त्याला त्याच्या पुढे अलेक्सा ठेवली आणि बोललं की यार बाबा इम्प्रुव्हमेंट आलं तर हेड इज स्क्रॅचिंग. ह्याच्यात काय करायचं, ऑलरेडी चांगलं चाललेलं आहे. देयर आर सो मेनी अपॉर्च्युनिटीज. So there's that disconnect. So what this particular platform, using this platform, what we are going to, or what we are promising is two simple things. One is prepare what actually Bharataमध्ये the finishing school concept is taking birth. But essentially, that's what we are doing. And we are taking it to a next step. Our key differentiator is give students real world problems. तसं आणि रिअल वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लेम्स म्हणजे असं पण नाही की 1960 मधला रिअल वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लेम आजच्या तारखेला कोणता प्रॉब्लेम आहे तर प्रॉब्लेम्स आपल्या ऍग्रिकल्चरल स्पेस मध्ये हेल्थकेअर मध्ये एज्युकेशन मध्ये टेक्नॉलॉजी टेक मध्ये ते प्रॉब्लेम्स कसे सॉल्व्ह करायचे सो वी our promise to the students is we are going to bring those problems to them for them to solve. Some problems will continue to be problems, some problems will have solutions. Then also give them an opportunity to talk to ki baba Salil शिकवतोय Shama शिकवतोय our set of mentors शिकवतोय पण त्या पलीकडे काय तर our promise is for the ones who persevere. पण चिकाटी ही एक असतेच पाहिजे. तुम्ही इंटरेस्ट घ्याल एक आज हे शायनी ऑब्जेक्ट सिंड्रोम तोही मला आहे शायनी ऑब्जेक्ट सिंड्रोम आज हे अट्रॅक्टिव्ह वाटतं त्याच्या मागे जावा पण चिकाटी नसेल तर वन ऑफ आवर अर्लियर स्पीकर्स मिस्टर भंडारी ते बोलले आयडियाज आर डायमंड असं एक्झिक्युशन फॉलो थ्रू आणि कंटिन्युटी हे कोण करतात दॅट इज द वन हू बिकम्स अन इनोव्हेटर ॲट अ एंटरप्रेनर देयर इज अ इनोव्हेटर अँड देयर इज अ एंटरप्रेनर आणि ट्रस्ट मी माझी म्हणजे विल टॉक अबाउट दॅट लेटर पण without chikati काही होणार नाही. You need discipline, you need discipline. So again, going back, what we did, and thank you for doing that. I'll keep on talking. I'm very passionate about this and lose track of time. But what we have done is, in fact, actually Shama has done is she recently visited India and we started building partnerships again through guidance from Kaka. And yeah. Thank you.
I have to keep him on time because we do have a panel, respected panel. Yeah, so as Salil mentioned, June महिन्यामध्ये I recently went to India and I had a privilege to visit some of the incredible colleges, institutes and universities in India. I also had a privilege and honor to meet Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University. All the different discussions that we had, deep conversations. So these were not like just the campus visits, right? तिथे जाऊन एक डीप कॉन्व्हर्सेशन वी हॅड की आजचं एज्युकेशन लँडस्केप काय आहे त्याच्यानंतर त्या लँडस्केप मध्ये आपल्याला काय AI कसं इव्हॉल्व्ह होत आहे अँड व्हॉट आर द फ्युचर ऑपॉर्च्युनिटीज अँड व्हॉट आर द चॅलेंजेस सो वेन आय वॉज टॉकिंग विथ से हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट डीन्स फॅकल्टी स्टुडंट्स one thing that three problems that came up is one of them was classroom lags but market is leading. What does it mean is we are unable to keep up the curriculum as per the industry patterns. So that was one of the problems. Many students who go through engineering, they have kind of learned MI and AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning. They told me that the out of like say 100 students, only 30% of the student knows or understand how to implement that. However, 70% of the students is yeah, we learned the theoretical knowledge, but we don't know. We are struggling how to actually implement it, where to start it. And this is where the Garje Marathi Academy's AI is going to help. We are going to have this very hands-on approach to our education and trying to mitigate some of these problems that today's students are facing. Faculties and even Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University Kulkarni sir told me that we also, if to scale AI in India, you might bring up great projects किंवा यूज केसेस पण ते स्केल कसं करायचं आपल्याकडे मग 3 चॅलेंजेस त्याच्यासाठी आहेत एक म्हणजे डेटा सेट अवेलेबिलिटी आय एम नॉट सेइंग की इंडिया डझंट हॅव डेटा सेट इज अवेलेबल it's massive but nobody knows which data and how to like utilize that data set for the right amount of whatever project how to map that. Then second challenge is the faculties itself are learning a lot of new technologies and since they are so heads down on the existing curriculum assessment, they are not kind of keeping track of updating curriculum or basically they also need to upgrade their own skills because AI is evolving. We all know there is like new LLM or new things keeps coming almost every day. And third problem that I learned from them is Yeah, so how do I learn AI? Just basic fundamental. Where do I start? Okay, I want to get into say healthcare. There is no specialized track for healthcare, agriculture, or even finance or pharmaceuticals for that matter. And this is where I had shared my own journey of coming from physics background, adopting technology, then embracing AI, and not just as a tool, but basically as a catalyst. I shared first one of my startup, which Shalaka just mentioned briefly. It was in out of home advertising. Out of home advertising, when we started that startup right after the pandemic in 2021, the market was already saturated and it was static out of home advertising. The what does that mean is we had wraparounds again, like vehicles and all. Now we wanted to kind of raise the capital, and this is where we had to find our niche. That's where the technology came in handy. So we integrated artificial intelligence and then robotics and made this static advertising more into digital advertising integrated with the robots that's coming down the line. And that was niche, and that actually kind of led and resulted the startup into the acquisition. So when I started sharing some of these information, then after that, I also talked to them about the Garje Marathi Academy as well as the Garje Marathi Global Organization and the 6 different programs that we have, how much they have helped in 9 years to raise capital, then what kind of entrepreneurs that they have built. After all of these, it was very inspirational, it was very motivating, and that's how today I'm really honored and happy to say that we have locked the partnership with these universities, where first is the WIT, Walchand Institute of Technology, College of Engineering, Indian Education Society from Mumbai. They have 200 plus schools and master in MBA and BBA programs. And third is, yes, Bharatiya Vidyapit, we are in talks with them. Mumbai University. So Kulkarni sir, Vice Chancellor, gave us a very unique challenge. And that challenge was like, can you train my faculties who are already teaching, AI and ML? So Salina and I got together and we built a prompt engineering and context engineering curriculum. And now we are going to have a 3 month cohort for the faculties from all over the Mumbai University. And yeah, so that was the thing. The one thing I want to mention here is we followed a very collaborative approach with these universities. What does that mean is we listen to them instead of just talking and sharing what we are doing or hey, we are, US great, this and that. We just listen because we all believe that, and that is something that Anand Kaka also always says. Education, like behind, like educational force, is the ability to kind of make someone talk through their challenges and then approach that with empathy and empowerment. We convince and then kind of help them understand that even though this is a global framework, we are going to create local leaders. So you will have leaders within your institute. You're not always going to be kind of, just rely on us, but we'll give you the local leaders who will work with you. So you don't have to worry about the time zone differences. If student had problems, support problem, whatever it is. And yeah, so that's this. And then this, everything we turn into a global framework. And I'm going to have Salil Kadam talk through the global framework, which can fit in Singapore, Australia, any country you say, any college, any university. So,
Right, Shama. This is actually working out nice. Thanks. And please keep me honest. No, I keep this level. So, are we on time?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. Thank you. So here is the thing, right? I mean, आणि सकाळपासूनही आपण मी ऐकतोय की some of the questions that were asked, very pointed questions, very sharp questions, and again, thanks to Kaka, actually, thanks to Shama. I mean, we get on call almost on a regular basis. And the one problem that was put out is nothing is constant, especially in the world of AI. Courses get irrelevant. in a week because some model comes up, some technology, some innovation, and everything goes. I mean, DeepSeek was a classic example. It shook the industry. सगळ्यांना वाटायचं की यार मॉडेल एवढे यार की बिलियन्स ऑफ डॉलर्स लागतात मॉडेल रन करायला. देन डीपसीक आणि आलं आणि बोललं की यार तुम्ही तुमच्या कम्प्युटरवरती पण करू शकता. Granted, there were hidden catches and all that, but point was is technology is disruptive. We are living in some exciting times. But what that also means is that if you are going out to train people, to train students, you have to be very relevant. Again, I mean, we दोन courses केले, when I got introduced to it. आणि त्या कोर्समध्ये असताना they were still talking about GPT 3.5 challenges त्याचे. आणि मी बोलले यार, unless I'm mistaken, we have already reached the 4.0. Things are moving very fast. So the one thing that we made sure that we address upfront were putting together customized courses. And the only way to do that without a team, right? Because at this point it is Shama and I working on this, and of course partnership and mentorship. But the hands-on, writing the curriculum was becoming an ordeal. On top of that, as Shama mentioned, when we were talking to universities, each one had their niche. की माझा स्टुडंट फ्लेवर असा आहे. माझे स्टुडंट्स हे तेवढे टेक्नॉलॉजिकली नाही किंवा माझे स्टुडंट्स ओरिएंटेशन हे त्यांचे बिझनेस प्रॉब्लेम्स हे that led to a platform, the agentic platform that we built. Essentially what it does is it chunks out curriculum and it does it in real time and makes it relevant. So it is continuously looking at what is the tech that is out there, what are the problems out there, and then forms a curriculum. Granted, to teach the course is a 3-month course or modular course or whatever, but it's still fairly relevant, right? 3 महिन्यात शिकायला एखाद्याचे fundamentals is still consistent, right? Everything is math based, right? So that has not changed for some time. So anyway, so that's the and that resulted in the replicable framework. कारण हे आपल्याला महाराष्ट्रात आपण सुरू करतोय. But the vision that Kaka has shared is almost global, and it is an aspiration that I want to put some strength in me and follow through with him, with Shama, to the end. I mean, hell, why not? Right? But then that resulted also the dispel करून एक साधारण 3 extremely high level tiers झाले. One is a core AI, because the technologists, they want to look and talk about machine learning, they want to talk about transformers, they want to talk about GANs and all. A business person doesn't give a damn about that, right? Business person बोलतो मला यार मार्केटिंग करायचं, माझं एक प्रोडक्ट बाहेर जात आहे आणि माझ्याकडे पैसे नाहीयेत हे करायला. मला जर काहीतरी असं प्रोसेस जर तू दिलंस की जे मी अप्लाय करू शकतो, जे मी समजू शकतो की त्यासाठी मला 3 इंजिनियर ठेवायला नको, हे फिक्स करायला प्रोसेस, असं मला नो कोड 0 कोड असं मला जर असेल तर मला देखो. So there's that level which is the applied here. So, and of course, as Shama said, the faculty training, right? Train the trainer. And then we are also building the platform to now scale it again using AI to act as the creators of the curriculum, to act as the promoters of the curriculum. And so that's where this vision is kind of going. And all the content, granted that we are pulling all the content from the web, but no one dreams of anything, right? Content is always direct. You get inspiration from, from others and write your content. But you want to make it that it is IP driven. Because all of the content that we see out there is very competitive. And again, like I said, our niche differentiator is that it is unique and it is extremely relevant. Our use cases, जे आम्ही उचलतोय, जे problem statements जे आम्ही solve करतोय, we are meeting some really super mentors and collaborators. काल एका meeting मध्ये होतो, त्या gentleman it was a brain explosion when the way he understood that concept and explained like, okay, this Sunil, you're connecting this. Have you thought about this problem statement? Have you thought about that problem statement? You connect the dots, now you have an ecosystem that can sustain. I was like, oh my God. So that this is providing me an opportunity to kind of meet with people like those in the community, the mentors, the so to say the promoters, and of course the partners. So thank you again. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so the next is the perfect segment to Vectra X platform. So I would share one aspect of Vectra X here is, yeah, okay. So India's educational, like India's ecosystem, education ecosystem has paved a pathway for many of us to come to United States or go to any other, like country, achieve international initiative, like job opportunities, go for higher studies. And however, as when I had been to India, one thing that came up is India would like to preserve the talent that they are cultivating through their education ecosystem. And they obviously wanted to know how we are going to help them achieve that. And that's where that was just one aspect of it. The second aspect is when Anand Kaka was talking to Salil and myself about the Garje Marathi Innovation Academy, his overall vision and the AI stream, that conversations were so inspirational that we were driven. Okay, we got driven by those conversations. Then my role model said, I met with him, I discussed with him. That conversation was inspirational. All of these different conversation, the questions that they had asked is, okay, what is your customer promise? Or and Sid is going to love that. Or another question that Sid asked is, how are you're talking about a hands-on approach, but how are you creating those use cases? Do you have a database for that? How do you generate those? He gave us a brilliant idea that university published these different technical papers. We already have an AI engine that can curate this kind of data or content. And why don't you create that use cases, take from directly from these publications and put it in your database, and those use cases can be part of your curriculum. Loved it because we have a complete control over that. When he asked that question, I was like, oh, I'm so involved in Zugler network. अरे माझे एक लिंक्डइनचे कलिग आहेत, मला मदत करतील, गरजे मराठीचा मोठा प्लॅटफॉर्म आहे. पण डिपेंडन्सी कशाला? तुम्ही कंट्रोल घ्या स्वतःकडे. So we are planning to definitely, implement that. And all these three things led us to, and given my and Salil's background of entrepreneurship, the founder mindset, we launched Vectra X AI in partnership with Garje Marathi Innovation Academy with three pillars in mind. One is the empowering educator. Like, for example, I talked about the pain of the curriculum, which is global. Then I talked about, training the faculties, because when a faculty or a professor is trained or excel, they have the ability to transform the entire classroom. And then second pillar then is the real, like equipping students with the real skills by providing different hands-on initiatives. And then the third pillar is driving the real world impact. This is nothing but giving back to the community, like going beyond just those, like building the use cases, but actually when students are building these use cases, it will be checked in into the real repository. We will build a marketplace out of that. Those will be judged, assessed by some of the great mentors of Garje Marathi. And some of the students could go on achieving direct internship or through, showcasing their own initiatives, projects, or they could get, a job. They can put it on their resume. It gives huge weightage. They will get LinkedIn recommendation, which is very important when you are looking for a job or trying to break into any industry. And that's exactly what the third pillar is, getting the mentorship from industry experts like some of you, and as well as the internship opportunities. Like I want to create a startup, another startup. I'm looking for talent. I'll reach out to Vectra X Garje Marathi and ask that I'm looking for Python with XYZ skill, or I'm looking for a business person. I'm looking for somebody who can go out and talk to the customer. Great. This is the forum that's going to give them talent, and this students gets to work on production level quality code, get to interact the customer. They understand how customers are going to use the product. So it's a very hands-on, absolutely driven platform that we have launched with Garje Marathi. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What is the next slide? Oh yes, you're talking about curriculum. Go ahead.
So again, as Shama explained, and articulated, की हे आम्ही करतोय, तर कसं करायचं, tactically काय करावं लागणार. So this was our start, right? And like I said, when we started talking to the universities, they had two classes of individuals. One was the computer science track or the technology track. The other track was the non-computer science and the technology, where there are architects, there are businesses, and such. And again, absorption capacity on this technology, we had to cater to completely two different kind of a clientele. And right from basic, again, what we are trying to do here is address that gap. Again, sticking to the vision, right? It is about empowering the students, empowering the new talent. When I say student, many are talking about empowering the new talent to come together and solve real world problems. And the only way to do that is to kind of give them hands-on experience. So again, I know some of you may have expected a hands-on AI bole to code open karega, and then there will be some coding and some magic happens. Unfortunately, this is not that. But you will get that experience if you are a part of this. So that much is a promise. Because, and again, depending on the kind of students or the kind of expectation that they have. Oh, so, okay, Kakas, thank you, Kaka. So anyways, what have we achieved? Yes.
Yeah, so quickly, I already shared that we already have partnerships with a couple of universities, and we are not just focused on India. We are also working with US students to kind of launch this. So any of your students would like to go beyond, and they don't like one of the things that Balerav sir had brought up, that we are talking about AI in different sectors. But honestly, AI is for everyone. AI is for even my mother who is a homemaker, or my sister with no technical background. And that's exactly what this, like platform GMGIA is going to teach you. Basics of AI all the way to advanced AI, depending on your skill set, depending on your persona and profile. I'm going to quickly move on to the next slide. AI in healthcare. Okay. So we just talked about breaking in an industry. There is no pathway, a clear, pathway, how to break into an industry. And as part of Garje Marathi AI Innovation Academy AI stream, we have created those specialized tracks with, like, for example, AI in healthcare, AI in agriculture, AI in finance, generative AI fundamentals. I'm going to talk through AI in healthcare. So as we all know, AI is evolving, and it's obviously impacting almost every sector. So it's a pivotal moment in a history. As Dr. Fei Fei Li had said, that last decade has spent time in building the artificial intelligence. Now the next decade needs to be focused more on achieving like human-centric artificial intelligence. Now next decade we should build whatever we build for keeping human in mind and human in forefront. And taking from that, right? So today we have seen that there are systems, they can identify tumors better than radiologists. Or as the events are happening for the potential cardiac arrest, we have apps that can tell you that, hey, you need to see a doctor. So those things are available today. Still, healthcare is in crisis. And we all, there is a common sentiment across all the entire globe that healthcare needs to be affordable and human-centric. So coming to that, in Spain, I'm going to share some of the use cases. In Spain, a clinic and a hospital have deployed AI agents. What they do is they monitor post-discharge patient activities. So a patient is come to them and he's been discharged. Now those that patient needs to kind of monitor. We usually doctor asks us that, okay, monitor blah blah blah. Now AI agent is doing that for you. You don't really have to worry about, like your family member doesn't have to worry about those vital signs, whatever it is, whether it's you have appointment coming, are there any complication? It also alters the healthcare plan in accordance to that. Another use case is in Colombia, there is AI model was trained on 3 million of therapy sessions, which kind of detects and prevents suicidal risk within the 30 days of detection. So these things are available today. We already have it. So what is the challenge? The challenge is the education. Education still lags behind when it comes to helping students understand what already exists, like what level of innovation you could go and what you can, like experiment as well as achieve. And that's where this curriculum has come up. And I will quickly give an overview of curriculum. So, AI plus domain integration. Students learn basics of like how machine learning can have potential to identify some of the diagnostics, or basics of generating AI using small language or large language model, how you can simply build a system for any of the healthcare problems. Then multimodal, so India and other countries also have one of the important complexity is multilingual, right? So when you create something, my mom might say, I don't understand English, I need it in Marathi or Gujarati. So I'm a Gujarati, but married to a Marathi. तर तशा लँग्वेज मध्ये तुम्ही AI करू शकता का? तर yes, we can, because there are models now available. So those are the things that we are including in our courseware. Then ethics. Healthcare AI is all about ethics. We know that, like the data set, any patient's information fall into incorrect hands could completely ruin their life. And that's the reason we also include ethics, compliance, regulatory as part of this. And obviously, we have been talking about hands-on. So we have project-driven approach to AI in healthcare. So the outcome, like what is the customer promise? These students will be able to break into industry of healthcare. And healthcare is not just kind of your like physio, like anatomy of the body, right? Healthcare could relate to skill. It could relate to like identifying the depression in your voice. That's how you know that somebody is down the line going through the depression. So those kind of projects will be given to students. They will get those expertise and they can write it on their resume, and a huge opportunities of pathway opens up for them if they want to break it into AI in healthcare. Similarly, we have different tracks for different areas of industry. Now, Salil will quickly touch up on his startup that he's working on, Bionic Human, and then we'll go over agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So again, a good segue from, what can AI do for us in real life, right? Lazy person, my wife keeps complaining, यार तुम्ही exercise करत जा, काहीतरी करा या शरीराचं. यार गोड काय खाताय, आपला वाटेल तसं आवडलं तसं. So anyway, so what I did was, again, I built a system. I said, this tells how Salil is doing. I have 6 doctors essentially who are agents who are working on this. And as you can see, आता खांब फुटायला लागलाय म्हणून now it's showing 3 trajectories here towards the end. It's basically saying, Salil, you are getting stressed. What is it that you are doing to get stressed? How are you going to manage it? And then it is also showing those corrective parameters there, what I need to do. तसं. Now, आता मला माहिती आहे की मी उभा आहे, त्याच्यामुळे मला घाम फुटलाय, जरा गरमा आहे म्हणून. So I'm going to ignore those. But essentially, this is a classic example of a self-managed system, right? Going back to what Dr. Sri was talking about. This can integrate, India मध्ये आता फार protocol आहे तुमचं HIPAA management आणि transfer of data साठी. Integrate into the EMR systems, right? Integrate into the doctor's aid, and with indicators, be able to tell if my patient A is having this problem. even before patient A realizes. I mean, using this system, I have been able to detect, यार मला आता ताप येणार आहे, की मला आता सर्दी होणार आहे. So I dose myself on vitamin C. Avoid that surgery altogether, because guess what? Your body knows about an upcoming thing that it is starting to fight before it manifests. Problem आपला असं होतो की आपल्याला कळतं कधी या तापाने फडफडून पडला, मग बायकोला रात्री डॉक्टरकडे घेऊन जावं लागतं. डॉक्टर बोलतात अरे तुम्हाला 102 ताप आहे आणि हे झालेलं आहे. So body, when we take ourselves to the doctor, only when the body gives up, it says, I give up, I can't do anything about it now. That is when we do. But with these kind of systems applying in your day in, day out life, you are ahead of the curve. You are nipping the problem at the root, right? Going back to the mental issues, same thing. Anyways.
Okay. So in essence of time, we are going to move to AI panel because I know Tanaji Palusares and Baji Prabhus are waiting of Garje Marathi. I would like to invite the panelists on the here. And after that, if time permits, Shailesh will definitely cover your session. Shailesh also had like something to show in agent autonomous agents, but oh yeah, sure, please go ahead. Okay.
Again, I just want to say I knew I'm a talker and time was going to be an issue. So the data is on the slides, which will be shared with the members of the team for those who want to know more and talk more.
Nikhil, Atul, Rupali, please take the stage. Shailesh, me from the side. And this work all right. Thank you everyone for being part of the panel. We do have couple of questions. We will just shortcut those two questions and then open up for audience to ask, those, whatever questions on their mind. And the panelist is here as well as me and Salila here. So my question is for Nikhil. How is modern innovations in AI is transforming financial services? And Nikhil has a heavy duty background into financial services as well as AI from Amazon.
From PayPal.
PayPal.
Hi everyone, माझं नाव निखिल आणि Shama said AI and ML is not really new in financial services and in many other industries, but mainly it was more focused on ML, current fraud detection, risk determination, and all those things are really old. But mainly they were used for decisioning, right? These models were making a decision, and then they were used by these analysts to make a determination whether you are approving a loan for somebody. And by the way, financial services is a pretty broad industry too. So I'm talking more about banking and payments industry. There is corporate finance, there is investment finance, but I'm talking about this particularly. But from there, now we are moving into the world of language models, which means on top of decisioning, now you are getting actioning and reasoning, and which means that's a package of what a human can do. So what this modern innovation is disrupting is basically most of the things that humans do today in our world. And what are those things? Your customer service representatives that handle the calls. There is a very standard workflows on how you can resolve somebody's questions. So to एक मोठा job आहे. There is a huge companies like PayPal, Stripe, Square. They have millions of merchants and businesses that they work with. They offer working capital. They offer a variety of these products. There is a humongous amount of data that these companies have to process. A humongous amount of documents too. To again determine who are we offering how much loan to, etc. So all of that decisioning require reviewing a document, entering that information, feeding it as part of the models, and again, the reasoning to come up with the classification of how much risk are we going to take on a particular merchant. So all of this now has a capability of being done with, instead of a human being, and with the power of bunch of ML models. Now this is a possibility that one AI agent can do it. Now, does this mean humans are going to lose their jobs? Probably some of them, but actually what happens is humans move from front of the screen to back of the screen, which means आतापर्यंत humans were using AI and ML to make decisions. Now humans will validate what AI is doing, are they doing it right or not? And now let me quickly talk about financial services. I mean, this what I said so far is probably true for many industries. But in case of financial services, obviously this is with AI, we are talking about a probabilistic system in a deterministic world. तुम्ही विचारलं AI ला की how much I have an excellent credit history, मला काय loan वर rate मिळेल? We don't want to ask AI that, because AI may promise you something. As soon as it promises even a 0.1% difference or something, we are liable. So that accuracy is extremely important. How do you bring that at scale? So talking about challenges, that's basically the next challenge. How do you enforce that quality at scale, at enterprise scale, especially for big companies like PayPal? But I do think financial services is one of the first or top 3 industries that will get disrupted heavily because of AI. And maybe in 5 years, you will see a completely different picture on how these companies are working.
Thank you. My next question is for Rupali. Can I take this all the way? Or thank you. Okay. So, from your experience of training clients in generative AI or fundamentals of AI, what are the skills and mindset shifts that you are looking or you believe are going to be most critical? And I believe this question could be start with fundamentals of AI.
Okay, sure. That was my answer actually.
Exactly. I know.
Sorry? Okay, so quickly I'll tell you about my background. I work for NVIDIA, and my current role at NVIDIA is I run GenAI workshops for our partners. And when I say partners, it is the partners, sales and sales engineers who are on the field, who are working with their customers so that they can adopt AI. So these are from all these big companies that you can think of, and these are AI salespeople who specialize in AI. And I've been running this program for almost last 1 year. We put together this program a 1.5 years back. And as part of the 2-day workshop, our very first session is we go over GenAI fundamentals. Now it's going to be 3 years since GenAI is out now. And even today, every time it surprises me that session is still so relevant. It is when we talk about all the basic stuff, okay, what is an LLM? What is foundation model? What is transformer architecture? What are guardrails? What is a RAG? Like basic 7-8 fundamentals. And every time we think, hey, do we need to cut this session? I know people know these fundamentals, but every time it is so shocking that it is still relevant. No, it was an eye opener. So, in this today's world of agentic AI and all these cool AIs that we see, it's great, but still, I think somewhere the ecosystem is lacking the fundamentals. And Cyril, you said, right, when you put an AI course, it goes obsolete in a week. I agree to it, but this last 1.5 years, it's still very relevant. Fundamental. So it's very important. I would say one of the important skills that you need as you start in AI is understand the fundamentals. And then things get really easy, as different AIs come together. Now, this was for NVIDIA. These are the partners who are national level who come from, not everybody's from Bay Area, right? They come from all around the US or sometimes even internationally. So I don't know if Abhijit is here. So Abhijit runs his workshop for in the Bay Area for industry leaders. Atul and I are part of that. So I take this fundamental session in his workshop, and he was running one in March. This was the time when DeepSeek was already out and people were talking about agentic AI. So he and I were discussing, hey, you know what, I think this session is going to be obsolete now because people already know, right, about all these things. So maybe I'll just skim through it and we'll focus more on agentic AI. But to my surprise, this was Silicon Valley. all the leaders from the tech world, even it was an eye-opening for them as well. So that's something which always surprises me even today, is that the fundamental session. And do I have 2 more minutes or do we have
Almost done.
almost done? I know, okay,
Yeah.
then, okay. So that was my one experience and takeaway.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you. So we all have a question, where do we start in AI, right? And hope Rupali and Nikhil has talked through that. There is one important aspect of AI is ops and maintenance, and this is where Shell's expertise going to be. And I have a question for Shell. How can students and aspiring AI professionals get hands-on with AI operations and infrastructure now that agentic AI systems are like there?
Namaskar, Mandali, Shailesh Madrekar. I am one of the Chief AI Officer and co-founder for a startup by the name of Fabric AI. So we're based here in East Bay. We have offices offshore as well, okay? And I was actually the last entrant to this forum, right? And primarily the intent was to actually showcase that, hey, there is money to be made in this business, right? So we are literally at the inflection point. We have raised about 39 million as an A1 round, okay, going for B. We work with large enterprises like Cisco. This is our fourth startup. We had exits before, 3 exits, actually coincidentally with Cisco, right? So right now, I mean, I know you have heard this as kind of a cliche, but we are literally at a inflection point. But as much as there is promise of this stochastic processes, right, undeterministic LLMs, large language models, there are also pitfalls, right? So you have to be extremely careful with what you do or what kind of autonomy you provide to these agents, right? So agents are all over the place. It's going to affect every single vertical out there, right? Whether it's healthcare. I sold one of my previous startups to NVIDIA, right? And if you see how we got here, right? So there was what we call perception AI, right? So the cars you see, the Waymo cars you see running in San Francisco, right? So that was kind of Gen AI, Gen 1 of AI, right? Which was based on large GPU farms, lot of supervised training, right? And in fact, we sold our company as a backend to that particular use case. From then, we've gone to generative AI, what Rupali was talking about. It was more around a request and a response, right? You ask a question, you get a response back. From there, we went to agentic AI, which is more around what we call cards or chain of thoughts or graph of thoughts, right? So the model is actually, rather than just responding, is deliberating, it's reasoning out, right? So before it gives you a response. So there are a lot of paths it takes before it answers. And then the future is going to be physical AI. I know a lot of people here are, in agri-tech and so on and so forth. But robots and things like that are going to be huge as we see, right, on the horizon. So that's kind of the background of how we came here, right? If I get time, I'll talk a little bit about my startup, right? But the intent here is just to showcase how success looks like, right, in this agentic world. You have to be extremely careful when you're dealing with LLMs. You got to have the right guardrails, you got to have right governance on top of it, because pretty much, I mean, we've been now doing this as part of our platform. We work with literally all the LLMs, right? Llama 3, Gemini 4, Gemini, right? 2.5, I think, right? Name it, right? Sonnet 4.5 and all. Every single LLM hallucinates, right? Especially in our world where we are doing IT operations, it's extremely crucial to ensure that the LLM has some deterministic path, right? And what happens is when you hear about agentic, most of the hype around there is, hey, I wanted to go on a vacation. Can my agent do my booking of the car? Can I book a hotel and so on and so forth? Those are very simplistic use cases, right? And for that, for the most part, the LLMs are okay because it doesn't have any kind of erroneous path there. But when it comes to IT operations, when you're doing some kind of automation or taking some action, it can cause havoc, right? And you're already hearing stories like this, right? That a database got erased, right? There was an big telco which actually suffered an outage and so on. So what is important is being able to provide guardrails on top of it, right? So you have to provide it by a number of different mechanisms, and I can go into more details, but I'll pause here.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, hand it off. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So last but not the list, I have a question for Atul. Atul is from Amazon, and I got this right. With AI systems growing in scale and impact, what infrastructure, prompt design principles are essential to ensure AI is kind of, like reliable and all get desired outcomes?
Thank you, Shama. So those of you who don't know me, my name is Atul Kulkarni. I work for Amazon, as Shama said. I work on the product called Rufus, the AI shopping assistant. So agent and agentic has been my life for the last 2 years before it was agentic. Okay, coming back to what infrastructure and prompts to scale. I'll first speak to infrastructure. I'll take 30 seconds for that. There used to be a saying, at least while we were growing up in India, horses for courses. तलवार घेऊन आपण हे शिवू शकत नाही, गोधडी आणि दाभण घेऊन लढायला जाऊ शकत, right? So for those of you who don't understand Marathi, basically it's the same thing that I said earlier, horses for courses. So smaller models for tasks that don't need comprehensive cognition, larger models for tasks that need comprehensive cognition. Larger models are expensive, smaller models are not so expensive, they're fast. Where you have latency as a problem, smaller models are your friends. Right? So from a scalability perspective, on the infrastructure side, those are two key items. Now, second part of that question was prompt. You will not believe that everyone's excited. Oh my God, 2 million tokens I can send. Yeah, do send it, but assume it's going to take longer for that machine to give you back the response. So number of tokens are your friends and enemy at the same time, depending on what your latency appetite is. If you have a customer who's antsy and like want to go away, you want a small model that does quick decisions for. So again, horses for courses, prompts, same thing. More you have in your prompt, higher are your tokens. I know I'm going slightly more technical there. And now coming back to what was, sorry, the last part of the question, I forgot. Reliable, secure, and aligned outcomes, right? That's the holy grail. If you have an answer, I would love to know. That's like $1 billion right there. So yeah, I mean, eval-driven approach. All of us who grew up with test-driven development, right? Yeah, okay. So eval-driven prompting is what is being coined now. So all agents will need the evals. Before people come to my team and they say, you want to build an agent, our first thing is, hey, go write your eval. Because I don't want to know, oh, it's supposed to do that, it's not doing that. No, none of that business, right? Eval-driven prompt development. So get your evals right. I cannot go in details of instruction fine-tuning and all that, we don't have time, but that's the other dimension of how good your LLM is in following directions. Right, so those are a few dimensions. I am restricted on time, so I'll stop now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the panelists and everyone. We are open to take 1 to 2 questions from the audience because we really want to give opportunity for audience to talk through and ask any questions that you have for in artificial intelligence. Go ahead, Avi. Go ahead, please.
So, I sometimes wonder, like, do you think AI is a burden? Right, so
This is being recorded. You want us to be sure?
AI is a what?
Bubble.
Yes. The answer is, from my perspective, yes. But I mean, make hay while the sun shines.
First, we have to define what bubble means, because does AI have the promise? 100% yes. Are we going to, you hear all these stories, AI will do this, AI will do that. Is that going to happen? Yes. What bubble means is investment facing the outcome? Problem. I mean, that's what you are seeing in the last couple of years. The amount of investment going into it probably is outpacing the base of the outcome, right? So to me, that's the bubble. Ultimately, you put in money to receive some benefit, and literally the trends are essentially competing with each other. And as of it's a bit of an opinion as opposed to a perfect data, but
the stock market will tell us the story.
Yeah, so I'll tell you from the corporate world, right? So certainly it's not a bubble, right? I mean, look at the valuations of the company who are doing AI. Startups which are doing AI, I mean, something which is actually outcome based, right? And which makes a difference. They are certainly raising a lot of money, a lot of funding going in. Okay, so it's certainly not a bubble, at least in my mind.
I'll skip that.
I, to some extent, feel we are in a bubble and we can have.
NVIDIA says.
NVIDIA says it. It's been an inorganic growth. No, and you know, okay, I mean.
$4 trillion
Okay.
market cap, right?
Okay, I'll just make one point. The only thing what it's really bothers me is the pace at where the AI research is going and the AI adoption is going. That gap is widening day by day instead of filling. That's what it does with what it.
Given, just one thing that I want to add is, given two of my startups were in AI and both acquired, I don't really think it is a bubble as long as you use it for effectiveness and honestly efficiency. So that's what I will say.
Let's close it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, there is a question.
We'll hang out.
Okay, perfect. How about this? We hang out, outside. Please, reach out and then ask any questions that you have. Thanks so much. We will move to the next question.
Thank you so much to Mr. Kadam, Mrs. Keskar, and our incredible panel for turning AI concept into action and sharing such invaluable perspectives. Up next is a quick but powerful dive into adopting a product mindset, the essential foundation for building successful innovations that truly resonate with users. Mr. Keshav Gorakhar will take us through the key mindset shifts that help creators think beyond features and focus on solving real problems with creativity and empathy. Mr. Gorakhar is a seasoned product leader with experience in enterprise software. He's a published author of the book Products Are Stories and has a strong technical background, particularly in cloud technologies, where he leverages to build scalable products that solve customer business challenges. Passionate about smart product strategy and execution, Mr. Gorakhar is committed to delivering innovative solutions that drive customer success. Please welcome Mr. Keshav Gorakhar to the stage to talk about product mindset.
Hello everyone, my name is Keshav Gorakhar. I am going to be talking about product mindset. I usually do this thing here for an hour and a half, but I've been given about 12 to 13 minutes, so I'm going to skip through this. About myself, I've been in Bay Area for about 25 years now. Worked in different companies, life sciences, financial, fintech, and others. So I did my MBA in 2012, and one of my passions was to get into investment banking. One of my professors, I was talking, he's like, dude, you're like 35, there's no way you can get into investment banking at this age, because they need someone who's like 20, 25, very energetic. But he kind of gave me an indication that you might want to try out product management. And in 2012, 13, product management was just coming out, right? It was like a new thing which is in the market. So I started formally working as a product manager in 2013, and then I've been working for companies like Box, DocuSign, OpenText now. I also do a lot of mentoring for aspiring product managers. That what happened in Bay Area is there are a lot of companies and schools which started teaching product management for like $5,000, $10,000, right? So costly, and I always had that passion of teaching aspiring product managers and even seasoned product managers. So I started doing that about 50 a year, and then I spanned to about 100 a year. And then all of them used to ask me at the end that suggest a good book for us, right? So there were many books out there, but none of them was written from an enterprise product management view, right? It was always written from a B2C kind of thing. You run your A/B test in Poland and in Czechoslovakia, and you get the results and you test it and and you release it. That doesn't happen in enterprise. It takes about 6 months to develop a feature, about 8 to 12 months for the end user to actually test the feature, and then maybe a year they give you the feedback. Right? So this was the contrast which was happening a lot, and I often gave them like a set of books. But then I used to talk to my wife and tell her that a lot of these students keep asking. So one day she said like, "Mag tu kasal dili itne book?" Right? So, and that was just before COVID times. So I ended up writing a book called Product Art Stories, the enterprise story basically of how products are created in enterprise. That led me to start teaching at University of California at Berkeley. They've got an online product school. So they get these big thinkers and of product who come and teach for an hour, and then it's us product coaches who kind of work with the students and explain them when the projects are due, and then if they have some conceptual ideas or they want to discuss something, they come to us. So that's been my background about in product. Okay, all right. So the idea about this presentation is that at Garje Marathi, we are going to start a new course under the Innovation Academy, which is going to be teaching aspiring product managers as well as seasoned anyone who's interested in this topic, the entire product mindset, right? So it's going to be about 3 month course. We've not figured that out yet. But the whole takeaway from my presentation is that if anyone is interested in joining the course or working with me and collaborating with me on the whole curriculum, please feel free to do that. So why product matters, right? So the first thing about product management is the outcome. Last 15 years, the whole industry is kind of moved from a feature-led product to an outcome-led product, right? When I say feature-led, is you have a product, you've got a bunch of features which are in a product. For example, Box or Dropbox, you upload files, sync files, share files, right? Now the industry and the movement have started to change, and we are now talking about what is the outcome, right? Why are people, customers, using your product to what to do with job, right? So in that world, we call it as jobs to be done framework. So that is started changing a lot, and now people and customers are asking. Product market fit is another example in this area, right? So one of them is going to be talking about product outcome and customer-centric approach. This is like I said, why are customers going to use your product or hire your product to do what kind of job? So we'll start, there are a lot of frameworks out there. So we'll start defining those and teaching those to you. One of the things which I keep talking about, it's valuable across all roles, right? If you are a product manager, well and good, but if you are a designer, and I think Vijay is going to talk about design in the next session, but every part of the role in an enterprise product or a software product management is going to be connected to the product itself, right? So if you're a designer, you need to know what kind of product you're building. If you're a coder, you need to know what kind of product you're building. So having this product mindset not only helps product managers, but it helps designers, testers. Of course, testing is done by engineers these days, but that's the whole idea about what product mindset is. So like I said, these are the main areas where we are going to talk about in the course. We are going to be teaching you concepts like jobs to be done, where you actually understand what the customers are trying to accomplish and why they're hiring your product. We'll be working on strategic roadmaps. If someone from product management is there in the group, they'll know the importance of roadmap, because half of our time go in just creating and managing the roadmaps and the strategic vision of the product and where it goes. So we'll be going over there. Cross-functional collaboration is another important aspect, that the main work of a product manager is to get the concept of the vision or the product vision and narrate the story to the different groups, right? First you talk to a designer, then you talk to an engineer, then you talk to sales, pre-sales, and all of them. So that's the whole importance of cross collaboration, where you are going to work with different teams all around the day, right? So that's going to be important for product management. So like I said, the topics we will be covering in the course is definition of product mindset. We'll be showing you different frameworks which are out there. I've already talked about jobs to be done. That's my favorite framework. I can talk on that for like 4 hours if you give me a chance. Then role of experimentation, MVP to MLP. So these are new. MVP is again a very old concept, but if you break down the entire vision of the product, you come up with like something which is a minimal viable product. That's the basic. And then product metrics. So the idea is that after the course, or the end of the course, we're going to have a capstone project where we'll try to, align your interest with the field out there. And you'll actually go and do an entire end-to-end product, at least in the project. So that's the importance, because how much ever you get taught on different subjects, unless you do a hands-on training or unless you actually work and write a user story, talk to an engineer, talk to a designer, get it out, test it yourself, all of that, we'll be trying to do it in the capstone project. So there are going to be different levels, and it's not for aspiring. Even if you're in product management, you can come and join the course. It's a refresher. We'll be talking about newer concepts which are come up in product management as a field. So it's just not limited to beginner level. So this is, I wanted to talk about some career opportunities. Usually you start off as an associate product manager. This is a formal role which is created now. Back in the day, we used to just call it like an intern or a starting product manager, but there is actually a role called APM, Associate Product Manager. And then you can go to become a product manager, full-fledged senior, and then go on to become, director or CPO. The adjacent opportunities is what I wanted to stress more, that even if you're not in product itself, you can end up in marketing, in operations, in user experience research. So there are so many offshoots of product management as a concept that you can land if you're looking for jobs and all. You can land in any of those areas. Wow, I did it under 14 minutes. Okay. So the parting advice is start with curiosity, right? Start with why. And whenever after this course, I'm pretty sure everyone who attends and joins this course is going to ask this question as why. Why are we creating this? Why is this feature being built? Right? So that is the curiosity. And when you start getting answers or you start answering them yourselves, it's a beautiful kind of a story which starts, you can start telling the story to other groups in a collaborative way. I keep saying focus on outcomes. This is again, like I said, industry is moving. We actually have a word called, it's a negative word, it's called feature factory. So back in the day, we product managers to all worry about only feature, right? This print is going to be this feature, that is. Now we are stepping back and we are looking at the entire product outcome, like the job, what is it doing, and aligning our products and features and all to that. So whenever you hear a word feature factory next time, think of it as it's not a good word. Lead with influence, and we're going to build and iterate on the product journey. So that's my take. I wanted to include a photo of my book as a parting, so you know. But if there are any questions, we've got a couple of minutes for questions. Or I don't know. We put it in direct. But yeah, that's me. I'll be in touch. That's my email ID, and you'll see more on this from us on this topic. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a quick
relation is, you can relate the product to a service as well. It will be very helpful because most of the time people are buying services, not necessarily a product which is more tangible. So that would be very good. Sure. So we are trying to talk, you're asking me about two different worlds right now. Like the product world doesn't do the services and the services don't do product. But there are services which can be used or treated as a product. Right? So the same concepts go and align there, like the outcome, what you're going to use. So it's pretty much same. It's just that it's an ongoing, the services is an ongoing kind of thing, and product is you start and stop and use it. We had another question. Yeah.
So in this particular course or cohort, how do you plan to integrate the AI part that is now being included in a lot of conversations with the PM side of things?
Absolutely. So when you finish or the ending of the course, when you're trying to select your capstone project, that's the time when AI. So if you're interested in fintech and ERP and supply chain, everywhere this whole concept called ambient AI is now coming up, where AI is not just a part, right? It's thought about it in the whole journey. So definitely what the capstone project you choose, we kind of embed, and we have got other AI members also who try that. Yes.
So with product management, I think the domain knowledge is still required. That is the key, because we coming from 2 decades of ERP background, ERP and supply chain. I think that's still going to be a lot of value and quite building the product.
Absolutely. So this course, like I said, is more for the beginners who are getting into the field of product management. But definitely domain experience is super important and critical for a successful product management. Right? So at the starting, if you're like 1 or 2 years in your career, you don't have that kind of domain experience, right? So as we go on and become a senior or seasoned, definitely that's super critical. All right, I think that's my thing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gorankar, for that sharp and insightful primer on how to cultivate a product mindset. Now, let's take that product mindset one step further into the world of product design, where context meets creativity and collaboration fuels breakthrough solutions. This session will be led by Mr. Abhijit Kosar and Mr. Kuldeep Kerpar, who bring deep expertise in crafting design that delight customers and drive impact. Mr. Abhijit Kosar is an innovative architect and design strategist, known for blending technology with creative vision to craft impactful spaces. A passionate champion for sustainable and forward-thinking design, Mr. Kosar inspires change through his work and mentorship. Presenting with him is Mr. Kuldeep Kerpar. Mr. Kerpar is a seasoned UX leader with over 2 decades of experience in transforming user experiences for global enterprises. As a senior partner at UX Reactor, he drives strategic insights and innovation, empowering organizations to deliver exceptional user-centered solutions. An advocate for UX leadership, Mr. Kerpar authored the book, Strengthen Your User Research Superpowers, Guiding Professionals to Influence and Lead with Impact. Get ready to explore how great design is much more than aesthetics. It's about understanding users and creating solutions that truly fit their needs. Please welcome Mr. Abhijit Kosar and Mr. Kuldeep Kerpar to present about product design.
Thanks, Alok. All right, so are you all ready for another session on AI? No, we are going to talk about human intelligence, right? I think we have had enough of AI. Let's dive deep into our own creative thinking and create capabilities and collaboration and things like that, which we are designed for, right? So Kuldeep and I have been in the field of UX for a number of years, I guess. So he's an LLM, standing living LLM of user research. He has also written a book on user research. Let me move in. Yeah, I've been designing products for probably the last couple of decades. Currently, I work at Amazon. I did research and design for Amazon supply chain solutions. One of my favorite quote is by architect Cedric Price, and it's a lovely quote from 1970s. Can you imagine that? And he says, "Technology is the answer. We know technology is the answer, but what's the question?" Right? And I think that really kind of is core of what we do. Both Kuldeep, myself, and we also have Deepa somewhere in the auditorium in this facility. It starts with empathy, right? It's really understanding how deep insights into why, as human beings, need product or a service, right? Because we have some unmade, unstated or stated needs, and we are looking for a solution that works for us, that fits into our lives rather than we fitting into the product, right? So design is all about that. Kuldeep, you want to kind of talk, introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Namaskar Mandali. Let's try it again. Namaskar Mandali. इतके सारे महाराष्ट्रीयन लोक शनिवारी 3:30 वाजता बाहेर चहा असताना आतमध्ये बसलेले आहेत. You guys must be really about design thinking. Right? If Ganuchi was inside, I would ask anyway. So my name is Kuldeep Kelkar. I did publish this book last year. It's called Strengthen Your User Research Superpowers. So as Abhijit mentioned, I have spent the last 25 years in the field of user experience, code design and research. And as Abhijit will talk about, in this era of AI and agentic, people who understand humans will have this unique competitive advantage because they can articulate the problem better, they can understand the human behind that problem better, and potentially lead to asking the right questions, which will lead to better solutions. Right? And then we'll use terminologies like design thinking, we'll use terminologies like usability testing, but they are not complicated concepts. They are very simple, easy to understand product thinking concepts. Those that are just coming in, I think we were joking about Maharashtrian लोक 3:30 वाजलेले आहेत, बाहेर चहा आहे आणि इथे लोक डिझाईन थिंकिंग बद्दल बोलतायत. That's kudos to all of you. So that's my background, and we'll go through design thinking. We'll have the curriculum ready. You guys are definitely encouraged to attend some of those courses. We're also happy to answer any questions that you have. I do have a couple of copies of the book. But the book is definitely available on Amazon, since we're talking about Amazon a lot these days, so it's absolutely available on Amazon. Over to you, Vijay.
Thank you. Thank you, Kuldeep, for getting us started. So we are going to cover broadly, we are going to talk about what's in it for me, right? So this is the first thing that I asked myself, right? What's in it for me? Why should I be here, right? So I'm going to give you some reasons why you should be here and why you should be thinking about design thinking. We'll talk briefly about what is design. A lot of people have different understanding of what design is. Sometimes people get confused between design and art, which is not. We'll demystify design thinking in general, and we'll talk about what we plan to offer as part of GMG Innovation Academy. And this is not just for techies. This is for everyone who wants to, start thinking from both sides of their brain. All right, so what's in it for me? So if you're a student, I know there are a bunch of students in this room, and I'm very happy to say that I met 5 students who are either already doing design or design thinking in this room, right? So I was very happy to hear that, and there are some students who have actually done their CS undergrad and now thinking of moving into design, which is even better. Obviously, design thinking for experienced professionals, right? You are working in any field. I know we have at least 1 or 2 lawyers in this room. I know there is one sitting there looking into his phone. So design thinking is for everyone. It's not just for anyone who is only working in tech or engineering or product side, right? You will notice these concepts are really simple. If you're in healthcare, if you're in teaching, education, government, banking, service industry, design thinking is for everyone. It's a mindset and something that helps you stand up, especially in the age of AI. why now? I think, Kuldeep brought this fantastic, statistics, right? The success rate for startup is really, really small, right? I mean, you all know there are a bunch of startup founders here in this room. It's hard, right? Almost 92% startups fold in the first 3 years, right? So success rate is hard. It's hard, right? And Sanjay Bhandari in the morning kind of talked about, just having that tenacity, right? You need the likes of Sunil Gavaskar and Rahul Dravid to kind of be ready to play that long game, right? If you really want to kind of build something substantial over a long period of time. But in the age of AI, I think building is going to be fast and cheap. We already know that, right? I mean, AI is going to speed up a lot of things, right? And that's where design thinking becomes very critical because only the ideas which are rooted in deep human insight are going to stand out and are going to truly matter, right? So think about top 3 or 4 apps that you use every day and think about why you use them, why you think you are addicted to those apps, right? Because they are based on deep human insight, right? They work for you, you're not working for the app, right? So that's really key when it comes to design and design thinking. Since we are in Silicon Valley, since we are at Stanford, right? I have to put this name. You might have heard about this name, right? I think he really kind of put it beautifully, right? Talks about, design is not about how things look or how things feel, right? It's really about things work. So very often, a good design, in my opinion, is something that you don't even notice, right? It just works, right? And that's how the product should feel. That's how the experiences should feel. That it should just work for you. There's another, we talked about application, we talked about product development, right? Or any kind of innovation, right? That's how it feels, right? It's extremely messy. And I think this quote from Robin Sharma, I don't know how many of you have read his book, The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. I think it's a fantastic book, and this quote from this book, right? Innovation is hard at first, messy in the middle, and gorgeous in the end. I think it's so true, right? And design thinking actually helps you get through that messy period, right? The initial messiness that you experience when you're innovating, you're working on some new idea, right? And kind of trying to solve hard problems. So essentially, design thinking is designed for solving hard problems where the problem itself is not very clear.
So anyone that has either started a startup or has worked for a small company knows what this slide is all about. And anyone that has built a product that goes through endless debates of what needs to be built for which customers and how fast can we test the hypothesis knows how messy it is at the beginning. Yeah. This is universally true. It's always the case. And what Abhijit was talking about is design thinking as an approach will help you untangle some of it. You'll not get rid of it. You'll just know how to accept it, how to go through it a little bit faster. And the term can be a little bit challenging because when most of us say design thinking, I know many of you are thinking UI. That's the common thought process. But generally, we are not thinking about UI. UI is the final artifact that is important. But design thinking is really a problem-solving mechanism. Every time you get stuck, go back to the first principles, and several things within product management slide also apply here, which is who's the user and what is their problem? Is this problem big enough? Last point, which is in the last 6 months at UX Reactor, where we do a lot of design thinking workshops, a lot of user research, we have absolutely seen AI crunch the amount of time you stay in those stages. So when you get stuck, back in the day, it used to take days, weeks, months to prototype. These days, most people go to V0, Lovable, Replit, name your tool, and they quickly prototype. Is that release quality code? Probably not right now. Most likely not. Maybe someday it is, maybe not. But that design thinking approach for problem solving and rapid prototyping gets you out of this really, really fast. So what I'm here saying is that don't look at this coursework as a UI design coursework. There will be UI design elements, but this coursework is more on problem solving approaches that can be deployed at pretty much any situation, software or not.
Well said, Kuldeep. I want to use this slide to tell you why design needs to get involved early, why you need to start thinking about design, right? So very often when you start with an idea, right, you have very little understanding of customers, right? You probably have an idea and you kind of start working on that idea, you kind of invest into design engineering, all of that. You start building that idea. By the time you've built an idea, over a period of time, your understanding of what the customer needs and product market fit kind of goes up, right? But by the time you have that full understanding, you have very little design freedom because you've already invested in building something that you cannot undo. You've taken, in our Amazon language, we call it as one-way door decisions, right? So you've taken a lot of one-way door decisions which are very expensive for you to undo, right, or come back. So you want to kind of start early so that you want to maximize your understanding of who your market is, what customer segment you're trying to solve, what their stated, unstated needs are. How can you not just serve their stated and unstated need? Because that's a table stake these days, right? How can you exceed their expectation, right? So you need to kind of innovate on behalf of our customer, your customers. So that's something that you need to think about. And design thinking and research will kind of get you there. Very often you have seen, right, I was referring to the left side and right side of our brain. So very often we use a lot of our, if you're an engineer, you're trained to kind of think in an analytical fashion. Data has become the new oil, so everyone wants to kind of think about data, which is great. But when you combine analytical thinking with design thinking, I think that is where the magic happens, right? That is where you are really truly unleashing the power of human intelligence, right? Again, I want to kind of really emphasize that we're not going to talk about AI in this session. So there are some elements. I'm not going to get into the theory part of it, but I want to kind of leave something really simple concepts behind that you can actually start using from today, right? As you kind of step out of this room. So we'll talk about what the various elements that goes into design thinking. So obviously it's a method where you're kind of moving from a very complex problem to a solution that you think is going to work, right? And which is very validated. So this diagram, which is a very famous diagram, in fact, it's called as a double diamond diagram, right? And which is obviously, you are sitting here at Stanford. I also happen to teach at Stanford, right? So a lot of these design thinking concepts have actually originated from this place. Obviously you might have heard about a firm called IDEO, David Cayley. This is the simple process of divergent and convergent thinking, where you're constantly flexing your brain to think laterally, to think about different ideas, different possibilities, right? And humans are much better than AI in terms of exploring those, tapping into your creative side of your brain, right? That is where it starts with, you start with the basic customer need. You don't need to directly jump to a solution, right? You have heard about customer need and you tend to jump to a solution because, if you're an engineer or if you're a founder, you tend to think about a problem and a solution together, right? The point is that you pause, you say, hey, this is a problem, but this is really a problem, right? And you want to kind of go and explore what are the other adjacent problems that this human can have, right? And that gives you a list of pain points. And very often I joke about it, right? What do you mean by pain point, right? Do you want to address a headache or a toothache, right? And that's a good way of thinking about, are you solving hard problems or are you solving problems that can go away even if you don't do anything, right? So you want to go to the problems that are going to persist over a period of time, right? You want to, because by the time you build a solution, there are 50 other startups who are going to be working on the same problem, right? So you need to find problem which is going to be a durable problem, right? And no one else is solving it. So think about that. You go through that divergent thinking, understand, then you prioritize based on what your strengths and capabilities are and where you think the business opportunity is. And that's where you kind of prioritize, you converge onto specific pain points that you want to solve. And then again, at that point, you start diverging. You want to kind of now explore into the solution space where you want to explore different ideas that you can come up with, really wacky ideas. And I'm going to do a very quick exercise in this room to just help you flex your left side of your brain. All right, so design thinking, I'm not going to get into details, but it's a very simple, although it is laid out as a linear slide, think of this as a circular slide, right? This is a constant, exploration that you go through. You go through empathy, you learn about your audience, whom you're designing for. You kind of refine, focus your questions based on your insights, based on the stories that you've heard. Think that, all right, I heard 50 stories, which 5 stories I want to focus on, right? And then you get into brainstorming. There are techniques, design thinking kind of brings in a lot of techniques, tools, method cards, which you can use to get inspiration from different industries. For example, there are techniques like parallel universe, right? You think about, there is a parallel universe or parallel world that exists. What would that look like? Right, which is different than yours, right? Or you take inspiration from nature, right? How is nature solving this problem, right? And you can bring those inspirations into your ideation. So there are different techniques. Prototyping, again, with AI, things are getting easier, right? Not just UI or UX prototypes, but even physical prototypes with 3D printing and other techniques. You don't need to kind of wait for a vendor in China to kind of get you some early prototypes. You can actually go to a local garage or even Home Depot and get things done. Testing validation is important. I'm going to not skip through some of these slides, but you get an idea. I want to pause here, right? So obviously empathy, you want to kind of start with who your users are, you want to interview them. Very often you want to observe them, right? Very, very powerful technique, right? Sometimes you're not asking questions, but just observing your users, right? How do they live their world, right? And observing, deep diving with them into their world is an amazing way you can come up with insights that you can never think of, right? And then you turn that into something more concrete, personas, empathy maps, that will help you guide your development and your engineering. Definition, right? I think it's very important that how you define the problem, because your solution depends on how you have defined the problem itself, question itself. And here's a very interesting reframing of a problem statement, right? On the left hand side, you have a very simple, straightforward problem statement, like design a boat to cross a river, right? On the right hand side, I have reframed that problem statement, saying that design a safer way for school kids to cross the river every day. Imagine rural India. Imagine, African village, right? The way you reframe that problem statement, you can possibly come up with 15, 20, maybe 100 different ideas. We are about 80s or 50 people in this room. Each one of you can come up with a very unique idea. That means we'll have 50 different ideas to solve that problem. Can anyone kind of think about a radical solution? How would you design a problem? What will you do to design a safer way? Yeah, go ahead, Anita. Radical, yeah, no constraint, unconstrained. Yeah, bring the school to the kid. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
Make a bridge.
Make a bridge, yes, of course, yeah. Radical, not radical? Yeah, go ahead.
Have a balloon and fly against there and be fun and safe.
Perfect, right? Or a zip line. Right? Or just do your physical swim lessons in the river every day. Right? So there are different ways to kind of solve this problem. Sorry, go ahead.
I was giving an example where in Assam or in the northeast, a person had built a tree bridge.
There you go.
Yeah, so that is inspiring for nature what he said.
Exactly. Exactly. And then think about, I think what is the key, the most operative word here? Which word will you focus on in the reframe problem statement?
That's it. Kid, design, and a lighter note.
Always think about user, right? Will you start with the user need? Who's the user, right? Kids, what's their need? Safely go to the school, right? Now that opens up multiple possibilities in which you can approach this problem, right? So that's really, I think that's really the essence of design thinking. Go ahead.
Thanks, all right.
Yeah, so at our design agency, all designers and researchers know explicitly when we are in that divergent thinking phase. We go a couple of slides back. So this is of course work with a lot of engineers, a lot of product leaders. And when someone talks about a problem, everyone jumps into a solution. You want to start solving the problem. Nothing wrong with it, but what we have trained ourselves is to explicitly say the next half hour, we're going to go into that divergent thinking. Now everyone knows, oh, how might we? No idea is crazy idea and so on and so forth. Everything gets put on the table. Even a half hour, even a 15 minutes of that divergent thinking will change the course of your problem solving. Almost guarantee it. If it doesn't, that's okay. You spend 15 minutes, you spend half an hour, that's okay. It's highly, highly tempting to solve the problem. That we're all used to it. I think all of us are trained engineers. Like our undergrad was engineering. You see a problem, try to solve the problem. instead of spending half an hour or so in a group, thinking a little bit more about the problem and going into some crazy ideation. And eventually, bridge might be a good enough solution. And we might not build a zip line, right? Or we might not build a tree, or might not be needed, or we might not have swim lessons. But there is a bunch of ideas that are in the parking lot for future ideation. It might be in the V2, it might be in the V3. So if you take anything, spend small amount of time in that divergent thinking. It helps before you converge on a solution.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Like making it real, I think is important. Like I was sharing an example about a month back. I ran a design thinking session at Amazon for one of the largest automakers in Japan. And we had 15 engineers and product managers from that company who had flown into that 2 hours. We ran design thinking session ideation. The entire team came up with 68 very high quality, high value AI based ideas for automotive, right from their sales, service, product engineering, R&D, all the way to their distribution, their vendor, supply chain, all of that, right? Imagine 15 engineers flying in from Japan, 2 hour workshop, 68 extreme high quality ideas. Now they have a roadmap that they can work on for next 12 months, right? So that's the power of design thinking unlocking, right? Each idea can be a multi-billion-dollar idea. Imagine the amount of value that got unlocked just by using design thinking. All right, so we'll move on. I think we talked about how might be ideation, brainstorming. So Kuldeep mentioned about there are simple techniques like Crazy 8, right? What Crazy 8 idea does is that every person gets a piece of paper, you fold it twice, 4 times. Essentially, the paper gets converted to 8 quadrants. You have 8 minutes to come up with 8 different ideas. Now imagine all of us doing that rapidly, right? The amount of ideas, you can easily beat a good AI LLM with that kind of an ideation, right? So we definitely want to kind of tap into that.
Sorry, quickly, I'll just project out on Nita. So a few weeks ago, we ran a workshop with the customer. I can't name the customer right now. And they were so uncomfortable that we converted into crazy, like 4, just 4 ideas on 4 minutes and go a little bit crazy. It is so hard for people that work in PowerPoint and Excel and Word to sketch out their ideas. They start writing in bullet points. But our human thinking has now become into bullet points. We can't sketch out the ideas, we can narrate the stories around that ideas. So imagine humanity 5,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, everyone was narrating stories about everything. And now we have reached a point where our thinking has gotten into PowerPoint or Word, where we think in terms of bullet points. It was just a little bit ridiculous to see, and we had to encourage them to sketch, we had to encourage them to draw, because the thinking approach has really gotten into a bullet point list of things.
Yeah, brilliant point, right? There's a physicality to design, right? That's the reason here you see when I talk about different ways of prototyping things, right? 3D models, paper sketches. My team does a lot of skits. We actually perform 5 to 7 minute skit to explain the customer problem and the proposed solution, right? And they can use whatever props they can get from the room to perform the skit, right? Because there is a physicality where you're actually bringing the real world experiences and kind of enacting those, right? So short videos, animations, or of course AI tools, right? It's kind of prototyping is getting fast and furious. Testing, of course, I think it's very important. Very often, we tend to get married to our ideas, our prototypes, and we want to start building it and think that, we like it, everyone else is going to like it, and you release it in the market and it bombs, right? Very common story, right? So that happens because, you have really not gone out and tested your ideas, right? From very early stage all the way to really high definition, high fidelity prototypes. So making sure that, getting that feedback, right? Things that users like, things that they think can be improved, new ideas to consider. A good user feedback can throw a lot of things at you, and you will learn a lot when you are kind of showing it. In fact, you can show it casually too. I sometimes do prototype testing when I'm waiting for my at the airport, right? Waiting for boarding, right? The same idea. I would just have a conversation with fellow passengers saying, "Hey, I'm thinking about this. What do you think of this?" Right? And it's a great way to kind of get feedback, rapid feedback, without even offering them a coffee, right? So So there are ways to kind of do that. I think measuring impact, a lot of times we tend to focus on the business metrics, which is reasonable, right? Obviously, that's how we get funded, that's how we get paid. But a lot of times we don't focus on the behavioral metric, right? In terms of, how is your user engaging, how are they thinking, how are they feeling about your product and service, right? So having that kind of a very touchy-feely feedback looped into, baked into your design process is going to be very critical. All right. With this, I'm going to kind of talk about what we are going to offer as part of this part of GMG Global Innovation Academy, right? So obviously, being a design thinking module, this is going to focus primarily on a hands-on project, right? So we will definitely have some classroom, and we'll get started kind of a module. We will introduce you to the tools, the concepts, the techniques. It's not complicated, right? I mean, whatever you saw in the five, 6 slides is what we will talk about in the class. But more focus is going to be the tools, techniques, and the templates that you can readily use in anything that you are currently working on, right? Literally anything, right? Think about tomorrow you're planning a big birthday party or a feast for your friends and family. You can use design thinking, right? Think about what kind of experience you want to create, this design deliver, right? And you can use design thinking approach to deliver an exceptional guest experience. So we'll pick up some hands-on projects, any project, anything that you're passionate about, whether you're a working professional, whether you're a startup founder, or whether you're just getting started, whether you're struggling with growth, whatever journey stage you are as part of your work, design thinking approach, framework, templates are all useful for you. Some useful resources, obviously, I believe, Abhijit, we are going to they can have access to these decks. So we have got a few things, there are some typical questions. So, like, where does design thinking fit into agile and lean startup and all of that? So I just want to kind of, make that, get that slide out of the way, saying that, hey, design thinking happens much earlier, even before you start kind of, building the product. There is a end-to-end. I think this is one of the biggest learning that I have, and I have advice that I give to everyone is that don't think about just solving a specific problem for the user, right? You need to think end-to-end. You need to think your user experience is defined not just what happens while they are using your product. Your user experience is defined even before they start thinking about your product, right? So you need to think about how are they arriving at your product and what are they going to do next after they leave your product, right? User experience is end-to-end. And a lot of time I've seen a lot of startup founders, I also advise, they leave money at the table because they are not thinking about end-to-end value chain, right? They say, I'm going to solve this problem, right? So you're basically creating point solutions that may work for a certain period of time, but then someone else is going to eat your lunch at some point, right? Someone who is going to come in and say, hey, I'm going to do this end-to-end, right? Then your point solution dies, right? Or, well, you may have a good exit at that point if you want to sell it, right? So there are needs to kind of think end-to-end, not just think about the two-dimensional nature of your product. There's a design logic canvas, and if you want to even take a quick picture of this, this is a very important framework that I came up with, right? We all have seen the business model canvas, right? And I realized that there is a missing piece there, which is that there is a design logic, right? And some of the questions, and this is also my learning about, just understanding how Jeff Bezos used to kind of think, right? It's like, first of all, start with why does this problem need to be solved, right? Why it hasn't been solved already, right? And these are really simple questions, right? And things like, why now? Why you? Why you think you are the right person to solve the problem, right? So it's very important to understand what are the unique capabilities that you bring to the table, right? As a founder or as a professional, right? So things like that, it's very important that I usually kind of split my design process into 2 parts, right? Are you solving the right problem? And then are you solving it in the right way, right? Really simple, right? First, if you're not solving the right problem, you may end up with the amazing engineering solution that doesn't mean anything to anyone. All right, so there are a bunch of references. I'm going to leave it at that. But with that, Jai Mata.
Any questions? Any questions?
How do I register for your course?
How do you register for our course? I think you have the answer.
PayPal. Start with PayPal.
We'll have the answer soon.
So Abhijit, other thing, both of you have a question. See, are you going to offer your courses exclusively as your course, or it can be part of other courses also?
It can be part of other courses like product management, and
that's what I'm
product
saying.
design is
It's
going to be
applicable
critical.
across.
It's also sales marketing as we kind of are thinking about, module on sales and marketing is going to be important, right? Startup, we have the board on startup. Even, I will tell you, Rupal is not here, she left, but I would say design your career,
Exactly.
right? Design your life, design your career. There's actually Stanford course on design your life. I think Anurag was called there, but maybe this
That's
year,
what I wanted.
right? Designing your life, right? It's the same principle that you can use to kind of design your own life or design your own career.
Like Rupa is going to offer campus to corporate. Will you be going there and maybe taking few sessions in her course?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
very
that will
open,
help us in a big way.
100% very open to that, yes, yes.
Will also likely have like levels, right? The basic level, which is what we described, but then there could be designers, researchers, people that are hyper focused, or product managers that are interested, where we can go a little bit more deep dive rather than just the theory and a couple of examples. Right? Can be more professional oriented.
Actually, Anand asked part of it, but the same question, this is awesome, first of all, I think problem solving is part of every problem, that's the base. And in design thinking is a cross topic if you see that way, so it is like part of every problem you are trying to solve. So, जसं आनंद म्हणाले, I think we heard about the AI course, right? That earlier session. अजून Rupali talked about something. So, in academy, the curriculum, are we planning to embed design thinking as the mandatory section or part of that each course? Because that needs to be.
Can I just add to that? We were discussing that like Khadinkar's leadership program. Can we include these in the other programs? So then only it will bring value.
I think both of you bring a very valid point that there are some foundational courses which kind of cut across, right? And maybe we need to kind of think about that. I would also add financial literacy and just thinking about financial modeling and having that kind of a bent of mind about, being comfortable with your P&L or whatever you want to think about, right? I think those are some core things that everyone needs to have clarity.
Yeah, and so we can have some pre-recorded videos, some 5-minute, 10-minute approaches and so on and so forth. And just infuse it so it's not dependent on our timing. And for those that do not know, this is husband and wife, and so which is why I was waiting to see who is going to answer that. That's it, I think. Thank you.
All right, I think but we are here, so maybe we
one last.
Product design and the product development. So how does it transition from one to other, one other overlap and?
It doesn't really, it's, in fact, yeah, sorry. It doesn't really translate to one and the same, to be honest, right? And I think, I would also say that predominantly that word handoff between design and engineering, I don't use that word, I call it as handshake, right? I think it's important to have that kind of handshake, not a handoff, right? Because it's so infused these days, right? And I think with AI and some of the AI tooling that we are seeing, it's getting even further compressed. Right, so I think I would like to kind of see not really, I think it's really about, how you take an insight to an implementation.
There is what concept of three in a box.
Yeah.
So that you sitting with a designer, a developer and a product manager. Any idea you get, you start with three of us. So there's no real handoff like Abhijit said, right? You all three of us think together and then we go to the next one.
Yeah, at least most Silicon Valley companies, that is true, the three in the box or three-legged stool, product design engineer working together. It doesn't always work at all companies, but generally that's the recommended approach. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kosar and Mr. Kirkar, for such a thought-provoking session on product design. As we become increasingly connected, cybersecurity is no longer just optional, it's foundational to trust and sustainability. Mrs. Priya Koratkar will guide us through the essentials of cybersecurity, sharing how to protect our innovations and data in an evolving threat landscape. Mrs. Kolarkar is a sales leader at AWS, focused on innovation and strategic partnerships in cloud and cybersecurity. An active voice in the Garje Marathi global community, Mrs. Kolarkar champions cloud security, AI, and data governance. Please welcome Mrs. Priya Kolarkar to talk about cybersecurity.
All right, thank you, Shalaka. I think it's 4 o'clock and long day, so I'm going to start with good news, bad news. What do you guys want first? Bad news first? Okay, I am not the most qualified person candidly to talk about this subject, so that's the bad news. The good news is I have no slides, so it's going to be less than 5 minutes. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. The reason I'm not the most qualified person is, as you heard from the introduction, I run sales for AWS. I run a North America sales team. And while my team focuses on cybersecurity as one of the aspects, I also run the IML, climate tech, ISV, and many other verticals. So माझी जी understanding आहे किंवा exposure आहे, that is more about the end customer. Why do people buy and what do they buy? Right? And in that vein, I work with a bunch of cybersecurity customers. So until last year, I used to run all of national cybersecurity for AWS. So that's kind of my affinity to cybersecurity. And I guess stealing a page from Abhijit's presentation, I am the left part of the brain, the right part, which is two other people, Lalit Shinde and others are not here today. So this is going to be a collaborative effort of trying to see why and what we can do in cybersecurity. खूपच early stage मध्ये आहे, ideation मध्ये आहे. That is why I don't have these slides and I'm not going to take up too much of your time. But I just want to kind of establish a few things here about why cybersecurity, right? So the ICC, which is a body which talks about cybersecurity, has said that the gap in resources is massive in cybersecurity. So there are about 10.5 million role openings in cybersecurity and only 4.5 million people there today. So there's a huge scope for cybersecurity. There is a gap in skill set. And lastly, generative AI, as you all have heard all day today, is really changing the landscape. So there needs to be a more practical approach to cybersecurity. So what we've come to think about is we need to create some type of a training which will help the new generation think about cybersecurity from a more relevant standpoint. So we'll be working with the new disruptive startups to help us think about what those courses should look like and what they will look like. And then make a 4-week course roughly, which will start from foundation of what is GenAI, what is GenAI security, what type of security controls are there in place, taking it to some practical exposure to these startups who will offer hands-on experience, and then lastly doing some sort of a capstone project. So that's really the arc of the journey. We haven't thought about the details yet. So if anyone has any questions, comments, feel free to ask me. I know I'm probably in between this and the most exciting program, which is the cricket team later. So I don't know if I have time to take questions, but it happened.
So I have a background of a business application. I don't have a coding background. So how do I get into cybersecurity?
You don't need for cybersecurity. You don't need coding background for the kind of course that we are thinking about. Within cybersecurity, there are various disciplines. So if you're building a cybersecurity product, you may need some coding. But if you're thinking more on the compliance side and with the new AI tools out there, right? Like with vibe coding and everything, anyways, coding is not a necessity anymore. So there is a tangential path into cybersecurity. All right, that's it. Like I promised, less than 5 minutes.
One quick question. Is cybersecurity also includes AI security?
Yes, that's the foundation. कारण आता काय होतंय ना, with GenAI, the security landscape is completely changing, especially with agentic AI. Identity is at question right now, right? We don't know if it is a human or if it is an agentic AI that is doing the function. So there is a fundamental shift in cybersecurity. So if you think about it, there are two benefits. One is how do I secure the agent and GenAI environment, and then how do I use GenAI to also make my product better? So there are two aspects to it, and I think we'll take flavors of that during the training. All right, that's it, my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Korekar, for shedding light on cybersecurity, which is a critical pillar for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, every now and then, a moment comes along that doesn't just inform us, it transforms us. This is that moment. This is the moment where we recognize the surprise visitors that I had mentioned earlier in the morning. Today, we are honored to welcome a group of pioneers, a group of people that are changing history as they stand. The first ever USA women's blind cricket team. These athletes have trained under legendary coaches, mastered the art of batting, bowling, and fielding, guided only by sound, and powered entirely by spirit. Their dream? To proudly represent Team USA at the first ever Blind Women's T20 World Cup in India 2025, which is taking place this November. These talented women come from several different states. They have turned a challenge into a calling, not asking for sympathy, but commanding respect through skill, strength, and sheer will. This is about far more than just cricket. This is about breaking barriers, redefining inclusion, and reminding us all that true vision has nothing to do with sight, but all to do with determination. Their journey is not just theirs, it's an inspiration to all of us to reimagine what's possible, to act boldly, and to create a world where dignity and opportunity are never limited by ability. So please join me in giving a thunderous, roaring round of applause to the unstoppable, inspiring, and history-making USA Blind Women's Cricket Team.
You have a rose. We are giving you flowers.
I would now like to invite Dr. Mayar to say a few words.
It's such a privilege to know this amazing team and the forces behind this team. I first came across this entire space of cricket. My 8-year-old plays cricket. And as I was engaged with the various clubs that he's been playing with, I found out about Samarthanam Trust, which is a Bangalore-based trust, which is also the host for Indian blind men's cricket team and women's cricket team, KB, Center for, well, I don't know the full expansion of it, the CABI. And last year, the Indian blind men's cricket team visited the US on a tour, and Seva co-hosted that team here in the Bay Area and some of the other places. And we hosted them right here in this room, actually, thanks to SciPec. It was so inspiring. The stories that they had and the work that they had done and the fact that they were world champions, and it was so inspiring that we actually invited them to join again. We're hoping that Indian blind men's cricket team will will come back again. But what evolved after that, I visited Bangalore, Samarthanam Trust, about a year back, about 9 months back. And what I found out was that Samarthanam Trust is also supporting the first ever blind women's cricket team here in the US. And there's some remarkable, and I'll not take the story away from Dheeraj, who's gonna tell us about how that came about. But it's such an impressive and ambitious initiative. The fact that this will be the first time ever that US will have such a team and will participate in the first World Cup that's happening in India. It's just been an amazing evolution of events for me personally. I would like to invite Dheeraj Sequeira, who's one of the key leaders in supporting, he's involved in Samarthanam, but he's also been involved with this particular initiative right here in the US. So Dheeraj, could you please come and join us and tell us more about tell us a little bit more about what blind cricket is and what does it involve in building this team here and how can we all support it? Please, Dheeraj.
Thank you, Professor Anurag. So it's nice to be back. And for us, Cricket for the Blind is a transformative, positive tool to empower and transform. And we have been doing it for the last many years, I would say 15 years, under the able leadership of Dr. Mantesh Jikudasanavar. He himself is a visually impaired. And we are almost 600 staff working across India in 18 cities, not only promoting cricket for the blind, but we work with persons with disabilities, with higher education, skilling, art and culture, environment, women empowerment, and cricket for the blind with assistive technologies and on. Whatever is the situation, whenever there is a need for a relief, Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled steps forward. And we are a registered organization here in the US. We are headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts. And Cricket for the Blind was one of the key reasons why Samarthanam was formed 28 years ago, that is 1997 by Dr. Mantesh. And Dr. Professor Anurag, along with some of the cohorts, they were with us last year. And we have intellectual disability school, we have speech and hearing school, but our founders are visually impaired, but we do not have a blind school. The only reason is we felt there are enough blind schools, but they are not equipped with enough technology. So our founders felt it is only the way to take them forward is the innovations, at the same time higher education and innovations. That's the second aspect, that's the reason Samarthanam was formed. Coming back to what I take care is cricket for the blind. It's not just a decade-old game, it's a 103-year-old game. Started in Australia, moved down to all the colonies where the British ruled, and we are master of it. We will defeat them. I think we did well with the test also today. 2 more days. And we feel that cricket is a very positive tool. Back in India, wherever you want to go, when you speak about cricket with the visually impaired parents, one of the sports they understand for the blind is cricket, because they know generally cricket. And for us, it becomes a very easy tool to take them out of their comfort zone. When I say comfort zone is their house, their family, their village or the town, and bring them to the cities where they can get better education and they have a better opportunity. And when we came last year to the US with a men's team, we traveled across 10 states, 58 days, and we were in Bay Area. We met a lot of organizations, and we were fortunate to collaborate with Stanford and Professor Anurag took the initiative of bringing us here. We felt it is very important for us to continue what we started. We met a lot of visually impaired across the country, and we were fortunate to have 2 of them to come down to India. So I have Ms. Abigail and her brother. Sometimes, to enter someone's heart, you need to go through maybe the stomach or eyes or someone. So we want to promote cricket, but Abby wanted to come to India. So she thought whichever win-win situation, when she met my founder, she said she wants to come to India. And my founder knows how to get the work done. So he said, come, I will host you. And when we hosted, she came along with her brother, Drew. And we also gave them something what we want. That's cricket. They played along with girls from Karnataka during the coaching camp. They learned and they came back and volunteered with us, and they have done an extraordinary work. I think we should put a big hand to Drew and Abby. Let's step forward for the period. The entire US thinks that they are husband and wife, but they are brothers and because they'll be traveling together. They get that question very often. But they were the ones who reached out to the NFB, National Federation for the Blind. They are members, almost to 1,000 plus visually impaired through emails and phone calls. And you know what happens to the emails and phone calls here? Either it goes to the spam or junk or it's voicemail. But they were able to reach out, get the response. 500 plus people participated in the demonstration. 80 men said we are ready to take up the challenge in the coaching camp, and the 60 women said they are. And we started this journey this year. We registered the board in New York in the month of June. It was registered. June end, we had the first camp. When in New York, we had the heat wave on 105. We had the coaching camp. And we came to Bay Area, we had the weekend coaching camp. And from 24 of who participated, we selected 17. And the 17 girls were here for the last 1 week. We completed the coaching camp this afternoon. We did not bring everyone. They have their own plans this evening to move around in Cupertino. But we requested 5 girls to be here. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the first girl here is from West Virginia, that is Tati. Can you wave your hand, Tati? Abigail from Wisconsin. Megan from Wisconsin. Caroline from Arkansas. Aisha from Yankton, and Asanda, the local girl from San Francisco. We also have 2 players from India. Both of them have represented the country for over a decade now. First one is Venkateshwar Rao Dunna. He is one of our finest players who played for the country for the last 15 years. He is one of the players who was lucky enough to be winning 5 World Cups for India. Followed by Mr. Loki, he has played for the country since 2016. And we also have one of the volunteers, Dr. Naisargi Shah. She is our physio. And one person we call upon here in Bay Area is Mr. Shiv, who is our volunteer, who is helping along with the visitors. We have Ashwini, Suresh, Ashok, and his family there. And I would say cricket for the blind. This is what made the difference. We have a lot of audio clues. It's a fiber, plastic, metal, which can hit. If it hits, Venki knows he has lost the teeth over the years. It can hit you very hard like a leather ball. We have the ball bearings inside, which makes the sound when it is rolled. Cricket for the blind is played underarm, not overarm. And we use the 22-yard pitch, but with audio clues. With the audio clues like every ball, the bowler bowls. Bowler needs to ask the batter, are you ready? Batter says yes, then you bowl. While releasing the ball, you say the word play. One of these commands are not followed, it would be a no ball. On the 11th yard of the pitch, we draw a straight line. So the first pitch of the ball has to be before 11 yards so that enough sound is created to the batter. So there is no Bumrah in blind cricket, no Yorkers. 3-side classification that we follow is 4 players out of 11 playing 11. We need to be totally blind. The next category are the ones who can see up to 2 meters. They are called the B2 category, minimum of 3 players out of 11. So 4+3 are compulsory. The last category is called the B3, where the players can see up to 6 meters, maximum of 4 players. Without them, you can increase the B1 and B2 players and have the game of cricket. B1 gets a runner. B1 is an impact player. Why? Every run he or she scores is counted as 2 runs. The final in 2012 in Bangalore against Pakistan, the first T20 World Cup, one of the Indian players scored 4 boundaries in the final over, who is a B1. Just imagine 16 plus 16. If Asanda, who is a B1 player here, Megan is a B1 player, just imagine if they hit 24 runs, 6 boundaries, 48 runs, it will be a world record. So that's the power of play. And we have felt over the years in India, it's a very powerful tool. I said, we have received to our former captain of Padma Shri. We have received Arjuna Award, which is the highest award in the sports category, to our former captain. We have received jobs, cash awards to the players. And Venki himself has met the Honorable Prime Minister twice after winning the 4th ODI World Cup and the 2nd T20 World Cup. And I remember for the first time in 2014, the players received the cash prizes within 24 hours because the players were taken by the 3 union ministers straight away from the Delhi airport to the PMO, and they offered him the signed jersey. So cricket is very interesting. You can look for more information. And we are very happy that we have started this initiative. And they will be visiting this November to India, and they will be playing against another 6 countries. We will have 7 countries participating in the World Cup 2025, which will be held in New Delhi, Kathmandu, and Bangalore. That's it from me. I request Abby to say a few words, then we can have the question answer.
Awesome, thank you, Dheeraj. All right, my name's Abby Finkley, and as Dheeraj mentioned, I am from Wisconsin. I'm one of the players here. I have the honor to play alongside this wonderful woman. And I want to share with you a little bit about my personal journey with blind cricket. As Dheeraj mentioned, I did not initially get into it to play cricket. I was at an event, it was all blind people, there was 4,000 blind people at a convention, and they had blind cricket. I said, oh, I don't know what that is, but I know they're Indian there. I want to go to India, so I'm gonna go play cricket. So I showed up with my only expectation was doing some networking, maybe making some connections to get to India. By the time I left the event an hour later, I had an invitation to travel to India, and I'd made plans to leave in 2 months' time for a month away from home in India. That was not what I expected, but I restructured the whole rest of my life around it, not just my year, my whole life has been restructured around cricket. So in November of last year, there was no cricket in the US. I should say October, my apologies. October of last year, there was no blind cricket in the United States. And that was when my brother Drew and I went to India, and I got to train alongside the woman there, and Loki, who's over there, he was my guru. He taught me my cricket, so huge thank you to him. And while I was there, that's when I fell in love with cricket. I fell in love with India too, even more. But that's when my love for cricket. The reason that cricket became so special to me was because growing up, I never thought I could play sports. Imagine for a moment that you're blind. How are you going to play sports with other people? At your school, everyone else decided. How are you going to play sports with them? It's not an easy thing. There has to be programs in place for blind sports. And in most cities, especially smaller towns, it's just not there. So growing up, I was like, oh, it'd be really fun to play sports, but that's never going to be me. So I could run, I could backpack, but I could not play a group sport. Cricket changed that for me. So that when I was in India, I was playing on a team of women. And to have a whole group of women building me up, lifting me up, and having my back when I was having a bad day out on the cricket pitch, that changed my life. And that feeling is never going to, it's always going to be the most amazing thing for me to have these wonderful, and now in America, I have it even more. So I've got my own team here, my girls. Yeah. So round of applause to my girls. So let me get back on track with my story here. In November, Drew and I came back to the United States, and we wanted to start cricket here. So Samarthanam in India was supporting us,
And we said, we need to get this out to the community, because do people in America know a lot about cricket? No, it's not a popular sport here. So we not only had to put it out to the blind community and say, here's cricket, this is what it is. We also had to say, can you come join our team? And if they don't know anything about cricket, they're not gonna play cricket. They're not gonna care about it. They say, cricket, that's a bug, right? And that's about the response we got at first. But we reached out, we did a bunch of phone calls, emails, and by end of January of this year, we were flooded with requests to go to blind schools and teach blind cricket. And so from January up until June, when we started our training camps, Drew and I have been traveling all across the US to 8 different states, 15 different centers, teaching youths and adults how to play blind cricket. And once we were able to give them that introduction, then they became interested. And they said, yeah, I want to play on a national sports team and represent my country. So as we pulled that together, we pulled all these women, all these men that were interested and put them on a list. And then we said, okay, we're going to do our national training camps and you are all welcome to come. And my favorite thing about this program is it's at no cost to the players. So growing up, like I said, I did not have that access to sports. And I could not afford to travel hours and hours to get that access. But thanks to our incredible volunteers, our donors, we're able to pay for these women. We pay their flight tickets, their hotels, everything is covered. So that if they can't afford to come and play, they still get that opportunity. And it's evens the playing field. Everyone is able to come. And we're only able to do that with our sponsors. So huge round of applause for our sponsor. So now that we've been able to pull all these women together, it's the fun part. So where we get to play cricket. So in June, we started our regional training camp. So we had two, one in New York, one in California here. And that was the girls' first introduction to cricket. Very first time playing for most of these girls. So we did 3 days of intensive training and then we sent them home. And then we pulled 17 of those girls to come for our national final selection, which was this week. Today was our final day of training for our final selection tryout for the women. So now we have to go back, pick which women make the team, and then we get to go to India in November to represent the United States. So please give a huge round of applause to these wonderful women. Thank you again, Professor Enrod, for having us out. It really means a lot to our cause, and for always being so supportive. It means a lot. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Any questions from the audience?
We'll not take the questions.
No questions?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Take it ahead.
Never mind. Look us up and then you can ask questions.
Thank you.
So, one thing that we had promised some of them last year when they visited here is that we were gonna find a way to support them. Seva, the other organizations that I'm involved with, has sort of been considering how we can actually do potential fundraisers or potential ways of supporting. One of the reasons that we invited them to this event is this is really an innovation academy, and we talked about innovation, we talked about training. This is all about training, and sports is definitely an element of what GMGIA wants to do. And underserved are very much part of the focus of GMGIA. And there are lots of visually impaired in Maharashtra as well. So it fits with the scope of what we're talking about. We will send you a message later on with some details about Blind Women's Cricket Team, US Cricket Team, and its resource requirements. There are certain commitments that I'll be making. You'll see that in the message. But I'm hoping that all of you can step up to support it in whichever way you can, because we want to build this up. Cricket is going to be a fun, amazing thing for the communities here. It's going to bring US and India together. Most importantly, it's going to create impact in the lives of these amazing women that would not have been possible without it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, but thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. I've been telling you since morning, a lot of special people are coming and meeting us today. Thanks to Admin and Deepa Bhankar, today amongst us, Mr. DJ Patil, who was the Chief Information Officer for Government of USA. Please give him a big hand.
Wow, this was a truly inspiring experience. As we let their stories sink in, we're reminded that leadership isn't always about titles or roles. Sometimes it's just about showing up, pushing boundaries, and daring to lead through adversity. And that brings us to our next session. In today's rapidly shifting landscape, leadership means mastering disruption, especially with AI reshaping industries. Our next session will equip you with frameworks and strategies to navigate change confidently and lead with vision and resilience. Joining us for this vital conversation are Mr. Abhijit Karikar, whom you heard from earlier, Mr. Srihar Shagnore, an expert in leveraging AI-powered digital marketing to drive business growth, and Mr. Umesh Udgaonkar, an experienced IT leader specializing in enterprise transformation and integrations. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abhishek Khadilkar, Mr. Shrihar Shadhavare, and Mr. Umesh Udgaonkar to talk about career leadership, navigating disruption.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, we're gonna do a quick exercise. All of the folks who are sitting in the back, feel free to come in the front. So just come over, just scoot over to the front. Just come over to the front. It's actually more fun here. Yeah, you'll realize, I guarantee it, it's more fun. It's gonna be more interactive. So please come over onto the front. Thank you. This is gonna be an interactive exercise. So we would love your participation. Thank you. So now, do we have the slides? Yes. Set up? Okay, Gary. And is this the put? Is this a click?
Yep. No, not that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm joined here by my colleagues. So let me just super quick introduce myself. So my name is Abhijit, and I run a firm called Spearhead. So we're an AI native services firm. Before that, I was with Deloitte, Cognizant, Cisco. I wrote a book called Unlock. And I'm going to share a little bit of perspectives from Unlock about leadership. And so why don't I invite Sri Harsha to talk a little bit about himself as well.
Thanks everyone. Part of Stanford Healthcare. I'm working for network infrastructure for last 12 years. Primarily the digital transformation. So everything which touches the clinical and non-clinical patient care since 2012. Also did corporate innovation with GSP lead, distinguished scholar as well. And a lot of things what we learned from Abhijit Thosar, we're implementing in action. So that's important. Why here? And I would like to just add a little bit of Unlocked. When we did the first Velpitas global event, that was having 2 books as a gift for all the registrants. One was Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar. It was like how we can take companies to 10x or more. And then second was Abhijit's Unlocked. And I read that book cover to cover and went through multiple times, but I never met him until we met for a Quest offsite preparation day. And then the kind of everybody was worried about AI and how the jobs are at risk, and Unlock has all those mysteries solved already. And that was the thought process there. Why don't we start something Horizon 2025 offsite, and now we are here. So this is a great journey. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, organizers, as well as all the participants. So coming back to Abhijit, I want you to stand up, introduce each other, next person, and talk about your one leadership strength. Let's do the exercise. Talk to person next to you, introduce and tell about your one leadership strength. We have half a minute left. Excellent. So one more twist to the exercise. Now teach the partners and talk about one leadership quality which you want to build in the next 1 year. So again, feel free to talk to next person, but talk about which leadership quality you want to build. Continue. Thank you. So we will come back to this. I would like to hand it over to Abhishek and we will do a little bit of continuation.
Yeah, let's
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to congratulate and our team here for hosting this amazing event. My name is Umesh Dev, and I've been associate with Garje Marathi for quite a while, and I consider that a privilege. So thanks for having me here today. My name is Umesh Dev. As I said, I have a small company that specializes in digital transformation. Besides that, I am actively involved into bone marrow registry. So whenever I go on knows where I try to promote that bone marrow thing. I'm not today. That said, thanks for having me in. And at the end of the session, I would just have very few words to talk about and all of that. Thanks.
At Garje Marathi, one thing that's super interesting is people have a lot of dedication to this community. I'll just share a quick story. So since yesterday evening, Umesh's family has been in ER. And it was very highly likely that he would not have made it here, but he was so committed that he chose to be here, even though there's a lot of stuff going on in his life. So I just wanted to thank Umesh for being here and supporting the community. But now we know how much GMG members sacrifice for each other. And this is about demonstrating leadership, and this is a great example of how people demonstrate leadership. So super quick, here's the agenda. After the welcome, we'll go through the leadership frameworks. We'll talk about navigating disruptive times. Umesh has a special message, and then we'll do Q&A. Sound good? Cool. I mean, you didn't have a choice, but sure. All right, so we've talked a little bit about Unlock. I'm not trying to sell you the book because you're gonna get it for free. So I'm gonna share how you're gonna get it for free. Only if you stick around till the end of the session, you'll be able to get it for free. All right, cool. All right. Question. is leadership a title? How many think yes? How many think no? Oh, wow, it's an overwhelming majority think no. Yes, that's right. So leadership is not a title, it's an action. You take action to demonstrate leadership. And the idea of being a leader is anyone can be a leader on a topic, or a team, or an organization, or a domain, or an industry. You just need to take action and be a leader. You don't necessarily need to have a title. The title, the milestones, the money, the acclaim, the fame, whatever you want, it just comes automatically as a result of taking action. So leadership is about taking action, right? And by driving leadership, you will create more value for others and you will create more value for yourself. And so one of the things that's interesting about Unlock and that you will read about is how do you become a leader? Sometimes, we also think like, do I really want to become a leader? Like, is that something I should do? I'm good. I'm just gonna take care of my Zoom calls. I'm gonna check all the, whatever the check marks I need to get. That should be good enough, right? So the answer is, if you become a leader, you will actually unlock the next level of success in your career. Because if you don't do that, then someone else will. And then you'll get into the cycle of, oh, nothing really happens to me, I'm just this way, and et cetera, right? So it's very good, very easy to get into a different cycle. So by demonstrating leadership, you'll get into a great cycle. There are some tools for you to become a leader. Some of those tools have been highlighted in Unlock. I'm just gonna highlight a few of them so that you kind of get a sense of what we're talking about. We'll start from left to right. Left is your strategy. What is strategy? Strategy खूप भारी शब्द असतो सगळे म्हणतात अरे what is your strategy? Simply it's a plan. So think of strategy as a plan. So उद्या तुम्हाला कोणी सांगितलं अरे तुझं बर्थडे प्लॅन करतोस काय? Oh no, I have a birthday strategy, don't worry. So think about strategy as a plan. Okay, what is a plan? Plan is you should have a North Star. What is a North Star? Some kind of goal, right? So there's a lot of debate in our industry about goals versus systems. You should have both. You should have a goal and a system to achieve the goal. Without a goal, why have a system? Without a system, why have a goal? Right? You should have both. So that's the North Star. Then you've got discover, which is you have to discover yourself. You got to do some introspection to see माझ्यामध्ये काय qualities आहेत जे दुसरीकडे valuable असतात. How can I make sure that I can create value for others, right? And then horizon is about how do you understand market trends, where the market is going, so that you can be more relevant to the market and take advantage of market opportunities. Because opportunities are creating in the market. Even though we may think that we're creating opportunities for ourselves, it's really the market that's creating those opportunities. And if you can be in tune with the market, we can have more opportunities for us, right? And then there is resolve, which is how do you make a decision? A lot of times we think that we want to do a lot of different things, but it's hard to resolve, it's hard to commit, and there's tools to help you commit. So I'm just gonna take maybe a few minutes to walk through the rest, and then I'll just share an example. So the next one is moniker, which is how do you build your personal brand? And I'm not talking about like Instagram influencers, but I'm really talking about what do you do to really define yourself? Because if you don't define yourself, if you don't tell your story, if you don't tell your narrative, other people will create a story about you. And then you may not like that story. So it's better for you to tell your story, your narrative, so that other people know, oh, I met Jay or Nikhil or whoever. Nikhil does X, Y, and Z. Why will he say that? Because you told that story to that person. That's why telling your story is so important, right? And then we talk about elevate, which is how do you demonstrate leadership? How do you build leadership capabilities? How do you demonstrate them? And then lastly, most important is reinvent. We are living in interesting times and we've seen that throughout the day, how things are really changing. It's important for us to reinvent ourselves. पूर्वी असं असायचं की दर 10-15 वर्षांनी मी स्वतःला reinvent करणार आहे. Then it was like maybe every 5 years I should reinvent myself. Now we're in a situation where every few years we will probably need to reinvent ourselves, really redefine who we are. If you want new success, it cannot be with the old you. So the old you have to leave behind to become the new you, to find new success, right? So that's the framework. Those are the frameworks in Unlock. I just want to share one super quick example, and then we'll move on to how you demonstrate leadership. So, does everybody know that top 1% of people get paid the most? Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Okay, top 1%, or maybe top 3, top 5% of people get paid the most. Why is that? The best doctors, the best lawyers, the best engineers, the best whoever. Why is that? Yeah, they create better impact, they create more results, they are really good and skilled at what they do, right? Is it easy to become the top 1% or top 3%, top 5%? No, it's not. So what do the rest of the 95% people like me do? Okay, so here's an approach that will help, because it is not easy to become the top 1%, top 3%, top 5% engineer. But here's a way for you to become a top 5%. So it's the concept called career stacking. Okay, also called as talent stacking. He concept ahe purvi, by the way, a lot of things I've learned here, I've not written, like even though I've written the book, I actually probably majority of this I've learned over the years from other people. So think of me as a career DJ who's like listening to all these tunes, and I've spun up a new remix just for your consumption. Full credit. So for example, this notion of career stack and talent stacking comes from the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams. That's an author ऐकलं असेल. So actually माझ्या गावात राहतो. He's just like a few streets away from him. That's not why I learned from him. He's actually a pretty smart guy. But anyways, what's talent stacking, career stacking? Let's say you are working in biotech. Let's say, right? So that's one layer of career stack you have. Let's say you write really well. That's your second stack. And third, let's say you are a great networker. That's the third stack. How many biotech people you know who are great writers or are great networkers? You now become a biotech marketing person. And you can now become the top 1%, 3%, 5% of people who are biotech marketers. Right? So that's how you build a career stack. Take another example. Let's say you're an engineer. May I say a computer engineer? So let's say you're a computer engineer, right? And now you're tied to research. You love research and you're tied to research. At the same time, you're a great presenter. How many people know in your network, how many people are there who are great at computer science, great at research, and are great presenters? Very few. There is your stack to become an amazing communicator for taking complex computer science topics and really making it real for people. And that's how you grow your career. आणि मी आता 3 layers सांगितले, तुम्ही 4 layers stack करू शकता, 5 layers stack करू शकता. And you really become a top 3% of that stack. And that's how you create more value, you find your niche, and you actually become top 3%, top 5%, in some cases top 1% of that area. And all of those are highly paid, highly lucrative jobs. So it's great to be the top 1% engineer, top 1% lawyer, top 1% dentist, but here's how you can stack your career in different ways to actually become a leader in that space. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, very cool. All right, so that was an example of career stacking. So you can take advantage of these frameworks and, as you read through Unlock. So let me just share one quick framework, and then I'll hand it over to Sri Harsha for some really cool things. One of the frameworks we talk about is called better. How do you become a better leader? Okay, so this is a flywheel. What is a flywheel? Let's take a, yeah, what is a flywheel?
Open business model, like you have.
That's right.
And you have a private, so you just, and that model will keep working and keep going.
Absolutely
Build a
right.
flywheel and let it go.
Thank you, Yogesh. Yeah, very well said. A flywheel is basically something that keeps spinning because one step leads to another, then that step leads to the next, and it automatically keeps spinning. So the more force you put on it, the faster the momentum. So if you keep this momentum going, you can become a faster, better leader, more career opportunities, et cetera, right? So what is that one? So let's take a quick look. So first is build competencies. We talked a little bit about that in career stacking, but build those competencies, whatever those competencies are, build those. So whether those are technical skills, soft skills, leadership skills, other types of skills, create a stack of skills, build competencies on those skills. Second is do great work, exceed expectations. A lot of people ask me, how do I get promoted? And this is a very common question I get from people. How do I get promoted? I've been working so hard. And my point is, well, what are the expectations from your role, from your job? What is your manager or other people in the company expecting from you? Your number one job first is to reset those expectations. Okay, so when your manager says, oh, in this role, you're gonna be doing this, or your stakeholders are expecting this from you, your number one thing is to say, yeah, that's great, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just here to reset your expectations that this is what I'm gonna deliver, et cetera, et cetera. But you know what you do next? Is you exceed expectations. Then you do a great job, you exceed expectations. If their expectation was this, you exceed expectations, and that's how you get promoted. You are exceeding expectations. But if their expectations are super high and you worked hard, but you could only deliver this much, you're not gonna get promoted. In fact, there might be other things that might happen to you, unfortunately. So the point is, in whatever job you are, set expectations and then exceed expectations. Easiest way to get promoted. Or understand what are the expectations at your level in that company so that you can exceed those expectations. Third one is you transmit leadership behavior, right? And there's multiple ways of doing that, but one of them is being proactive in your communication, in your actions and things like that. So you transmit leadership qualities and leadership behavior. Next is tell your story, because as you start demonstrating this behavior, people ask, oh, tell me more about your role. You seem to be pretty active on this project, and then you tell them your story. Then next one is expand your network. By telling your story, you're expanding your network. So that step leads to expand your network. And then you run towards opportunities. So उद्या कोणी तुमच्यापैकी stakeholders सांगितलं, hey, can we sync on this project one-on-one? You should take that meeting and you should demonstrate how great of a leader you are, how you have these competencies, bring more intelligence into the conversation, right? And then you're opening doors to new growth opportunities. Whenever you have one-on-ones, you should get those one-on-ones. If you're not getting one-on-ones, that means you're not transmitting leadership behavior. So what I recommend people do is just go to people and say, hey, can I get your advice? So this question, can I get your advice, is great because all managers love to give advice. Have you noticed that? Yeah, every manager loves to give advice. So if you want to build a rapport with an executive, just go and say, I would love your advice. That guy's, oh yeah, I've got tremendous industry leadership experience. I would love to give you advice. So that's how you get a meeting. And when you're in that meeting, of course, you're going to ask for advice, but then you're going to have a 3-page, 5-page, 10-page slide deck that says, here are my observations. Here are the things I'm observing in our company, in our industry, blah, blah, blah. And you're demonstrating leadership behavior. And that person is going to remember you because you brought new insights, new value to the table in that one-on-one conversation. So run to opportunities. Spin this flywheel, you become a better leader. So hopefully this was helpful. I'm gonna pause here to see if there are any questions. And then if not, then I'm gonna hand it over to Sri Harsha for some fun exercises, and then we'll go to Umesh. So let me pause and see if there's been any questions, any comments. Good, no questions, that's awesome. Jay.
So quick question, is this applicable to product companies or also services companies to productize services?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is more of an individual framework to become a leader, whether you want to become a product leader, service leader, supply chain leader, etc. Absolutely, it's applicable. The nuances there would be, for example, if you're going to be telling your story, then it's more aligned to product, your total addressable market, feature sets, etc. You can tell your story of how you enable product adoption in certain cases. So the context probably changes, but a lot of this is applicable. Great question.
I would like to add something.
Yogesh, please.
So, lot of times what happens is when we talk about leadership, we only talk about leadership within the company, within the team. But we don't talk about leadership in the industry leadership or leading the customers and those kind of things. But I think it's not just about your team, your company. It's about leading the industry, what we can do to lead the industry forward.
Absolutely, great point. And could be in a domain, it could be a topic area, absolutely. Okay, Harsh, over to you.
Great session.
So what we heard from Abhijit will be the part of our leadership journey. I also own a little cafe. It's called Conditory Cafe at Portola Valley. Whatever virtual sessions we do, outside of that, any in-person sessions, we're planning to host it at the cafe after the business hours. I'm running that with my wife. She will be expected anytime. She's closing with the team. But I'm going to talk a little bit about two tools. One is the discovery.
The down arrow.
So this is just a placeholder, but I will talk about belief cycle first. So belief cycle is I have self-belief and I have actions from my belief. Based on my actions, some other observers are going to basically make their beliefs about my actions, and then they will act as per their beliefs. So what are these beliefs? Beliefs is not born, this is not part of DNA. Beliefs are totally why we are growing up, how we basically attach it to them. More deeper the beliefs, those are difficult to change. And we can change the beliefs by changing the narrative. Just now, Abhijit said about the story. And that's the beautiful part of the beliefs. I was discussing in that offsite meeting and Sunitaji talked about biology of belief. And that's the great book I will recommend all of us should read or listen. It's a 10-hour plus on Audible, but it talks about all the one cell to right now where we are and trillions, how 50 trillion cells and is 26 or 23 pairs of DNA is going to drive our behaviors. No. So that's a very eye opener, and that is something which we have to understand. Is there a brain for the cell? No. And we started one cell to now transitioning, and now we are going forward. How do the cells get their intelligence? And another question, in our body, all our cells die and replenish. The longest cell life is 10 years. So the question is, if my all cells are changing in 10 years, am I be the same person? Think about it, because this is not nobody has asked this question. It's all self-discovery. But I found the answer in that. So they learn by membrane. So cell membrane is basically the behavior, which basically will fight or flight or protect. And that's the environment. Why we are here in this room, the exercise what we did, the entire day nobody talked like this because I asked you to take some actions. Otherwise, if you're introvert, you're not going to talk. If you're extrovert, you're going to talk a lot, but that's not going to build that confidence. On the D school, another research is opening the creative confidence. We all are curious, but we don't really feel that way because of the educational system, because of the environments we come from, and the circumstances. But we are like child. Look at the child, they are free birds. They don't have any hesitation. You saw the high schoolers. They came, they made their purpose, they went. And we just saw the blind women, how they transition. Last year, if somebody say, are you going to represent US team for the Blind Movements Association? People would have laughed. But they just shared their story, very inspiring. Thank you to everyone for appreciating their efforts. But it's just small steps which makes you come out of your shell. And that's the discovery. So we have Brain Map, one tool which is based on the behavior neuroscience developed Prism, which we will do the assessment and feedback. There is another tool I came across, which is Sparketype. So you have Sparketype. There are 10 sparks, primaries, which will give you the energy, which will energize you. You will just lose basically sense of the time, and you will just do the activities. And there is a shadow Sparketype, which will basically keep complementing your primary Sparketype. And there is third one, which is anti-Sparketype. So anti-Sparketype is basically drain your energy. You give that task to yourself, you will never want to do that. So why do that task? Collaborate. Get the person who is best at that, collaborate, and then grow. That's another way of leading and collaborating, how you can develop yourself. So these are the tools we will have part of the program leadership. And these are very, very proven tools. Like I'm using it for cafe as well as the company, as well as the self. And these are all proven very great. So my stories, let's use the unlocked and some of the frameworks so that you all can make it work for all our growth. And irrespective of the time, because now technology is there. We all talk about AI and everything is good, but I will say how much you're investing inside your, this is the superpower. We don't have any mechanism like this, but are we using it to its fullest potential? And we need, like, mostly we do the left, but right is also important because so many problems we have to solve, you know, basically make it work for all of us. That's pretty much. Any questions? Thank you for listening, and we have amazing things, so workshops or online, and we will be global. Wish.
First of all, that's great for sharing this great presentation. Thank you for sharing the framework. पाच वाजले त्यांचा कमी वेळ देतो. दोन तीनच अभिजित दिलेलं आहे की मराठी दोन चाललेले अभिजित दिलं स्पेशल मेसेज. स्पेशल असं काही नाही, एक मनोगत की माझं एक जनरल ऑब्झर्वेशन लास्ट 20-25 वर्षातलं इथं राहणाऱ्या सगळ्या लोकांचं जे आहे त्याच्याबद्दल. सो वन की इन्ग्रेडियंट अभिजितने फ्रेमवर्क मेन्शन केलं, यशने आता जे सगळं सांगितलं त्याच्यातला सगळ्यात लुक ॲट द फ्लाय व्हील and everything. The one key ingredient for leadership or succeeding is communication. And why I'm emphasizing this today is what I often seen in our community basically. Again, when आपण कुणाकडे काही मागायला गेलो, सपोजिंग इथं बरेच सगळे डिसिजन सेशन होतं, we have to be clear in our ask what we are asking for. We have to be crystal clear. And communication is a two-way traffic. One is what I want to say, and one is what I want to hear, or you have to be receptive. You want to hear what other person says. So reception or hearing is a key part of the communication. We should not overlook that. And at the same time, we should cultivate a habit of communicating effectively. Yes, sir, this is not an overnight process. It will be consistent. You have to be consistent. You're practicing it. and then it will happen. So hard thought, I just wanted to bring it to your mind here, take home it as a homework. की आपण कम्युनिकेशन आपलं कसं सुधारू शकतो आणि सिम्पल इफ यू स्टार्ट बिल्डिंग अ फ्रेमवर्क व्हॉट सो व्हॉट नाव व्हॉट सो कुणाशी म्हणजे ॲज यू सेड प्रमोशन किंवा कुणाकडे मॅनेजरकडे प्रॉब्लेम घेऊन गेला फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज व्हॉट इज द प्रॉब्लेम. Second question on his mind is how can I help? So first thing you have to do is tell him, now so what? That what is the impact of this? So when you say this is the problem, as you know, machines are the so okay, the downtime एवढा आहे त्यामुळे एवढा $1 million loss होणार. That's the impact. And third thing is now what? What is that you're expecting from that manager to help you basically? So a simple framework तुम्ही हे करा. What now? So what? I mean. Gradually it will improve. So a general communication as a हे पुढे आणण्याचा माझा प्रयत्न होता. आणि सेकंड थिंग दानू साहेबांनी जे सगळ्यांना गर्जे मराठीचं चळवळ म्हणतो मी त्याला नेहमीच ती लॉन्च केली आहे. गर्जे मराठी इनोव्हेशन अकॅडमी लॉन्च केलेली आहे. त्याच्यात प्रोड्यूस गुड कॉन्टेंट, गुड ट्रेनिंग मटेरियल. The one thing is that we are putting it out. Most important message and ते मनोगत मला बदलून देतं की you have to take initiative or action to take it. So that ते जे लोक कंटेंट टाकतायत त्यांनाही उत्साह येईल आणि वापरण्याला फायदा होईल. So that was another thing I wanted to bring. Taking it or receiving it is a very good an important step in this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's so many important principles here. Shriyasha talked about belief and how do you really identify your strengths and spark it type, as he mentioned. There's so many tools out there, so please take advantage of them as part of this leadership course. Ani, what Mitch said is extremely important, is being very open in terms of your communication, and listening is such an important skill for leadership. A lot of people are selective listening. Maji baiko tar names म्हणते तुझं selective listening आहे. But generally at work, we have to listen very carefully. You know, one of the things, just to add a sub bullet to what Umeshji said, is that I've started to take notes using an AI note taker. I'm sure you guys have used AI note takers. पण मला एक गोष्ट लक्षात आली की बऱ्याच गोष्टी त्या AI नोट टेकर मध्ये असतात जी मी ऍक्च्युली ऐकल्या नव्हत्या. कॉन्व्हर्सेशनच्या वेळेला मी ऐकलं नव्हतं, कारण मी माझाच विचार करत होतो की मी ह्या प्रश्नाचं उत्तर कसं देऊ किंवा हाऊ शुड आय रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस टॉपिक, आणि मी स्वतःचा विचार करत होतो. सो माझं असं लक्षात आलं की I did not listen to these 2 to 3 critical points, and I should have been. And that has been a massive revelation to me. So, yes, one of the things I've learned is being a student of the game. This is a big game. We are all students, so let's continue to learn all these great things, and listening is a huge part of that. And being open and receptive to that is extremely important. I wanted to share as we wrap up here. Sorry, I'm going back. Okay. So maybe, yeah. So there have been a lot of conversations recently about AI. So I wanted to just pivot the topic a little bit about AI and careers and leadership. Is AI going to create job loss? What do you guys think? So if you think AI is going to create job loss, please raise your hand. Yeah, that's true. So there's like about half the room. Do you guys think AI is going to create more opportunities as well? Wow, okay, so about 60-40, 60, very scientific poll right now. 60% think that AI is going to create opportunities, 40% think job loss, and maybe there's a Venn diagram there, people think it's going to be both, right? So it's going to be likely both. So so how do we navigate these challenges? How are we supposed to ride this wave and take advantage of AI and still make sure that we're not getting disrupted in this process, right? So, let's see. So, first topic, so let me just move this and I can talk more freely. Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, very cool. So first thing is, can we embrace learning AI? Because you want a technology revolution like AI to become a tailwind, not a headwind. What is a headwind? if you're flying obstacles, yeah, so the wind is against you. What's a tailwind? The wind is supporting you, it's pushing you, right? You want a transformation like AI to be a tailwind for you, not a headwind. So how do you do that? You learn it, right? And if you don't learn it, it becomes a headwind. But if you learn it, it becomes a tailwind. So हे तुम्ही वाक्य बरेच वेळा ऐकलं असेल, AI won't replace your job, or but a person who knows AI will replace you. It is actually very true. So the more you can upskill yourself, learn AI, the better it is. And this will continue to take place. Second is make work exciting again. Upper Manchevela, if you were you guys here for the GMG Horizon event that happened earlier this year? Yeah, many of you were. So त्याच्यामध्ये एक मराठी VC आलेले होते, त्याने एक गोष्ट सांगितली की the role of software developer is becoming more like a software designer, right? So the roles are evolving, but it's also becoming more exciting. बऱ्याच वेळा आपण आपली जी ड्रजरी असते, जे आपण काम बऱ्याच कंटाळा येतो आपल्याला काही कामं करायला, ती कामं AI करू शकतं. And so we can take those things out again and we can make work more exciting. Sajid, you have a comment? Software composer, thank you. So you can make your work more exciting thanks to AI because you can take the drudgery out of the work. The third one is, anybody heard of the Pareto principle? Right? So Pareto principle, that's right. So Pareto principle म्हणजे काय की 20% of your efforts are actually creating 80% of the results. It's actually true. 20% of your customers make up 80% of your revenue. Applies to most companies. So how do you use this 80-20 rule? So then it's like, how do you identify that 20%, right? In your work, and you can focus on that high value work and you create more leverage for yourself so that you become even more successful. So you use AI to focus more on the 20% that really differentiates you, creates more value. Fourth is human in the loop creates more opportunities. आतापर्यंत AGI आलेलं नाहीये, ASI आलेलं नाहीये. There is a lot of debate in the industry whether it actually will ever really happen. We don't know. But humans are required to do the work. Humans are required to understand whether AI is correct or not. Human judgment is not going away. Humans plus AI create a better result, not AI by itself. So there's a lot of human beings required to make AI successful. Does that make sense? Yeah, so human in the loop is going to be creating more opportunities, whether it's training AI, looking at AI. अजून एक नवीन at least from what we see, there's a new area called AI evals. Have you heard of evals? Anybody heard of evals? Okay, I see some head nods. So evals एक मोठा area है. So if you want to focus on evals, that's another area to work on in terms of where do you want to succeed with AI. So human in the loop is going to create more human opportunities working with AI. Number 6 is think of your career as a jazz musician. So बरेच वेळा आपण जेव्हा म्युझिक शिकतो, शास्त्रीय संगीत कोण आहे काय तर शास्त्रीय संगीत हो अमेझिंग वाव अमेझिंग शास्त्रीय संगीत शिकणारे बरेच आहेत. हिंदुस्थानी शास्त्रीय संगीतमध्ये एक गोष्ट अशी आहे की त्यात खूप व्हेरिएशन्स आहेत. इवन दो देयर इज अ सेट ऑफ रूल्स, you get to experiment a lot. Think of that as an example. It's similar to a jazz musician in the US, which is jazz allows you to experiment and do different things and try different things. So the rule book is being thrown out. So there is no rule book anymore to succeed with AI. So think about that. How can you have extreme adaptation and extreme flexibility to do that? And then number 7 is becoming more human. So if you can be more human, be more empathetic, be a person who can connect more easily, creating those human connections will actually make you more successful. And thanks to Anandji, Garje Marathi is a great example of that, building connections. So if you want to be successful in the age of AI, you have to join Garje Marathi. Come on, guys. So thank you for being here. And Garje Marathi, creating a network, building those human connections are extremely important. All right. Bonus. So this is one of my favorite topics. मला बरेच लोक म्हणतात अरे तू लिंक्डइन वर किती पोस्ट करतोस. म्हणलं अजून मी चांगल्या पोस्ट अजून लिहिल्याच नाहीयेत, कारण बऱ्याचशा माझ्या डोक्यात असतात किंवा स्लाइडवर असतात. So one of the things I really want to talk about is people say, oh, you know what, AI is going to replace all our jobs. I'm like, yes, but the jobs that we know today, we haven't even explored what's really possible out there. There are so many areas that we haven't touched because it takes too much effort to take care of those areas or to go and explore those opportunities. All those opportunities are going to become real in the next so many years. So it's going to be an incredible timeline over the next 5, 10, 15 years where we're going to do some unbelievable things. And those opportunities are going to open up all kinds of new roles, new jobs, new entrepreneurship opportunities for all of us. So our point of view is this is going to be an unbelievable timeline, but for only those who want to learn AI, build human connection and things like that. So with that, I'm gonna wrap. We heard from Umesh. So promises, what is that? Promises made, promises delivered. So if you guys want to get a free copy of the book, here's a free copy. So take a look at this QR code and you can download the book. So before we go, why don't we open up for Q&A? Any questions that you have for us is fair game. All the difficult questions go to Sriharsh and Umesh. If there's like softball, easy questions, they come to me. All right, questions? There's gotta be questions.
One question, if
Yes.
there's a suggestion, if we can apply that flywheel principle to GMG, what we can do, I think we can brainstorm, not now. but it's a-
100%. That's also a good design thinking exercise. Thank you. Great idea. Anandji, we should do that. That's a great idea.
You understand, you explain.
Nothing. Next question, comment. You know, we did ask people to come up, but there are more new folks that showed up in the back. So folks in the back, any questions? Oh, yeah, Jay has a question and then Sanjay or a comment.
So how are we planning to apply this one with the Innovation Academy?
But also question is, how do you apply these leadership frameworks in GMJ Academy? So there is going to be a learning pathway for leadership. Some of those will be in-person sessions that Sriharsha mentioned. It's going to be in Contact Right Cafe here in the Bay Area. There is going to be online sessions as well, and there's going to be some learning pathways for people to follow. This is one of the most critical skills probably for our community. So we definitely want to build those learning pathways. It's a great question. Sanjay?
So, I've been programming is changing. Traditional, object-oriented programming, tool by coding. But still, I think and I need your opinion on this. We still need to have the object-oriented skills. Right? So for the new generation, in my opinion, they should still learn, right?
Yes. So my quick answer is yes, because that's how you learn the fundamentals. Knowing the fundamentals is extremely important because for some, let's say a software engineer who knows object-oriented programming, who knows what a class or method is, etc. They should know that because that's how they will evaluate whether the AI is doing a good job or not. आता तरी म्हणजे बरेच वेळा असं होतं की जे AI tools आहेत जे code लिहितायत, बरेच वेळा the code is actually too much code, it's not correct, it's not actually according to spec. But who is the arbiter of that? Who's making the judgment whether this is good or not? That's still the human. And for us to do that, we should be sufficiently knowledgeable in that space. And this is one of the things that we'll learn as we work more with AI tools. AI tools will evolve. We will evolve with AI tools. It's going to be a fun human plus AI experience for the next so many years. We will have human employees and we will have digital employees in our company. Atul, and then we'll go over there. Yes.
It depends on what role you are in. If you are a product manager, you don't need to code, you don't need to learn optimal programming, but if you're an engineer who aspires to be a software engineer, you must understand, because you have to maintain the code. AI will write it, but who's going to maintain it? If you don't speak the language of the phone.
Absolutely, great point, Atul, thank you.
Yeah, so one of the things you mentioned was to use AI as a headwind rather than a tailwind. I'm sorry, a tailwind rather than a headwind, right? To use it to further speed up your development and all of that. So you mentioned note-taking apps, like AI note-taking, as one of like the methods for doing that. Do you have any other starting suggestions that you would say as an example to use AI in that way, to learn faster to develop things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So how do you use AI as a headwind versus tailwind? Just clarifying slightly that the note-taking comment was an insight that I was not doing a good job of listening.
Yeah.
And I should be doing more. So yeah, great point. But that's a great example of how to use AI as a tailwind rather than headwind. So there's so many things. So think about all the small little things you're doing every single day and figure out how can I do better. For example, one of the best things all of us can learn is better storytelling. Agree? Every person. If you want to be successful in the age of AI, you gotta be a great storyteller. But for example, I'm an okay storyteller, not a great storyteller, but how do I become a great storyteller? Go to ChatGPT, go to Claude, go to Grok, whatever your favorite LLM is, and you say, this is my situation, I want to tell a great story. But it should not be bombastic marketing story, but at least a reasonable professional story. How do I do that? Right? You are sparring. AI is not there just to do the work, it's a thought partner. So how do you use AI as a thought partner? It's a great question. So there's many applicability and many tool sets for you to do that, whether you do data analytics, whether you want to build an MVP, there's so many tools you could use. We can probably create a list of those tools using, Garje Marathi platform, but everything from Lovable to, Claude Code to, Gamma. I don't know if anybody has used Gamma.app, but that's a great way to build, slides, websites. So there's so many tools and this area is evolving, becoming super rich. There's like a cursor for everything now. मार्केटिंग मध्ये वाईब मार्केटिंग म्हणून एक प्रकार आला त्या वाईब सेल्स म्हणून एक प्रकार आला आहे वाईब कोडिंग तर आहे सो या सगळ्या गोष्टी बऱ्याच इव्हॉल्व होत आहेत आता.
Yeah, I have one more question. In context of AI, so AI will definitely increase the efficiency of the leaders basically. So do you see that the AI will replace the leadership role? And can we build an AI agent to help leadership roles?
I think the latter might be true, help agents to build agents to help leaders. I don't know if it replaces leaders because human judgment is extremely important and that context only humans can have. I'll take one example and I'll share examples of my peers in the industry. I think I use AI tools for at least 4 hours a day, minimum. And I would recommend if you're not using AI for at least a couple hours a day, you should be. Because then you're kind of losing out. म्हणून मला वाटतं की आपण जो इनोव्हेशन अकॅडमीचा प्रोग्राम चालू केला आहे आणि this is going to continue and build this institute. Think about this, right? A tier 3, tier 4 kid sitting in India on a smartphone now has access at very low cost to one of the greatest intelligence systems in the world. That's pretty incredible. So to sort of answer your question, I think it's going to be more about agents helping leaders. Leaders will have digital employees. मला एका मीटिंगला जायचंय, या मीटिंग मध्ये 4 लोक असणार आहेत. The agent goes and finds all this information from LinkedIn, goes to my CRM and collects या लोकांवर कुठले deals झालेले आहेत. It creates a 1-page, 2-page report. And not only that gives me the report, when I'm in my car driving to that meeting, it's actually telling me all the things about this. So it all becomes like an audio podcast thanks to Notebook LM. And like there's so many applications I can think of to help leaders. Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khadikar, Mr. Dhawadin, and Mr. Udikapur for an inspiring session on navigating disruption. From embracing AI as a career tailwind to focusing on high-value work, we've gained powerful strategies to thrive in today's evolving landscape. Let's take these insights and continue to adapt, innovate, and lead the way forward. Supply chains are the lifeblood of business, and mastering them requires an entrepreneurial mindset focused on agility, innovation, and resilience. Mr. Kedar Parsule, Mr. Ashwin Abhyankar, and Mr. Yogesh Patspute will unpack how supply chain thinking drives competitive advantage and fuels growth. Mr. Kedar Parsule is a lean operations leader at Applied Materials with expertise in supply chain and manufacturing excellence. Co-presenting with him is Mr. Ashwin Abhyankar. He's a seasoned expert in supply chain analytics, finance, and technology, known for driving innovation and strategic execution. He has been a featured speaker at events like Tectonic Shifts. Also co-leading this session is Mr. Yogesh Patspute. Mr. Patspute is an Oracle Cloud ERP expert and associate director at InfoVD, specializing in finance transformation and cloud innovation. He's a recognized thought leader in ERP strategy and implementation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Parsule, Mr. Abhyankar, and Mr. Patpule.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening. Hi. नमस्कार सगळ्यांना. I know संध्याकाळ झाली, उशीर झालाय, सगळे दमलेत. If anybody wants to go get some coffee, but coffee संपली असेल. So feel free to. Well, I'll jump into it and I'll keep it short because I think we have 15 minutes to probably go through this. Yes, sir. And as you can see, we're going to cover supply chain as an entrepreneurial mindset. And we have in the past conducted a cohort for a couple of weeks, I would say 12 to 14 weeks. ज्याच्यात आम्ही supply chain चे course शिकवला होता म्हणजे आणि we were a diverse team. So Dr. Manoj Kulkarni, who's from Hong Kong, Nilay Goswami, who's from UAE, Mohan Ba from UK, they were all involved in the past. And now we have also Vishaka Pandit, Yogesh Patspute, as well as Ashwin Ambedkar here with us. So our team is growing, and I'm sure there are a lot more people in the audience, which I've met a lot of you, and a lot to contribute within this GMG sphere. So it's great to know that and very encouraging. So what we're going to cover is supply chain as an entrepreneurial mindset. So the main thing we want to look at is the mission, the vision, mission, and the objective that we want to do. And value creation for business. So by transforming the supply chain from the cost center to growth lever, this is what I think Mr. Ashwin Abhyankar is going to cover and talk to it. So even with the mission and the objective of demystifying supply chain concepts and reframing them as a system of resource flow. So please.
Thanks, Kedar. I just take a few minutes. On the supply chain topic, I just want to take a step back and say, if you look at even our logo for GMG Innovation Academy, we are saying it is about learn, grow, and excel. And that pretty much speaks to who we are trying to make this course for, as well as what they will gain out of this. So let me talk about two different groups. They are divided as subgroups over here, but let's just say people who are subject matter experts. Not only just in supply chain or logistics, that is moving of goods from one part to another, but also let's say you're an IT expert, you could be a HR expert. So let's talk about them as one group within our large organization that might be interested in this topic. And the reason we feel that this could benefit them is if you are able to move your objective from being a cost center to a growth driver, as we talked about learn, grow, excel. that allows you to grow professionally in your own organization, but also deliver value in different ways. And then the question is, why would supply chain topic matter to you? Is it allows you to see interdependencies across different parts. When you're looking at inbound supply, it matters how it affects quality, it matters how it affects your working capital. Downstream, it matters how your deliveries get impacted, so your customer service, so different parts of the organization. The second part of it is an entrepreneurial mindset, and on that, we are saying people who have any kind of entrepreneurial ideas, they have any kind of entrepreneurial ventures. This topic is still very important for you because if I look back, people who are looking at their own organizations, we had touched upon an idea that there is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. So this is the perspiration part where you need to be able to manage your organization, you need to manage your operations. And you should think of supply chain mindset, then whether it is how you're managing your cash burn, it is inflow of funds, outflow of funds, and your operations is your factory. Same thing, if it is talent that you're managing, then it is talent coming in, how you nurture the talent and what the talent delivers. So it impacts any kind of entrepreneurial organization, regardless of whether it is delivering physical goods or delivering a B2C experience. And I'll take a quick pause at this and say, these would be the two large categories we are trying to address. And then I'll turn it back to Yogesh, who can address more about how we are going to do this. So, Yogesh, back to you.
Yeah. Sorry. That's fine. So thank you, Ashwinji, for covering the basics and the framework as to why we have split them into four such groups. And the point is, like, what is supply chain? If you look at it, upfront, it used to be a dirty word. I mean, almost you never get your parts on time, and it's always some supply chain disruptions are always causing some problems or the other. After the pandemic, a lot of times what happened was supply chain got visibility. Nobody had heard of supply chain problems before or operations. They were to be seen, not heard kind of thing. But I think now, for each of these groups who are interested in the supply chain sphere, SMEs who are already doing the supply chain activities, for them, a professional growth is going to be key. For entrepreneurs, learning how to optimize cash and not run out while they're trying to deliver a value through a new product or a new service. For corporate employees who can project themselves and position themselves as strategic contributors, that's going to be key. And for college students who are entering the new job market, for them, I think developing their career as a supply chain management professional is going to lead and open a lot of doors, because tomorrow they will have not only to look at procurement, production, distribution, manufacturing, logistics, all of those are parts of supply chain management in itself. And they will just open up diverse career paths in the future. Combining that with data analytics, AI, I think that's going to be the future. And a lot of the things we are going to plan to cover in Garje Marathi Global. So what do we need to learn in order to get there? So traditionally, supply chain has been understood as moving just goods from one part, point A to point B in a supply chain network. You could buy a part that's made in India, and you can go to the Indian store and pretty much buy that. How did the part that was produced in India go all the way to a store in the Indian store right on the corner of your street? It took many supply chains to bring it here. And it was not just moving goods. Goods moved from India to here, but for that, information traveled as a demand signal from US to India. But then also the money flowed from somewhere. So whoever was making those products had to get paid. Somebody had to actually build the product. Somebody had to make the chuda that we like so much. So all these different drivers of a supply chain are invisible, but they are there, and that's what makes the value proposition big. So for a supply chain to be successful, I think the value proposition needs to be that deliver the value at the highest value at the lowest cost. And these are standard long-term principles, but how do we execute on them? How do we bring them into action? That's going to be some of the topics we will cover based on all our experiences. What is the gap that we see in our day-to-day activities and day-to-day jobs, interacting with different people? How can we bring value to adding to filling the gaps, let's say, to meet our current need as well as the future needs. So here, this graphic shows you a couple of like supply chain examples, and it emphasizes the point that it's not just the flow of materials, but of human resources, information, and finance. When just to quickly stick on this particular one. So there are like 6 drivers of supply chain, like facilities, so where the parts are produced, inventory, so all the money that you are spending is actually getting stuck in each one of them. And if you have a ton of inventory of certain goods, you're not going to have a lot of cash to spend elsewhere. So you have to have if you want to have an agile supply chain, which can deliver or respond very fast to your needs, for your customers' needs, you need to understand all these different cost drivers. So you need to know how to manage facilities, inventory, your transportation, information, how to source, how to price, and make sure that your supply chain for your size of your startup or your size of your company is the most optimal. And I think we can show you with some couple of examples of how that can be done for your particular needs. Any questions so far at this point? If not, I'll just keep moving on. But so yeah, the next one is how to make the supply chain efficient and effective. We have covered these topics in the past, where we have said, you know what, let's use a couple of models that are already in the market. There are certifications that are out there that any students can go and get. They can be part of ASCM, APEX, any of these programs. They could learn the basics. They could learn from, and in the audience, I've met a couple of people who are on the board for such organizations. Yeah, like you're going to join our cohort very soon. So thank you on that. I'm just roping you in. And so we can use couple of models like SCOR models, so there's a supply chain operations research reference model. And it covers like how to plan for stuff, how to source parts, how to make, deliver, and then return. Also look at the return supply chain. We will make sure that we cover some topics about fostering resilience. What happens when a pandemic hits? Disruptions everywhere, right? So how to become resilient to those kind of like disruptive events? We can discuss a couple of real life examples and kind of spur some ideas going forward of how to avoid them. And always focus on the customer needs. With customer needs in mind, how do we do this in the fastest way possible at the lowest cost possible? And then why is supply chain critical in daily life? We've all heard the words VUCA and BANI. I mean, BANI maybe not so much, but VUCA I think everybody's heard of at some point. And what VUCA stands for is written here is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And where we are talking about now, the world is shifting to BANI. So it's not like BANI in Marathi. It's a mouthful. It's not really very ideal BANI. But this brittle B for BANI is brittle, anxious, nonlinear, incomprehensible. So if I were to give you an example of, instead of this mouthful of acronyms, like in the pandemic, you might have heard of a Red Sea shipping disruption. So all the ports got clogged, and then nobody could, like all the container ships were stuck there, and then nobody could get any parts that they had ordered, and that caused panic. This was an example of, let's say, VUCA. It's volatile, uncertain, complex. You never know when such an accident can happen. That's an example of what you need to do to be resilient to such kind of disruptions. What is Bani? Now, one example for Bani would be there was a cyber attack that happened, and if you adapt like blockchain, a new technology, it might seem really robust, but at the end of it, if it's not, it breaks easily, it's brittle. So that's what, and then anxiousness, non-linearity, sorry. So all those things start happening, and we want to be aware that such a framework exists, and we need to be able to figure out how we can effectively cater to bypassing those. So moving on to the next topic, we're going to say, how is the current supply chain evolving? We have listened to all these. From planning, we are moving to predictive analytics. From procurement, we are looking at e-procurement and supplier platforms. So manual procurement processes are being replaced by digital platforms where we have automated sourcing, bidding, all and contract management. In manufacturing, we are moving to digital manufacturing and smart factories where we have IoT sensors on all the machines. We can look at how they're performing, if they have downtime, those kind of things we know. And we are also using robotics, digital twins we are building in 3D space so we can understand how we can optimize our systems. Warehousing, we are moving from warehousing to warehouse automation and digitization. That's my current specialty. That's what I work in. And I mean, we are trying to integrate AI with all our processes. Everything that was said so far before, like human in the loop, design thinking, solve the problems, we can't go. The supply chain has been the most basic for many, many years, and it hasn't changed a lot. And the speed of change is the slowest in supply chains, logistics and warehouse. And today we have to make up that gap the fastest way possible, which is to follow Amazon's lead. I think that's what everybody is trying to do right now. But nobody has resources, nobody has the company culture like Amazon does. So how do we get to do that with what we have? So those kind of problems, we can start by mapping our value stream. We can start by identifying where the wastes are, and we can start doing it the way automotive companies used to do in Japan without any technology. So there are some examples that we will cover, and at the end, like it's transportation. From transportation, we are actually trying to track everything online. For information, we have real-time information. We can go on, but I think I'm going to skip to the final few slides so we can get to some discussion. And so how is this course different from other courses? So it's curated by, or so you have a question?
Yeah, before we go into that, I would like to know how the external factors are impacting the supply chain. So one is natural disasters, and then second is geopolitical uncertainties.
Oh, yes.
I'm not adding the tariffs part, but I'm just adding these two.
That's beautiful.
Because
So just to get his question out, so he's asking how does the tariff situation or any other natural disasters, how do they affect supply chains, and how are you covering those topics? So if we go back to this slide, yes. So all these natural disasters and tariff situations, for example, these fall into the VUCA bucket, I would say, because nobody could predict them that they would happen. But so there is the volatility and uncertainty that comes in, and following me, there is going to be Mr. Barke, who's going to be talking about risk management, and supply chain risk management also is a big topic being discussed these days. And how do we identify risk? How do we mitigate risk? How do we come up with different risk strategies? Do we have a risk register? Do we even do risk management? Those kind of things we also would like to cover. I'm pretty sure I don't want to take a lot from Mr. Barke, but great question. No. So So yes, so I think we have a lot of experience, combined experience between all of us, and we're gonna have more people, experienced people coming to help curate what topics we need to cover to get GMG participants the best out of what they want out of this. So that you are our internal customers, and we want to make sure you get what you want. We also have a lot of different people from a lot of different industries, starting from automotive manufacturing, all the way from semiconductors, as well as healthcare and like one and biotech as well. So in biotech, I had some very interesting discussions about biotech logistics, and it's super complex, and it's a need of the hour. So we also want to do a blend of theories, assignments, and we want to do a project that actually will give a lot of confidence in the skills that you're picking up, and you can apply it to what you're doing right away. Course structure will be the duration of 8 weeks, 1.5 hours per week, mostly on a weekend. That's what we did last time. We have the lecture materials already from a few years back, and we will add to it because a lot of things have changed from then to now. We will have interactive sessions, and we'll probably cover some materials. We'll have materials to share with everyone, and also we'll probably do a assessment where we can do a pitch. Like if you want to do a pitch, you want to do a venture reflection, you can do apply that your host concepts to whichever one you choose to do. So here are a couple of topics that we want to cover, and we are more than welcome to add more to it and swap some of them out. But as a basic understanding, everybody should have an understanding of what a supply chain is and what it can do and what all it involves. So introduction to supply chain would be one primary topic, and then we are introducing a new one. Mr. Ashwin Venkar, he's also coined this, and this is very nice. The way to think about this is entrepreneurial supply chains from source to fulfillment, order to cash. Everybody has heard those terms, but how do you apply them? How do you diagnose if you're actually running short on cash? What should you do different? So inbound flow management. So in supply chain, there's inbound flow coming from suppliers to you, and then there is an outbound flow that's going from the manufacturer out to the customer. So we're going to look at both these flows. We're going to also understand resilience, flexibility, and risk management. What all technology and platforms are available to us for plug and play, and if you have startups and we want to grow right away, and we want to make sure we haven't missed anything, what should we do? So there are a couple of platforms in supply chain also that are available. What we want to also cover is supply chain finance and economics, which has not been really, it's been neglected for a very, very long time. And I think that gap is going to be bridged in this particular course. And lastly, designing a supply chain strategy for your venture. That would be a very applicable and real world practical experience for you. There are some optional add-ons as well. So deep dive cases for Amazon, we actually have Abhijit who might actually give us a tour and organize a tour to Amazon warehouses. And now he's designing supply chains as well. So we have a lot of expertise within this room. Flexport, Shine, Maersk, innovation models, panel discussions, we can have that. We will have a short one today. And we can also have pitch nights and mentoring for one-on-one sessions. And who will conduct this course? So who I had shared on the previous slide, and we have a cumulative experience of more than 120 years between us. And Dr. Manoj Kulkarni, who's in Hong Kong, he's been pivotal in putting these courses together, as well as his experience. He started his PhD a couple of years back. I mean, and he just loves learning and he loves teaching. And he's a core member. He's been with Anand Danuji since I think the formative years of GMT. And he's very, very passionate, and we are very glad to have him. From 1780. So, and he's very funny, by the way. He should have been the one talking today, but he's in Hong Kong. So Ashwinji here, thank you for being here. This is Vishakha Pandit. I don't know if she's here, but she'll be joining us too. Nilay Goswami, who's in UAE. He already is teaching courses in UAE as well as he's taken the first course for GMG in supply chain by himself. Myself, Mohan Wag is in UK and Yogesh Patkute, so he will also be joining us. So this is my final slide before we jump into a quick Q&A and discussion. But if you're ready, please enroll for this supply chain course and discover whatever innovative strategies you want to apply to your own supply chains. So you can register from the QR codes that everybody has shared before. Thank you. And now we will start with a quick panel discussion. So Yogesh ji, I have a question. So before I go to Mr. Yogesh, is there any questions, any topics that we would like to answer right now? Yes.
Are you going to cover any regulatory part of it? Because a lot of supply chain coming in and out of all the countries. It's a huge problem with the regulatory.
So the question is, are we going to cover any regulatory stuff in this course? So it's a great topic. We hadn't thought of it, but we could definitely add it.
Stop.
Yes.
Yeah, I would add to one question that also sustainability.
Sustainability.
We can kind of cover more sustainable sourcing strategies and supply chain.
Absolutely.
How do we optimize for that?
Yep. So we will consider those two. Oh, please.
So a product like, let us say, an iPhone, it may be built in India, but it's got components coming from all over which has different tariff rates.
Yes.
In this particular scenario. And when you design a flex supply chain, how do you handle that? Will you be covering that?
I can cover that.
Yes.
So,
here.
yeah. So we can talk about total landing costs. So we can take some exercises and we can find out how we can calculate the total landing cost. We'll discuss nearshoring, offshoring, and all that model. So we will do some kind of we will come up with some model so that you can understand whether it makes sense to make the product or it makes sense to make the product, let's say, within US or buy all the components and then kind of just kind of build it here. So making is like completely manufacturing in US versus just getting all the component and assemble it here. We'll discuss all those.
Awesome. Awesome answer. Actually, that sparked another idea. So there is a tool in simulation that you could use to simulate a supply chain. And we could use that to also in the course, there is something called any logistics. And you could build a product with a bill of material and you could place your suppliers, you could place your vendors and customers elsewhere. And you could simulate that and run experiments for network, like where do you want to place your nodes? Where should it go?
That's what I was asking, like not necessarily onshoring the manufacturing, but how do you move your vendors around?
Yes.
So that you get the best price.
Absolutely. And that's how you could get to your total landed cost. Yes, please.
So one point I would like to add to the GMG kind of a global presence. With the supply chain, you might be knowing which are scarcities there, and then we can direct our entrepreneurs to, okay, why don't we start A product or B product in this geography, India or whatever, if that's an opportunity.
That's a great idea. Only good ideas. Yeah. Awesome. No, great. Great questions.
Most of the time, the pitch fest, that is the most interesting of our GMG yearly program is 50% of त्यांचा किल्ला तिथे supply chain ला दाखवतो.
Yeah, which we can tie this.
We can add it in there.
We can tie these things together, so it will help.
For sure.
Giving more visibility into those opportunities, right? That's basically.
Absolutely.
Would be a great way.
Will do.
Yeah.
We can add also simulation courses in there. So you could, if you want to try building out a supply chain, you could end up simulating it as one of your projects and see how it comes out. So you'll have an idea as to what all the components are part of it. So
yeah,
great ideas. Thank you so much. I'll ask a question to Yogesh. So you have had like close to 2 decades of experience in ERP and supply chain implementations for different verticals. What are some of the most impactful digital trends you feel that are shaping the global supply chain management today?
Yeah, so, I mean, I have done 30 plus implementations, ERP and supply chain management, in different verticals. Recent trends, if you have to talk about most impactful recent trends, so one I can say is AI and machine learning for sure. I think everybody's talking about AI. So I would say most of the topics that we covered today, that comes into this recent impactful trends. So one is AI ML. So basically what it does, it's from your reactive supply chain, we are going to more predictive analytics, supply chain modeling. So that's number one. Number two is you can predict your maintenance. So basically you have any maintenance costs or any maintenance is coming. You can even calculate the productivity of the machines. So what happens is because of, let's say, downtime for whatever reason, if the machine is not productive, then you can plan for those kind of, you can order, the system can automatically order the component, and you can have your inventory for those. I'm not talking about the raw material, I'm talking about in case you want to fix your machine to be more productive, so you can make sure that you have those components in your stock. So that level of planning and automation you can build using AI and machine learning. Demand planning, forecasting, that's another aspect. Then you can use edge computing, you can use IoT devices, and also you can use blockchain. So that is another one. So basically what it does is you have your people, you have process, and you have machines. So you can use build end-to-end automation using all these different aspects. So you have all the data points, you can build your reports on top of it. So those are the recent trends, including your cloud computing that we discussed. I think we discussed about how cloud computing and AI can add benefits. So everything that we discussed today, that the cloud computing, AI, we also discussed about the IoT devices. I think that's the recent trend. There are also a number of challenges. The challenges I would say is with IoT devices or robotics, you generate a lot of data. So as you generate a lot of data, the challenges are like, how do you secure that data? How do you scale those IoT devices or robotics? I think those are some of the challenges, but there are a lot of benefits for sure.
Also, I want to ask a couple of other questions. Like, have you seen in terms of execution and implementation, do you feel the need for like change management being taught also in GMG? Because there are a lot of things that are not taught. Like explicitly, you can learn certain skills, but in listening to all of today's lectures, it also brings up these tacit, untaught, but you have to pick up along the way kind of lessons. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's a great question. So definitely, I would like to talk about the change management. That's the, I would say, the most important aspect. What is the motivation of, let's say, digital transformation that we are trying to do? Sometimes, the owners or the leaders will have motivation, but the team that's working for them, they will not have motivation. So what I mean by that, let's say we are trying to build a digital supply chain management, or we are trying to implement the ERP module. But if there is no change management approach or strategy being discussed and followed, then most probably that project will fail. So what we do as part of our implementations, we make sure that the entire team is onboarded with the change management strategy. And the information is key, what change is going to bring. So we try to educate. So just to give an example, last year I have embarked on a project wherein we did a digital transformation for I can tell you the customer, Zoll Medical. So we did the digital transformation for Zoll Medical, and they have business in 38 countries and 6 different business lines. So you can imagine the change management that has taken place to implement that level of transformation in those 38 different countries, 6 different business lines, and not just finance, but finance, supply chain, project management, all the modules together. So it's a humongous effort, but it has to be planned very well and executed very well. Without that, most transformation projects will fail.
Thank you. I think we are at time. So, but thank you so much for a great discussion. Over to you.
Thank you so much to our supply chain experts for opening up our eyes to the entrepreneurial spirit behind every successful operation. Next, we will have a focused look at risk management, how to anticipate, assess, and navigate uncertainty to keep innovation on track from an expert in this field, Mr. Hemant Varghese. Mr. Varghese is a global insurance and risk management leader with over 30 years of experience. He is the president and CEO of Prudence, a Lloyd broker, and holds advanced degrees and professional designations from Wharton, Harvard, and Cornell. Please welcome Mr. Hemant Varghese to the stage to talk about risk management.
Good evening, everybody. Namaskar. It's really funny how risk shows up at the end, and just when we are ready to wrap up things, then the risk comes, and everyone is surprised. Everyone has heard about Russian roulette. You take a gun, point it at your head, and pull a trigger. Either you are dead or you are alive but sweating. Now, governments and business corporates worldwide are experiencing a similar phenomenon. But it's not the Russian roulette, but it is the trade tariff roulette. From high-stake bullets to high-stake budgets, and from swapping revolvers to revolving tariffs. In today's world, it is not the companies which compete, but the supply chains are the ones which truly compete and determines the success, sustainability, survival, and growth of organizations. So to give a flavor of what's been going on in today's world, I'm going to talk about an interesting topic, decoding the new normal in the world of trade protectionism, geopolitical conflicts, and how this is all recalibrating the global supply chains. But before I do this, I would like to profusely thank Anand Gaduji, and this is also a forging of a strategic partnership between Prudence Business School, which is a transformative, innovative, and disruptive approach, revolutionizing education in the front of risk management, trade finance, and insurance. My name is Hemant Varghese, and for the last 30 years, I've been helping Fortune 500 companies right from satellites to mega projects to global supply chains across various industries, and run insurance broking, reinsurance broking, a trade finance advisory firm, and also a capital advisory firm, and now a new startup that is on the business school side, bringing 30 years of industry experience to the real world. And my drive has been supported by my partner, Poonam Varghese. We are classmates right from grade 11 onwards till date, and all the ventures we have done together. And now the next generation, my son, who is a bachelor graduate, and my daughter, who is also a high schooler, educated from the likes of Harvard, Wharton, Babson, and UCLA, is supporting me in promoting the education to not only the corporates, while I'm focusing the corporates, she focuses on school and high school students. Now, Poonam shall briefly walk you, before I go into the interesting topic, let me just give you a quick flair of what we are covering in our business school, which focuses on vocational education for business corporates in the field of risk management, trade finance, and global insurance. So over to Poonam and then Priya.
Namaskar. So we are one of the last people to speak, so I'll not make it boring. We'll just try to give you a quick glimpse of the program. So, the Prudence Business School, our strategy or the plan is basically giving what you call a transformative and impactful learning, which has a direct career impact. So we bring in global industry best practices. So from morning we are hearing that you need something for the Innovation Academy, which is directly from the classroom to the boardroom. So this is what we incorporate in our program. It is taught by industry experts combined with live case study from industry experts. So it doesn't cover more of theory, but more of case studies to theory and directly to the boardroom. Then we are encompassing all the business sectors here, wide spectrum, right from satellite industry to steel industry or to the tech industry. Trying to justify risk to resilience. And then we have curated, specially designed 250 plus professional certification programs. These are from enterprise risk management to supply chain risk management to a whole gamut of business risk insurance solutions. And we also focus on trade finance solutions, spanning supply chain, trade receivables, and securitization. And as I earlier said, these are more industry based, including case studies, live examples by real industry experts. And we welcome all the participants, which are working professionals, early careers, high school students, corporate world, to join our transformative program. And let's go to the next. So the first program is called the Supply Chain Risk Management Program, which will provide you a deep insight into managing risk to develop resilient supply chains, enhancing competitiveness for survival and growth. If you see on the screen, you will have 4 models, and we'll be having around 600 plus educational slides and over 20 case studies, which will span corporates across diversified sectors from Boeing, Apple, Tesla, to lifestyle companies like H&M, Nike, or to global commodity traders and conglomerates, the ABCDs of agri-commodities, etc., which move the world. So our shipping documentation and fraud program is also specially curated for large business corporates, trade finance banks, corporate trade finance professionals, and community traders. And again, if you see the sample of the program module is, we have around 12 modules here. We'll deep dive into how what is about what documentation are required, because most of the frauds are happening here. The banks usually, if you see, they only see the documents, they don't see the actual trade. So how the frauds are committed and how we can stop those and how we can protect your industry.
Yeah, in fact, I've been teaching this to almost 32 banks on supply chain and trade finance frauds. So of the total 31 trillion global trade, 10% of the trade involves fraud. So the global fraud level is to the tune of $3 trillion every year. And the banks make massive goof ups in document vetting, trade transaction analysis, trade flow analysis. And this is a really interesting program with real life cases. So more than, I think,
Yeah, to give an
25.
Yeah, to give an example, yeah, they have 22 case studies which we have spanning the collapse of the world's second largest wealth management bank, the Credit Suisse. Then to US dollar 10 billion inventory financing fraud in China which happened, and the US dollar 577 million circular trade fraud impacting Trafigura. So these are some of the examples or the case studies which will be covered in this program.
And I was advisor to the Credit Suisse Bank. They didn't listen to us when the Trade Finance Fund was formed. It was $250 million fund, then which grew to $12 billion. We had four of them that they didn't listen to us for at least 2 times, 2 meetings right at the head office level. And ultimately it collapsed because of a fraud which was perpetrated by one main corporation called GFG Alliance. So that's one of the main deep dive case studies. So these 22 case studies actually covered what went wrong, right from the time how the relationship started to understanding the mechanics of fraud and the do's, don'ts, how you can prevent this from happening. So relevant not only from business corporate perspective, but also from trade finance banks.
So we are also covering enterprise risk management basically, which is deep dive into enhancing corporate resilience. Again, for corporate survival, sustainability and growth. We have around 5 modules here, and we also cover, we navigate through the Black Swan events, highlighting the importance of ERM, covering again, the pandemic, cyber attacks, trade wars, geopolitical conflicts, which block or, stop the trades. Yeah.
So one quick question on the instances like that, are they, because the complexity is there or they're not compliant with the process, it's why the fraud with such a mega level happens. Are they not following the best practices or it is not automated? Or what
So
is
it
the
is,
experience?
frankly speaking, ultimately, whatever technology you do, ultimately it's human. We even talked about blockchain. Blockchains are failed. Yeah. It's human basically. So all these are not human errors. I call it human blunders. They knew the problem. Everybody knows the problem, but it's a deliberate ignorance. It is not even a genuine ignorance. It's a deliberate turning a blind eye to this problem. All these are either high-level perpetrated frauds or goof-ups, which result into organizational collapses. Yeah. And that case study can go right from collapse of a world's second largest wealth management bank like Credit Suisse, or the world's largest oil disaster by British Petroleum, BP, which is also called Deepwater Horizon disasters. So there were almost 27 to 30 times failure triggers which were given, but the management level ignored that. And it is not just that particular risk supervisor, I'm telling right at the CEO level ignored safety. So the corporate doesn't have a safety culture. So it starts right at the top and the results are seen at the bottom. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Then it's interesting. Most interesting is that global trade revolves around 3 important terms. These are called know your Incoterms. This is the foundational element of a global trade. So $33 trillion worth of global trade revolves around these 3 simple words. Know your Incoterms, which are determined by International Chamber of Commerce. You make a mistake and there are possibilities of disputes. So this program really deep dives into the legal aspects of how to structure contracts, how to use the Incoterms, do's and don'ts, and if you fail, what are the repercussions of it? So you have a lot of case studies, 13 learning modules, 53 videos, infographics, and again, this program we have been teaching from corporates, right from Reliance or huge commodity traders like Sumitomo Corporation, Mitsubishi Corporation, you name it, and this is really relevant even to date. So with this, I'll now come to give a flavor of what's happening today, decoding the new normal. when it rains, everybody gets wet, Nobody wears a raincoat and goes out. Even if he wears a raincoat, his shoes get wet. Those who go without umbrella completely get wet. This is exactly the same what is happening with the business environment. And it's a dangerous myth that smaller organizations can fly under the radar or that larger ones are somehow better insulated. And as Warren Buffett says, it's only when the tide goes down, you discover who has been swimming with trunks and who is without trunks. That's the reality of the corporate world. The global trade spans 33 trillion US dollars. And what is interesting is 85% of the global trade and services across whatever industries we are carried on unsecured terms, which means you sell the goods, render a service, and wait for 30, 60, 90, up to 180 days to get paid. And that is across all the industry. Technology industry, software industry, cloud industry, or physical movement of goods. And I'm going to talk about 3 interesting things very quick. A new black swan has landed. What are the 4 key supply chain risks which corporates are facing worldwide? And what are the 4 risk management recommendations? Black swan. What is a black swan? Everybody knows white swan. Swans are white. Means known risk. Like, for example, regulatory non-compliance, credit risk, business model obsolescence. A black swan is something which is unexpected. Nobody has unexpected. We can't foresee. It's unpredictable. And in today's world, it's a geopolitical risk. It is the largest black swan events, threatening governments, countries, as well as business corporates. We have entered an era of bipolar world. It is the West versus the rest. And even the global supply chains, especially the oil supply chains, have been disrupted with over 100 vessels been targeted and hit, and over 1 trillion trade disrupted in the oil producing countries of Gulf. All 3 maritime choke points have been affected and impacted. And the breadbasket of the world, which is the Ukraine and Russia, is also been impacted by the geopolitical crisis. What are the repercussions with the business face because of the political impact of this crisis? First is sanctions. You don't listen, let us sanction. Second, let's protect the trade. That's what trade protectionism everybody is adopting, starting with the US. And then there are bailouts, financial bailouts, followed by recession. Russia is now the world's most sanctioned countries. From 12,700 sanctions, the sanctions span 25,000. More than 1,000 companies have visited Russia, which means their assets are confiscated, revenues lost, and legal battles will continue to be fought. The crisis started with annexation of $640 billion of Russian assets by the West. And Russia retaliated by capturing 400 planes, spanning over $13 billion, resulting into the largest insurance claim in the history till date. We saw that immediately within 2 months, we saw the largest government-owned energy company go bankrupt, and you had a 40 billion euro bailout of this German energy entity called Uniper. This was followed by sabotage and bankruptcy of Nord Stream pipeline. $11 billion pipeline got bursted or blown up. And also an era of asset confiscation started. ExxonMobil's $4 billion got confiscated. The project was confiscated or nationalized by Russia. Nvidia lost $400 million because of the sanctions which the US imposed on China. And Huawei lost $30 billion because of the sanctions challenge. Stellantis, the 3rd largest automaker, filed for bankruptcy in China because of the geopolitical issues. And the European countries started importing at 400% more pricing oil from US compared to what they were getting cheap gas from Russia. All the commodities, especially agri-commodities, spiked, and over 140 economies in the world went into recession because of the Russian conflict. This is the new map, and you can see all emerging markets are either into deep red or yellow. And Allianz The largest insurer in the world says 87% of the business sectors are now flagged as a high risk or medium risk. With inflation and bankruptcies soaring up to 31% in 23% in 2024, and 2025 is expected to go up by another 5% more. So suddenly our world is full of black swan. Starting from 2008 financial crisis, which wiped out $25 trillion, to coronavirus, which wiped out $12.5 trillion, and now the growing geopolitical conflict and the trade conflict. This is again spurred up by the intentions starting from making Canada as the 51st state, to renaming the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America, to eyeing Panama Canal control, and also Greenland. We are truly entering into a transformative era where the supply chains are stressed from a whole spectrum of risk, from geopolitical risk, weather risk, pandemic, credit risk, etc. And this is coupled by the banks worldwide tightening the liquidity. The trade finance gap has now soared to $2.5 trillion, which is imposing pressure on the global trade as well as liquidity to finance the global trade for various corporates worldwide. And we have a new black swan which has landed. It says it takes two to tango, and we have both. We have tariffs and we have conflicts. Yeah. So on 2nd of April, not to make it an April Fool's Day, we had a tariff imposed on 180 countries with an object of strengthening the US trade, from manufacturing to reducing trade deficits and for national security. The tariffs ranged from 20% up to 125%. On China, went up to 145%, now it's come down to 50%. And these were the highest trade tariffs since World War II, which the world is experiencing. Within the first week, we saw $10 trillion amount being wiped out after the imposition of tariffs. And the world's #1 and #2 economies are now into a tariff tussle game. Even after the renegotiations, the tariffs have not come down, they've gone up. So for example, Brazil has gone up from 10% to 50%. And the immediate knee-jerk reaction was from various global leaders, oh, we need to stop trade, halt investments. Right from Singapore to Europe to Japan, everybody had a knee-jerk reaction. And even after the renegotiations, which have happened between the US and EU, you had the Germany and France, the two biggest economies, the leaders saying, oh, we are not satisfied. Yeah. India has been imposed of a 32% tariff to trade with Russia. So these are the conflicts. And the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Secretary General says the tariff cascade is going to affect the global economy. And the Time magazine says nobody knows what the president will be doing tomorrow. So welcome to a VUCA world, as my friend said. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And in today's volatile world or VUCA world, there are the 4 top supply chain risks which are faced by business corporates worldwide. Starting with force majeure or contract frustration, cost volatility, supply chain disruptions, and legal complexities. To start with force majeure, just to give an example, force majeure is something which is beyond your control. And reciprocal tariffs are one of the elements of force majeure as well. The impact what we are seeing is massive disruption from Boeing hitting over 14 billion to manufacturers across the world being impacted, cancellation of freights beginning, NVIDIA hitting 5.5 billion. So these are the real world examples which I think the program will be talking about. I will just go to the key other 4 points and then conclude. I'll be sharing, we have a detailed video recording of the presentation which will also be shared to the members.
We have time.
Yes, absolutely.
We have time.
Do we have time? No. Yeah, we have. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry for that.
So, let me just go to, and these are the concluding risk management recommendations, which the companies need to look immediately. That's what we organize, advising corporates as well. Review your force majeure contracts, review your incoterms and payment terms of the contracts, end-to-end supply chain mapping, so having a better supply chain visibility, and most importantly, updating the insurance program, because the risk of political risk, cyber risk, force major risks is not covered by any insurance policies worldwide. So unless and until you make a special contract and get endorsed or specially negotiated terms. This is a good example or a good flavor of what's been covered under some of the programs which we do. Yeah. So I take this opportunity to thank everyone and thank you for your.
Good evening, and thank you for being patient with all the presentations. What's most rewarding about what GMG is doing, what we did, and what we spoke about the starter program is to see a success story out of it. That's what makes all of us really proud of the work that we are doing. This is all non-profit work. Our mentors don't get paid. But when we see success stories like that, we really feel proud about it. Today, I want to just quickly introduce one of our success stories. Saurabh, you want to come over here? So Saurabh graduated from College of Engineering Pune in 2019, and he's undergrad. And he joined our first cohort, which was the startup cohort. He had started his company as a founder and CEO. It's called Event Beep or Beep now. And he successfully completed our program. He raised a lot of money. His company is profitable, raising a lot of revenues now. He has been, I mean, I have watched his journey from day one. He's very persuasive. I could see that from day one. And also, he had this conscience that every time he meets with us here, he says, this is all due to GMG. And he has donated part of the money that he raised or the money that he earned as a company back to GMG. So I'm really proud, Saurabh, to introduce you here. And he was visiting here, his company is in India, but just have 5 minutes because we are running late, just to talk about yourself and the company and what you feel about it.
Job portal. Yes. Job portal actually.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that should be. Okay, great. So, I mean, I'm not again, given that, with the time too. So, couple of things. Number one is, again, as a college student, the biggest thing that overall, I mean, just to give an intro, what we do exactly is we're a students community platform where we help college students find internship jobs. The whole idea is that IITs gives to its students access to alumni community, which tier 2, tier 3 students do not have. So that exactly which is democratizing the entire education system and giving them quality access is something that we built. Um, the biggest support with GMG was, we had launched, I think this was the first program which AMG did, which is for Marathi entrepreneurs to sort of build a cohort to help them access to the US. And that was for us again, it was mentors for India time, it was early morning. For mentors in the US, it was late evening. So we used to wake up early morning, 6 o'clock on Sundays. And it was again, while building, because that was the only time when mentors really had time. So extremely, I think again, it went for about 3 months and it was very personalized in terms of training, mentorship, of what exactly should an entrepreneur maybe from a college or when you're starting your own journey should work upon. So all the mentors dedicated so much time. Now let's say just to give an insight, when we had started the company, we were just hardly maybe 20,000 students. Now we have more than 1 million users on the platform. When we had started initially, we were doing hardly, let's say, 10 lakh rupees a year revenue. Now we are doing more than 2.2 crores yearly. Now we are doing about more than $70,000 a month in revenue. A lot of things happened because of US. We didn't know what US ecosystem is, San Francisco is. the first, let's say, summit with GMG summit happened here in the US. So we saw what, the true ecosystem of US and San Francisco is because of GMG. So I never knew it is so amazing, entrepreneurs are so energetic. I mean, here, especially when, we raised more than $1 million in funding overall, and GMG helped substantially. I had like a very different experience. Let's say when we used to raise investments in India, at least 20 times the investor used to talk to us, Kicha, what big more in detail. I mean, we were just starting companies. So versus when I came here, what we saw within the first conversation, investors like 100K done. Just send me the details. I'll wire the money. I was like, what happened? What changed? I'm the same person which I was back in India versus here. So a lot of things change, and all thanks to Garje Marathi and Angan sir, Sanjay Bhandari sir, and the entire team which sort of led that initiative at that point of time. So that's, I think these were the, and then we also aired on Shark Tank India, which again helped a lot, and this was during those times itself. So now what we have done overall is, in terms of giving back to the community as well, we've built, we're looking to launch a portal for GMG as well, which is GMG Career Portal. So to all the youngsters and all the students to find internships and jobs here in the US as well. So we recently launched in US as well last week. So another big success is we just launched. We're helping to build a portal which help young professionals and students with internship jobs all across. We have more than 8,000 companies who are hiring for students and interns. They're also supporting remote jobs and internships. So yeah, if anyone, I mean, firstly, we would love to sort of get your support in testing the US market as well and building this portal together. So yeah, thank you so much.
So now this is the last part where we get to thank everyone, starting with Shalaka. What a great job, Shalaka. Come on, Jay. Manji will be able to take with you. All the best.
School girl.
And this is not her first summit. She has been part of the previous ones, and I have been watching her kind of doing the MC part every time so enthusiastically. Thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity, starting with Anandji, Sunitaji, Anita Khan, so all the board members. Some of them are here, some of them are outside. But Anandji and Sunitaji start. First, thank you and congratulations on this 9th anniversary of Garje Marathi. This is a huge dream, and I don't know how many of you know the story of Anandji. I have heard it from him directly in terms of his vision of how he started that. This is also entrepreneurship. To start an organization like this, to grow it to 20,000 people, to make it accessible, what has not been accessible to the rest of the world in India, many places we spoke earlier about, to create a platform to unite people on this platform. And I know he gets sentimental about it, but he has brought together so many talented people together. He has been always very respectful. I mean, from day one, he started calling me Dr. Bhandari and he hasn't stopped now. Although I am much younger than him, but he has never lost that. And Sunitaji, thank you for giving support on everything. Every meeting she is there, board meetings she is there. Every time she meticulously takes notes, and both of them have been driving this really amazingly well. I want to thank all the board members. Anita Kant is here. The rest of the board members, some of them are online and so on. They have again, we have board meetings, annual board meetings. Where a non-profit, we have to stick to the whole in terms of finance and audits and everything. So all the board members have been doing amazing jobs and planning out this what we want to do as a strategy. For today's event, I want to start with Abhijit. Thank you for organizing that. Please Great job. Abhijit has one of been key members of this. He has been running our Keyspace chapter as well. He has written books as you heard him earlier. He has distributed his books free in the previous events, and he's a great speaker himself. So thank you, Abhijit. And all the volunteers today, I want to thank all of you. You came early, some of you came from yesterday. Again, have been working hard to make this event successful. So I won't take names of everyone. I know you all know who they are. And thank you for all the amazing work. It really keeps these kind of events very professionally run events. Thank you. And last but not the least, these events are successful because of audience like you. And you are becoming part of Garje Marathi. So people who sort of get in touch with Garje Marathi, sometimes, how many of you are attending it for the first time? Yeah. Excellent, excellent. This is actually what we love, that every time we are able to bring in new people. They have heard about Garje Marathi in the past, but they say, okay, let's go and check it out. And they become later on members of Garje Marathi. I mean, in terms of all these initiatives, it's not an organization just driven by one thing. We are not political, we are not profit making. You see all these initiatives throughout the day, you heard about from different speakers about different initiatives. All of you can be part of any of these initiatives. You can start new initiatives. There is no political agenda there. There is nothing here saying, okay, don't start this, don't start. We ended up starting a lot of initiatives. Some initiatives grew really well. Some may not have grown that well. So all that happens in our organization. But in 9 years, there is tremendous progress. The number of members who have benefited from that. You heard some test cases like the success stories, like what Saurabh just mentioned about that. There are 170 companies like that. And within few years, we are seeing fruits of the labor in terms of these companies becoming successful. So this is all possible if all of you kind of also join this organization, do your part. You can join as mentors, you can join as investors, you can join as entrepreneurs, whichever way, or you can start initiatives. We have this Maza Jilla, Me and Maza Jilla initiatives. So you can go back and do work which you can do back in your own states and cities. So thank you. And Anita, do you want to say something?
आजच्या सगळ्या स्पीकर्सना एस्पेशली खूप खूप धन्यवाद. कारण इतका वेळ लोकांना एंगेज ठेवणं सोपं नाही. विशेषतः शेवटी जे आफ्टर लंच जेव्हा लोकांनी शुगर वाढलेली असते आणि डोळ्यावर झोप असते, ते हॅड अमेझिंग सेशन्स आणि वी रिअली बेनिफिटेड फ्रॉम दॅट. ऑल्सो हॅकेथॉन अरेंज केल्याबद्दल माईची सगळी टीम आणि खूप तुमचं कौतुक आहे. कारण एवढं सगळं चालू असताना मुलांना एंगेज ठेवणं सोपं नाही. सो यू आर वर्किंग विथ द यंग टॅलेंट. कॅन यू कम आणि आपण सगळेच जण थँक्यू टू एव्हरीवन. आणि डेफिनेटली विश्वाच्या गाभारी गर्जे मराठी. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच.
लास्ट पण थोडं जेवण आहे. जेवण झाल्यानंतर आवरायचंही आहे. कारण काय नाही, आपल्याला स्वच्छ करून जायचंय. वी हॅव टू गो ॲज वी फाउंड इट. खुर्च्या लावायच्या सगळं व्हायचं. नाही तर तुम्ही सगळे आम्ही ओके. थँक्स अ लॉट. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच.
Yeah, Abhijit,